Chapter 2083. Lin Fei was very confident in Little Devil. He believed that everything would be taken care of in the future. Even if the other side found out, it would not be easy to find him in the vast starry sky. They left. Soon, Little Devil noticed that the mysterious energy had left. It seems like they have reached some kind of cooperation. Lin Fei smiled. Maybe they have a new backer. It won't be long before they make a move. No matter what they do, Lin Fei has nothing to fear. As long as they occupy a limited amount of heaven's will energy, he does not believe that they can overturn the heavens. This is Lin Fei's biggest advantage now. Where did they go? Can you find out? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and asked. Lin Fei really wanted to know where the mysterious energy went. They disappeared in this starry sky. I can't find any traces of them for the time being. My guess is that they should be on the other side of the starry sky, very far away from us. Lin Fei was slightly startled. The other side of the starry sky? Are you sure? I can only vaguely feel that they are in this starry sky, but they are in a distant position. How far? Little Devil said, with Master's current strength, if you go there, you might need to fly for a few hundred years, and this is also my estimate. With Lin Fei's current strength, using heaven's will energy to drive the power of space, the speed of movement is unimaginable. Even so, it would still take more than a few hundred years, which is really very far. If it was an ordinary god emperor, it would take more than 1,000 years. I should heave a sigh of relief. A few hundred years to come here. By the time I come here, the daylilies would have already dried. Lin Fei can't help but laugh. No wonder they used this method to descend. You better quickly subdue that mysterious energy. In the entire starry sky, except for a limited number of people, almost no one knows that the mysterious energy has descended. They are too good at protecting it. Only Lin Fei put down the surveillance to monitor all the big powers in the divine world. Only then did he know how much mysterious energy has descended this time. They want to support him from all sides. Master, I have subdued it. The next day, when Lin Fei was still eating, the imp sent him good news. So fast. Lin Fei didn't really care about how much destiny energy he had used. Now, he could finally reveal his true face. In the secret chamber of the Invincible Palace, little evil demons shielded the surroundings, not letting any energy leak out, forming an independent existence. In the future, this place will always be open. Lin Fei didn't mind such a small consumption at all. In the secret room, a mass of energy floated. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? Lin Fei casually said, I want to know the exact purpose. Master, I come from the other side of the galaxy, the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The mysterious energy was completely subdued, and its words were no longer as sharp as before. World of the 33 sacred heavens? This was a very strange world. There was one thing that the little demon had analyzed correctly. They were indeed from the other side of the starry sky. In other words, they were all in the same starry sky. Although Lin Fei had already expected this, they came from the same place. Just from the name, one could tell that they had an extraordinary background. World of the 33 sacred heavens, what kind of place is that? Tell me more about it, the more detailed the better. Lin Fei was excited. This was equivalent to unveiling a whole new place. Phew, so the world of the 33 sacred heavens is so amazing. Lin Fei listened very carefully. The other party was also very detailed. Only after listening did Lin Fei understand the world of the 33 sacred heavens. How terrifying it was. It was a terrifying country. In this part of the starry sky, the strongest existence ruled this part of the starry sky world. It was the undisputed overlord. Any expert from that place would be invincible on this side. Because the world of the 33 sacred heavens had developed to the extreme, even if one's physical strength was weak, they could still use external forces to improve. Lin Fei also knew the origin of this mysterious energy. It was the subordinate of one of the important figures in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Relying on special equipment, he had traveled a long distance to the immortal world to find an agent. Because he had arrived late, he had chosen the mysterious sky world, and Lin Fei just so happened to be the strongest person in the mysterious sky world. Say, if the world of the 33 sacred heavens rules this part of the starry sky world, then why isn't there anyone from them in the immortal world? This was something that Lin Fei was very interested in. A journey of a few hundred years wasn't that long. Since they were so strong, why didn't they set up a stronghold here, station troops and experts, and control everything here? Lin Fei felt that there was a problem here. In reply to my lord, because this is the world of the 33 sacred heavens sealed grounds. Lin Fei finally came to a realization. So this part of the starry sky was called the sealed grounds by the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Could it be because you can't enter the sealed grounds personally, and can only use this method? That's right. The power of the heavenly Daoist in the sealed area is extremely powerful, forming a sealed area. Once an outsider enters this sealed area, he or she will be mercilessly suppressed by the heavenly Daoist. Those who are weak will be directly killed by the heavenly Daoist. Only then can they send a portion of their divine sense in, and they can't last for too long. Lin Fei completely understood. My worries were unnecessary. Lin Fei had been worried that they would kill their way here, but now it seemed that this sealed grounds wasn't a bad thing. At least they couldn't enter, and even if they did, they couldn't last for too long. The more Lin Fei asked, the more he learned. Who would have thought that such a huge part of the starry sky was actually a sealed grounds? If word got out, everyone would be shocked, and find it hard to believe that it was true. Then why does the world of the 33 sacred heavens interfere with the matters of the sealed grounds? Surely it can't be that you have nothing better to do. Lin Fei quickly asked about the most pressing matter. The God Emperor was controlled by them. The so-called destiny energy actually came from the world of the 33 sacred heavens, and the God Emperor was also nurtured by them. I'm not too sure about this. Rumor has it that only the top figures know. This guy doesn't know this ultimate secret. Lin Fei thought about it again. This seemed very normal. If their subordinates all knew, they wouldn't need to worry so much about a sealed grounds. Lin Fei asked a few more questions, and got the little devil to temporarily seal this mysterious energy. It might come in handy in the future. Chapter 2084. An earth-shattering secret shocked Lin Fei. Sealed grounds, world of the 33 sacred heavens. Regardless of who it was, all of them were horrified. If news of this got out, the entire god world would be shaken. No one could imagine that this part of the starry sky was actually sealed, and formed into a unique place. There's going to be a good show. Lin Fei's lips curled up into a smile. Keep watching the 10 God dynasties. I think those fellows from world of the 33 sacred heavens will make their move soon, Lin Fei instructed the little devil. What Lin Fei could do now was to keep watch over the 10 God dynasties. Only by keeping everything under control would Lin Fei have no need to worry about world of the 33 sacred heavens. So many years had passed, but no one from world of the 33 sacred heavens had entered this part of the cosmos. That was the best proof. I'll keep watch over the 10 God dynasties immediately. Lin Fei immediately thought of something else. Perhaps the old man who was hunted came from world of the 33 sacred heavens. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Fei felt that there should be no mistake. That person must have come from world of the 33 sacred heavens. Only there could be such a super expert who could make the system warn him. Only a few top people knew about the arrival of people from world of the 33 sacred heavens. The rest did not know about it at all. But for the 10 God dynasties, and even some other dynasties, the appearance of the mysterious person made them understand something. Perhaps fighting for the position of God Emperor was no longer an impossible thing. Ever since the rise of the 5 subworlds, the 10 God dynasties had been struggling. They had been suppressed everywhere, especially with the appearance of that damned weapon of destiny. Fight? They couldn't beat them. Give up? They felt that they would give up now. As the subworlds grew stronger and occupied half of the world, the dream of the 10 God dynasties would no longer exist. If they continued to attack, The 10 god dynasties would soon be suppressed to the point where they were at death's door. This was not something they wanted to see. Now, they saw hope. True hope. They're here. In the ancient Forbidden Zone. The Supreme Demon Emperor stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. You guys still came. It seems like the rise of the 5 subworlds has disrupted your plans. Who would have thought that you would have such a day? The Supreme Devil Emperor felt very satisfied. It had been a long time since he had seen them suffer a setback. Didn't you all think that you could control everything? This time around, you're going to be disappointed. The Supreme Demon Emperor was an ancient existence who had lived for countless eras. He could sense existences that ordinary people could not sense. For example, the descent of mysterious auras. Although they were well concealed, in the eyes of the Supreme Demon Emperor, they were like white lights in the dark night, incomparably dazzling. Tion. Don't disappoint this old man. This old man really wants to see what kind of expression the arrogant bunch of you will have after being defeated by a junior. The powerhouses of the ancient Forbidden Lands all noticed the arrival of the mysterious aura. No one knew this better than they did. All of them were shocked, but soon after, they burst into hearty laughter. Perhaps, there was nothing more worthy of their happiness than this kind of thing. How many years has it been? Even though they were powerful existences in the Forbidden Zone, they were still unable to leave this part of the starry sky, let alone other matters. They were like little birds. Trapped in a place, they were destined to be unable to leave. As they appeared, they became even more excited. Even big shots had such a day. Their schemes seemed to pale in comparison to this part of the starry sky. The First Dream God Dynasty. The First Dream God Dynasty Lord couldn't digest the shocking news for a while. That tyrannical aura crushed everything in his path. At that moment, he realized how tiny he was. Cooperation? Agent? Under such circumstances, the First Dream God Dynasty Lord had no choice. He didn't even hesitate. He immediately agreed. As long as he sat in that position and controlled an era, cooperation didn't matter. When he became the God Emperor, there would eventually be a way to solve this problem. He would take advantage of this first. The First Dream God Dynasty Lord felt that there was definitely a problem since they couldn't descend with their main bodies. He was much more relieved. A weapon of destiny. Even if it's only a semi-finished product, it can still turn the situation around. The First Dream God Dynasty Lord thought about how the mysterious person would soon send over a weapon of destiny. Just thinking about it made him excited. Without the weapon of destiny, Mu Rendi and the others were nothing. Mu Rendi, your doomsday is coming soon. He appeared so soon. In the secret chamber of the All-Heaven God Dynasty. Old Man Fu had a rare serious expression as he stared at the starry sky outside. You still have to decide to intervene. This old man thought that I could shake everything this time, but I didn't expect someone to be even more powerful than me. Truly amazing. Old Man Fu shook his head. He felt a trace of joy in his heart. This part of the starry sky had been controlled by someone from era to era. This time, there was no need for him to cause any waves. Someone was already doing it. I hope you can make those people suffer a huge setback. Old Man Fu closed his eyes again. He seemed to be much more relaxed. The next day, some of the divine dynasties, including the 10 divine dynasties, withdrew their forces and stayed in hiding. Those who didn't know would think that they were afraid of the 5 subworlds. However, that wasn't the case. Mu Rendi and the others didn't know about the mysterious person descending. Their eyes were focused on how to attack. The rulers of the 5 subworlds attacked in a line. They supported each other and had the upper hand. What are they doing? They actually withdrew their forces. Looks like they're afraid. The Nether River Divine Emperor laughed. I didn't expect that there would be a day when they would be afraid of us. We have a strong army now. We can destroy the god dynasties one by one. Even if they join forces, they won't be able to stop the 5 of us. Only Mu Rendi frowned slightly. Don't attack for now. I have an uneasy feeling. Among the 5 subworlds, Mu Rendi of the Hell World was the commander and had great authority. This decision surprised them. Daoist Mu, is there a mistake? They're the ones who are afraid of us now. Why should we worry about them? What can they do now? You said that they're making an altar? Lin Fei didn't go out. With the system, he could monitor the 10 great god dynasties. Lin Fei would know immediately if they made any movements. Ever since Lin Fei learned about the 33 sacred heavens and the sealed world, he had listed the 10 great god dynasties as the key targets of surveillance. Send me the images. As soon as the system screen was turned on, 10 small images appeared. Hee, they're really mysterious. They're going to cover the sky and the sea. When he saw the tall altar, Lin Fei knew what they were up to. They're going to open a temporary passage. Maybe those people will help them and send some equipment. The little devil said. Chapter 2085. With half of the divine world under his control, Lin Fei could now fully monitor it. How many destiny points would be consumed? Lin Fei didn't care. Anyway, it was negligible, and he wasn't afraid of the consumption at all. After they built the altar, Lin Fei knew what they wanted to do. They were going to replace the equipment soon. Where did they come from? They must be from the 33 sacred heavens. There was no better way to reverse the current situation in the divine world than to increase their strength. And to do so, supplying some weapons of destiny was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to send the weapons of destiny to the 10 divine dynasties soon. 18 clones can now come in handy. The 10 divine dynasties retreated to the back. Secretly, he began to build the altar without stopping. In order to build the altar, each divine dynasty gave everything they had. They took out all kinds of supreme-grade materials and threw them into the altar. Almost every divine dynasty did the same. In less than a few days, a huge sacrificial altar was built. The divine dynasties were very secretive. While the altar was being built, the surroundings were guarded by heavenly mandate experts, for fear that anything would go wrong. In order to complete the construction of the altar, the divine dynasties went all out. When it was finished, the altar was so tightly sealed that not even a mosquito could get in. They really spent a lot of money. On a mountain peak of the Dream God dynasty, which was the closest to the altar, Lin Fei, dressed in black, stood on the peak. The surveillance was turned on, and everything around the altar was in Lin Fei's sight. The huge altar was hundreds of feet high, and it was made of supreme-grade materials. Fortunately, they had a strong foundation, so they could afford to build it. I wonder what kind of good equipment you will send this time. After they finished building the altar, Lin Fei came in person. Lin Fei had arranged for people from all the 10 divine dynasties. After occupying half of the divine dynasties, Lin Fei would not let the 10 divine dynasties turn the tables and destroy their ceremony this time. This was the best choice. It would be best if he could plunder some weapons of destiny. Lin Fei wanted to know if there was any difference between the weapons of destiny created by his system and their weapons of destiny. According to the system's calculations, after the altar was built, it would be activated immediately. He's here. The Dream Dynasty Lord did not know that the altar he was building was already being monitored. To build the altar. First Dream Dynasty Lord was going all out. Are you ready? Meng Yichao asked his subordinates calmly. In truth, Dream 1 Dynasty Lord was extremely nervous. He couldn't help but feel nervous. It was related to turning the current situation around. The first Dream Dynasty Lord did not think that he would be the only one receiving help. The earlier he built the altar, the earlier he would receive help. According to the orders of the Imperial Lord, everything has been prepared. Meng Wan waved his hand, then let's begin. The altar was very high. At the peak of the altar was a huge platform. Meng Yichao stepped onto the platform and stood at the peak. Open. At this moment, the altar and the first Dream Dynasty seemed to have become one. There was no difference between them. The first Dream Dynasty Lord sent out a mysterious mark, and a giant hole appeared in the space not far away. This hole wasn't big, but with the help of the altar, it became bigger and bigger. Throw it in. The dynasty lord gave the order. The person at the back threw out a treasure. It turned out to be a treasure used to trap people. The moment the treasure was opened, a dense number of people fell down. These people fell into the hole. Peng peng peng. As they fell in, the entire hole turned into a giant blood-colored whirlpool. This is a sacrifice. Lin Fei was slightly shocked. The first Dream Dynasty Lord was really willing to do anything, to actually use Celestials as a blood sacrifice. They are using the power of Celestials to connect to the outside. However, this tunnel can't last for long, it can only last for a short period of time. Lin Fei frowned, he was unhappy with such actions. Although he was unhappy, he didn't decide to stop them. The blood sacrifice lasted for around an hour. During this period, tens of millions of Celestials were sacrificed. The same scene was happening in the other divine dynasties monitored by the system. In order to turn the situation around, these people would do anything. However, in the divine realm, which had a huge population, Celestials were the most worthless. Tens of millions of Celestials were really nothing. It's about to start. Lin Fei kept staring. Whoosh. Half an hour after the blood sacrifice, the tunnel completely stabilized, and a terrifying aura came from the other side. The first Dream Dynasty Lord heaved a sigh of relief. Using Celestials as a blood sacrifice could be considered ruthless. It didn't matter how many Celestials were sacrificed. It's coming. The first Dream Dynasty Lord stared at the tunnel. According to that person, once the tunnel was opened, it wouldn't last for long. When it completely stabilized, the other side would send over equipment. First was a heavenly mandate battle armor. It was completely white and flew out of the tunnel. Seeing this white heavenly mandate battle armor, the first Dream Dynasty Lord finally smiled. This is great. The first Dream Dynasty Lord knew what this was. The heavenly mandate battle armor with terrifying defense. Master, according to my analysis, this heavenly mandate battle armor will have 40 times the defense, the little demon said. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Not bad, it's the heavenly mandate battle armor with 40 times the defense. It can block Mu Rendi's attack. Master, do you want to destroy it now, or? With Lin Fei's current strength, the Purple Moon's sacred saber could easily break the tunnel. Lin Fei didn't want to do that now. It was meaningless. The heavenly mandate battle armor was soon in the first Dream Dynasty Lord's hands. That was already very tempting. However, what the first Dream Dynasty Lord cared about the most was the heavenly mandate weapon. That was the key. As long as he had it, he could fight Mu Rendi and the others and even reverse the situation. It's coming. Behind the heavenly mandate battle armor, the sound of metal clashing came from the tunnel. A chill surged from the tunnel. Great! 5 heavenly mandate weapons appeared in the first Dream Dynasty Lord's vision. Wow, there are actually 5 of them. Quick, analyze them for me. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. 5 heavenly mandate weapons were enough to reverse the situation. At the very least, they could maintain an invincible position and maintain the situation. I've analyzed it. The strongest one has a 50 times increase in power. The other 4 have a 30 times increase. Lin Fei thought that the 33 sacred heavens would give him a 100 times increase in power. He didn't expect it to only be a 50 times increase. Master, this is already very good. The little demon smiled. It's so good to give it all at once. Maybe the heavenly mandate weapon over there doesn't have a very high increase in power. Not very high. Impossible. Lin Fei didn't expect the little demon to analyze it like this. Chapter 2086. Lin Fei was a little disappointed. 50 times? What was this? If the people of the 33 sacred heavens knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. You really have a heavenly mandate weapon that can increase one's power by 100 times. Help me change the lens. Soon, Lin Fei had a clear view of the situation in the other divine dynasties. Soon, he had the results. After reading it, Lin Fei shook his head. He was very disappointed. The strongest heavenly mandate weapon could only increase one's power by 50 times, not 100 times like he had imagined. It should be because the seal here is too strong. Even they can't send a better one over. Or they don't want to give it so much in one go. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. No matter what the reason is, the good equipment that came to my door is now mine. It's still here. Outside the peerless divine dynasty, Old Man Fu's eyes were like lightning as he stared at one of the stars. It's time to make a move. A heavenly mandate weapon can increase my strength by a lot. Boom. Old Man Fu's palm covered the sky as he punched out. The attack was locked on the passage. Boom. 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 The punch hit the passage. The body of the person on the altar shook, and the passage also shook. The peerless divine dynasty lord was furious. The punch was too fast, and he couldn't block it. He took out the fragment of the heavenly mandate weapon and threw it at the other party. Old Man Fu was dressed in black. He stepped on the air and charged over. No one could stop him. The dense heavenly mandate energy turned into a huge wave and swept across everyone. The experts of the peerless divine dynasty were all sent flying. Boom! A huge finger came from the passage. Obviously, the other party also knew that someone was trying to steal it. You can't do it. Old Man Fu snorted and threw a punch. The entire passage shook and began to become unstable. Quick, sacrifice and stabilize the passage. The peerless divine dynasty lord was also sent flying by the heavenly mandate energy. How could there be an expert of this level in the divine world? That old man actually appeared. Before Lin Fei could make a move, Little Devil sent a notification. The scene changed, and he recognized the black-robed old man. Looks like he can't help it either. Lin Fei knew a few clues. This old man black AO. He should be from the 33 sacred heavens. Arrange for our people to leave. Lin Fei had little interest in the weapon of destiny. The purpose of this trip was none other than to prevent them from increasing their strength. They wanted to suppress their strength. Now that old man Fu had made a move, Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the peerless celestial dynasty's side. Even if the people from the peerless celestial dynasty made a move, they wouldn't be able to stop old man Fu's attack. It's my turn now. Boom. With a wave of the purple moon's sacred saber, the saber light was like a long river, instantly blasting the huge passageway. Instability began to appear. Damn it. Meng Yi roared. He looked around and said, "Kill them. You must block them." With just one saber, Dream One Dynasty Lord knew how terrifying Lin Fan was. With just one saber, the passageway became unstable. The terrifying saber light aura caused Dream One Dynasty Lord's body to tremble uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. Another saber radiance came crashing down. The experts from Dream One God Dynasty were instantly sliced in half, turning into corpses that fell from the sky. Lin Fei continued to attack from afar. 80 times increase in strength. As expected, it is amazing. One saber from afar caused Dream One Dynasty Lord to spit out 3 liters of blood. Come here. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed towards the weapon of destiny in the passageway. Bastard, this is mine. Dream One Dynasty Lord's destiny battle armor activated the weapon of destiny fragment to try to block him. Scram. The saber light swept out. Dream One Dynasty Lord couldn't dodge and was swept away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into a mountain range. Lin Fei controlled half of the heaven's mandate energy. How could a single attack from him be blocked by the Dream Dynasty Lord? Hong. Just as he was about to collect the weapon of destiny, a roar came from the passageway, showing that it was extremely furious. You dare to move. The roar was filled with endless rage. At the same time, a huge finger went straight for Lin Fei on the mountain peak. You're just a will. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei was unmoved by this angry voice. He slashed out 3 times with the purple moon's sacred saber, each more terrifying than the last. The huge finger was cut off. Collect. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucking in all the shattered energy. It's that person again. At the same time, Old Man Fu blocked the opponent's counterattack and snatched the weapon of destiny in the passageway. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed the situation from the other side. So powerful. He broke the opponent's attack with 3 slashes. Old Man Fu moved quickly and soon stood in a starry sky, watching the battle outside the Dream One God Dynasty. Is this person also from that place? Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes. Looks like I should go talk to him. I was alone, but now I have a companion. Hong. Hong. When Lin Fei launched his attack, a battle also broke out in the other god dynasties. Someone from Reverse Kill? That's amazing. Very quickly, Old Man Fu noticed another situation. Battles were erupting everywhere. Wow, there are so many weapons of destiny. Old Man Fu was experienced and knowledgeable, but no one knew better than him that there was not a single complete weapon of destiny in this starry sky. There were only a certain number of fragments. But now, Old Man Fu felt that he was really old. Good, they're going to be disappointed again. Old Man Fu turned and left. The huge movement in the divine world was noticed by the top figures. When they saw the battle, they all gasped. Those black-robed people were too powerful. Each of them was holding a weapon of destiny, and they actually blocked the attack from that side. The battle was fast and swift. They attacked with lightning speed, not giving the other side time to react. The whole battle did not last long. The people of the God Dynasty could only watch them leave. No one dared to stop them. After all, the weapons in their hands were not for show. These people left as quickly as they came. My weapon of destiny. Soon, sharp roars came from the divine world. It wasn't just one voice, it was one after another, and all of them were filled with endless grievances. The weapon of destiny was right in front of them, but it was taken away by an outsider. There was nothing more tragic than this. Good harvest. After defeating the counterattack with 3 slashes, Lin Fei put away the weapon of destiny and absorbed a part of the destiny energy. He quickly left the Dream One God Dynasty and returned to the Invincible Palace. This time, he robbed a total of 11 God Dynasties. Chapter 2087. Although the sacrificial altar built by the divine dynasties was not destroyed, it did not last long. Especially when the enemy's energy surged in, the passage collapsed in a short time. That night, many people were furious. Spies were sent out to find out who had done it. In the end, the mastermind focused on the Counterkill organization. This was the most mysterious faction in the divine realm. Even now, no one knew who the leader of the Counterkill organization was. They had appeared without a trace. Originally, the divine dynasties and divine dynasties had wanted to use this opportunity to increase their strength and crush the other party in one go. Everyone was dumbfounded that the weapons of destiny had been stolen. Neither of them could laugh. Everyone looked like they were about to cry. They hated the Counterkill organization to the bone. Even though they knew that the Counterkill organization had supported the 5 subworlds and made them like the sun at high noon, and that the strength they had displayed made them wary, they did not think it was that scary after the mysterious person's support. Only after this night's attack did they realize how strong the other party was. A total of 40 to 50 weapons of destiny had been stolen. When another piece of news came that the divine dynasties ranked lower than the top 10 had not been robbed, the leaders of the 10 divine dynasties were completely furious. They hurriedly called for a meeting to discuss the serious consequences of this incident. 43 in total. Not bad. At this time, all the weapons of destiny were placed in front of Lin Fei. Analyze it for me. With the system, Lin Fei had to calculate the situation in the world of the 33 holy heavens. He could not do it himself, but he had the system. As long as the system was there, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. After spending a certain amount of destiny points, Lin Fei received the latest analysis report on the world of the 33 holy heavens. I just analyzed it. These weapons of destiny came from the hands of a grandmaster, and their quality is pretty good. They are relatively exquisite. Then, I calculate that the strongest weapon of destiny in the world of the 33 holy heavens should have a 500-fold increase in power. In theory, this result should have an 80% chance of success. Lin Fei blinked. The strongest is a 500-fold increase? That doesn't sound like much. If those people knew, they would probably vomit blood and curse crazily. You're just a junior, so how would you know how terrifying a 500-fold amplification is? Lin Fei currently had the Purple Moon Holy Saber in his hands, which was amplified by 80 times. In his opinion, a 500 times increase in power was actually nothing much. It was just that. Of course it's nothing much. In front of me, a mere 500 times increase in power is just a joke. Little Evil Demon said complacently. Master, your current Purple Moon Holy Blade is 80 times more powerful. Now, with these authentic Heaven's Will weapons, I can increase the power of Master's Purple Moon Holy Blade by 100 times. We should thank them for sending us the Heaven's Will weapons. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the 100-fold increase in power. The power of the previous slash had directly broken through the defenses of the altar. It was a true attack of a monarch descending upon the world. At least in this world, it was very useful. Then increase the power of the Purple Moon Holy Saber to 100 times. As for the remaining weapons of destiny, Lin Fei wasn't interested in them. With the real weapons of destiny in front of him, the system could safely calculate them. Then, he would be able to create a heavenly mandate weapon that was 100 times more powerful. This night's work was not in vain. After this night, the position of the 10 god dynasties began to waver. 3 months later, the War of the Divine Dynasties broke out, and the Divine Dynasties ranked behind the top 10 broke out. The God Dynasties behind the top 10 launched an offensive against the 10 God Dynasties. With the weapons of destiny in their hands, they launched a powerful offensive. Most of the forces of the 10 God Dynasties were swept away, and they had no choice but to hide. This made the lords of the 10 God Dynasties gnash their teeth. It was all because of that detestable organization, Counterkill. If it wasn't for the night attack, would they be like this now? They should have been the ones showing off their strength. Although he hated them, he now hoped that the mysterious man would appear again and bring them benefits. The overall strength of the God Dynasties behind the top 10 had improved a lot. They didn't launch an attack on the territories of the 5 subworlds. Instead, they launched an attack on the 10 God Dynasties, forcing them to keep shrinking, and even to the point where they were at the gates. With the 40 times increase of the weapons of destiny, it was enough to suppress the current 10 God Dynasties. Just when everyone thought that the 10 God Dynasties were about to change dynasties, the destiny list in the sky actually made a move. One after another, Jianghu descended on the 10 God Dynasties and enveloped them, forming a powerful shield that forced the God Dynasties to retreat. The whole divine world was in an uproar again. F***ck, this is cheating. Lin Fei was very happy to see that the 10 God Dynasties were about to be defeated. The destiny list actually sent Jianghu down to protect the 10 God Dynasties. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this kind of behavior. Everyone knew that the 10 God Dynasties wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Master, the destiny list should be a very extraordinary treasure that can resist the influence of this starry sky. The 10 God Dynasties are destined to compete for the destiny of destiny. In other words, they have luck, and the destiny list is their luck. As long as the destiny list exists, those God Dynasties can't attack it. The little demon explained. They are lucky. Lin Fei snorted. Even with the protection of the destiny list, it won't be that easy for them to compete for the destiny of destiny. In 3 months, the power of Lin Fei's Violet Moon Sacred Blade had increased by 100 times. Of course, it consumed a large number of destiny points. At the same time, he also had the heavenly mandate battle armor, which had 100 times the defense, which finally allowed Lin Fei to save some destiny points. Most of the divine world's territory was in his hands. As long as he fought steadily and seized 20 to 30% of it, even if he had the weapons of destiny, they wouldn't be able to display their full power. At this time, those who were observant would discover that the destiny energy of the divine world was shrinking rapidly. Every time it was consumed, it was not easy to replenish it. Since he's here, why hide? Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slashed at the void with the violet moon's sacred blade. He sneered. Young man, what a temper. This slash caused a person to appear in the void. The corner of the person's eyes kept twitching. The small square shield in front of him also showed traces of cracks. The person who came was especially heartache. Someone is sneaking around, how can I not be angry? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly rose. He was no stranger to the person who came. It was that dangerous person. Old man Fu's heart trembled at this moment. His gaze landed on the purple long blade. Dao friend Di Tian, you are really young and promising. Just based on this move of yours, no one in this starry sky can compare to you. Congratulations. Chapter 2088. What a joke, in the profound sky world, even top-notch experts couldn't hide from Little Devil's surveillance. From the moment the old man snuck in, Little Devil had already informed Lin Fei. It could be said that his every move was under surveillance, and it was impossible to spy on him. Coincidentally, when the old man was not far away, Lin Fei launched an attack. He took out the purple moon's sacred blade and attacked with his strongest attack, chasing the old man out. I like what you said. Since you know that I'm so powerful and you still dare to spy on me, I feel that your words are fake. Lin Fei said unyieldingly. Old man Fu frowned and thought to himself, this brat is really arrogant. If it was in the past, whoever dared to say such words would have died under his hands. Of course, he was an exception now. Fellow Daoist Di Tian must be joking, old man Fu said awkwardly. When he came in previously, he was indeed prepared to spy on Di Tian. Who knew that before he could stand still, he would be forced out by the other party, and the treasure in his hand would be damaged. That was a heartache. Sit. Lin Fei threw out 2 chairs, pulled out one for himself, and swaggered down. Old man Fu pulled a chair over and sat down. I really didn't expect you to be the mysterious person behind the scenes. It's really shocking, and completely different from what I imagined. Lin Fei never thought that he was well hidden. Among the limited number of experts, they could definitely find him based on the clues he left behind. Without a doubt, old man Fu was one of them. It just came a little faster than he had expected. I'm quite satisfied that you can say that. Lin Fei said with a smile. Since you've seen the person, say what you have to say. Everyone is busy. Old man Fu didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Busy? Who doesn't know that you're in the profound sky world, and you're still busy? Especially after old man Fu found out that Kill was closely related to Di Tian, old man Fu knew. This Di Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. Right now, the entire situation in the divine world was under Di Tian's control. Old man Fu knew that he wouldn't be able to do something like this, especially for the experts that he had groomed. All of them were absolute powerhouses in this part of the starry sky. With heavenly mandate weapons in their hands, they could sweep through almost everything. You're very direct. You do have the right to speak like that. If it was someone else, Elder Fu might have probed, but Di Tian was different. All of this was unnecessary. This old man wants to cooperate with fellow Daoist. I wonder if fellow Daoist is interested. Tell me about it. Lin Fei said casually. I hope that you can give the position of Celestial Emperor to me. Old Fu looked at Lin Fei passionately. Lin Fei chuckled and said, Senior, you must be joking. I'm just a nameless junior. What qualifications do I have to say such words? Moreover, it's about deciding the position of a god emperor. The little devil suddenly said in his ear, "Master, this old man is very agitated. He probably values the position of God Emperor very much." Excited? It seems like the position of God Emperor is hiding many secrets. Lin Fei thought to himself. It wasn't without reason that the world of the 33 sacred heavens valued it so much. Fellow Daoist, we all know that half of the God realm has fallen into your hands. They're just struggling at death's door. What's more, you have the most powerful force in your hands. Even I have to concede defeat. If fellow Daoist goes all out and chases the representative of the world of the 33 sacred heavens out, the position of God Emperor will definitely belong to you. Lin Fei indeed had the ability to do that. After knowing about the world of the 33 sacred heavens, Lin Fei didn't intend to do it this way. Now that someone jumped out and wanted the position of God Emperor, it was perfect. Lin Fei couldn't feign ignorance since he had already said it so bluntly. There was no need. The old man in front of him wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the few dangerous people in this part of the starry sky. If he hadn't shown the purple moon's sacred blade at the start and left a deep impression on the other party, perhaps the old man wouldn't have spoken so politely. The position of God Emperor is a piece of cake for Senior. As for those two dangerous people, there's no need for Senior to worry about them. Now that the 10 God dynasties are no longer a threat, Senior can make your move. Lin Fei knew that the old man was testing him. Since he had done so, he didn't mind throwing out some words. Do you really think I don't know anything? What a joke. Elder Fu was shocked. He confirmed that this person was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens just like him. He just didn't know which faction he belonged to. Fellow Daoist D. Tian, since you already know, I might as well say it directly. Elder Fu's expression was solemn. I hope you can help me get rid of those two. After we're done, I'll share everything on Mountain God Emperor with you. Old man Fu knew that he couldn't kill the two of them by himself. If he had D. Tian's help, he had a higher chance of success. Even if he obtained the position of God Emperor in the future, he still had to deal with this mysterious D. Tian. Mountain God Emperor, is this the objective of the world of the 33 sacred heavens? Lin Fei thought. He knew that the old man was trying to drag him down with him. I can't make a decision on such an important matter. I need to think about it. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Lin Fei said after pondering. I understand. I'll come back in 3 days. Elder Fu didn't think that he had an answer now. Next time, don't be sneaky. Not everyone has a better temper than me. Lin Fei smiled. There's no news about Mountain God Emperor? After the old man left, Lin Fei started to search for news about Mountain God Emperor. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any news about Mountain God Emperor. It was as if it never existed. Looks like Mountain God Emperor is more mysterious than I imagined. Could it only be opened by God Emperors? Lin Fei guessed. Should he agree to cooperate? According to the system's analysis, if Master cooperates with that person, you will get 60% of the benefits. However, there's also a certain risk. Little Fiend whispered. 60% of the benefits? Lin Fei was tempted. After finding out about the world of the 33 holy heavens and that this part of the galaxy was a sealed land, Lin Fei knew how powerful the unknown enemy was. If they knew that he was the mastermind behind this, it wouldn't be easy to imagine what kind of revenge they would unleash. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Let's talk about it after I take over Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei was quite bold. After guessing their true intentions, he decided to go crazy for once. The old man dared to say it out loud because he believed that Lin Fei was from the 33 sacred heavens. Hence, Lin Fei didn't mind cooperating with him. It's decided then. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately made his decision. Chapter 2089. 3 days later. Elder Fu came again. After suffering the loss last time, he didn't dare to sneak up again. The power of the purple moon's sacred saber wasn't that easy to defend against. This time, Elder Fu came directly. Lin Fei came out to welcome him personally, which was considered giving him some face. What's your decision? Old man Fu was indeed worried and nervous. He had to be nervous. If Lin Fan didn't agree, Elder Fu wouldn't be confident if he didn't have a helper in this situation. Di Tian was an unexpected situation. An existence that couldn't be easily killed. If there was a way, Elder Fu wouldn't use this method. Since he wasn't as strong as Di Tian, he had to consider it seriously. I want 70% of the benefits on Mount God Emperor. Although Lin Fei agreed, it didn't mean that he would agree to it. No way. Elder Fu shook his head. 50% is already a lot. 70%? Wouldn't I have done all this for nothing? Lin Fei sneered. The more excited you are, the more it means that the things on Mount God Emperor are good stuff, and the more I understand the importance of Mount God Emperor. Hee, since Senior said so, you can go alone. I won't interfere. Lin Fei said lazily. Anyway, I know what's on Mount God Emperor. Elder Fu liked Di Tian's way of threatening him, and he wanted to say something. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything at this moment. Am I going alone? Although he had snatched some Heaven's Will weapons before, the quantity was far less than what Di Tian had, and he was also the scapegoat. Now, those people were suspecting that he had stolen the Heaven's Will weapons, and the enemies were also looking for him. This was why Elder Fu had no choice but to come. Knowing that Di Tian took the destiny weapons, Elder Fu couldn't say it out loud. Di Tian wouldn't admit it, and he would be the scapegoat. Someone as shameless as Di Tian. It was Elder Fu's first time meeting such a person. You know the importance of the things on Mount God Emperor, and you should know how much 70% is. Forgive me for not agreeing. Elder Fu was slightly angered. Lin Fei shrugged, 70%, not a single cent less. Otherwise, I don't mind doing it myself. It might be troublesome, but I can handle it myself. Whoosh. The purple moon sacred saber landed in Lin Fei's hand, flickering with a cold light. Xiao 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 xiao. Around Lin Fei. Numerous figures appeared from the void and locked onto Old Fu with killing intent. Each of them held a heavenly fate weapon in their hands. There were more than 10 super experts wielding weapons of destiny. I know that Senior is very powerful, but I still have the confidence to eliminate you. Lin Fei sneered, his fingers brushing past the purple moon's sacred saber. Senior, what do you think? Elder Fu's face darkened. You win. After some thought, Old Fu knew that he couldn't resist this powerful force. Di Tian wasn't easy to deal with. Especially under such circumstances. If they really fought, the loser would definitely be him. The power of Di Tian's heavenly mandate weapon was extremely terrifying. Who asked me to have more people than you? Besides, if you want to kill those 2 people, without my help, do you think you can succeed? Lin Fei smiled. Elder Fu didn't have anything else to say now. Alright, now we can discuss how to deal with them. In one of the divine dynasties in the divine world. It wasn't ranked high, but it was still ranked 18th. It usually didn't show its strength. After the surrounding divine dynasties were annexed, it had kept a low profile. It must be Elder Fu who did it. That guy is really powerful. He has such a powerful force under his control without anyone knowing. In the divine dynasty, 2 people, one in black and one in white, were sitting. They had seen the recent situation, but unfortunately, Elder Fu was elusive, and they couldn't find his whereabouts. Elder Fu is quite ruthless this time. He instantly knocked down the top 10 divine dynasties and supported the divine dynasties ranked lower than the top 10. In such a short time, the power of the top 10 divine dynasties was completely suppressed. I wonder what Elder Fu plans to do next. We still underestimated Elder Fu. So many years have passed, generation after generation. Boom! Suddenly, the divine dynasty they were in shook violently. A blade light slashed at the palace where they were. The two of them soared into the sky. Hey Wuxia, by Wuxia, weren't you looking for me? I'm here now. Elder Fu's clones sent out thousands of blade lights toward the two of them. The two of them were brothers. Hey Wuxia laughed. Elder Fu, it's not easy. After so many years, I've never seen you take the initiative to attack. However, can you do it? He took out a pair of golden gloves and put them on. Then, he punched the blade lights head-on. A large number of blade lights were shattered, and he pounced at Elder Fu like a leopard. Let me see if you've improved after so many years. He grabbed with one hand, and an eagle soared into the sky, heading straight for Elder Fu's body. In the distant sky, Lin Fei kept watching. As expected of a super dangerous person. His strength is boundless. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The purple moon's sacred blade was also in his hand. Sneak over. Both of them were super experts, almost invincible in this part of the universe. If Lin Fei wanted to seriously injure or even kill them, he needed to win by surprise. That way, he could save a lot of destiny points. This was also what Lin Fei and Elder Fu had discussed. It wasn't difficult to find the two's location. As soon as Elder Fu and the Black and White Veil fought, the entire divine dynasty collapsed. A terrifying aura spread throughout the divine world. Many divine dynasty lords appeared in the sky and looked at the battlefield. When he saw how the three of them were exuding a horrifying aura with every single one of their attacks, he could no longer remain calm. Goosebumps rose all over his body. No matter how far they were, they could still feel the terrifying aura. They couldn't suppress it. Too terrifying. Who are those three people? Why are there three terrifying experts like them in this world? No matter who it was, their expressions were almost the same. This aura was too terrifying. The three of them destroyed a divine dynasty in a moment. Then, one of them rushed out of the divine world and entered the starry sky. The black and white figures chased after him. Elder Fu, you can't run away. Lin Fei followed them quietly. Hee, let's see what you can do when you don't have much destiny energy left. Lin Fei's plan was simple. He wanted Elder Fu to consume their energy. In this part of the starry sky, 60% of the destiny energy was absorbed and controlled by Lin Fei. The remaining ones were few and far between. They might not be able to experience it during normal times, but it was very difficult to absorb the destiny energy during a battle. Chapter 2090. The three of them fought and soon arrived outside the starry sky. The black muslin and white muslin were very good at fighting together. One in the front, one in the back, they unleashed waves of heaven's will energy that shook the starry sky. The dynasty lords of the divine world couldn't help but be shocked. The three of them spread out in a circle, and that area became a starry sky of death. If anyone were to recklessly barge in at this time, there would only be one outcome: to be killed on the spot by the heaven's will energy. Even the Grand Luo immortals could only watch helplessly. Old Man Fu, just accept your fate. The Black Gauze's attacks were overbearing, and the gloves on his hands unleashed a terrifying might. Even though I don't know why you're here, it doesn't matter. As long as you're dead, your men won't be able to cause any trouble. Bai Wuxia took advantage of the opportunity and placed her palm on Old Man Fu's shoulder, sending him flying. Old Man Fu coughed out a mouthful of blood that flowed down the corner of his mouth. Why isn't Di Tian making a move yet? Elder Fu grumbled in his heart. According to the plan they had agreed upon, he would personally lead them into the starry sky. Then, the two of them would join forces to kill the Black and White Veil Saint. It was different from what they had agreed on. Old Fu was under a lot of pressure. Although he was grumbling in his heart, Old Fu still gritted his teeth and continued to circulate the heavenly will energy in his body. He could not lose to these two. You want to kill this old man? You can't. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Old Fu had thousands of clones, and the starry sky was filled with them. It was a black mass that crushed towards the Black and White Veil. Lin Fei stealthily came over. Little Devil was also monitoring the destiny energy in their bodies. Master, the black crow yarn only has 30% of heaven's will left, while the white crow yarn has 40%. Well done. Lin Fei was very satisfied. I told you to release your ultimate moves. You'll regret it later. Lin Fei didn't believe that they had stored enough destiny energy. At the very least, they wouldn't have the same amount of energy as him. I'll attack you first. Lin Fei stared at He Sha. This guy was quite strong. The purple moon sacred saber was already in Xiao Chen's hands. He only needed one opportunity to severely injure the Black Veil Saint. That's right, activate the shielding function later and block this place. I don't want to be exposed so soon. No problem. The three of them exchanged blows for a short while. The mandate of Heaven's mandate in his body was being consumed very quickly. Its might was also not as great as before. Good chance. Lin Fei yelled. He decisively chose to attack when the Black Veil Saint was attacking Elder Fu. Whoosh. First, the system was blocked. The entire starry sky was quickly blocked. The onlooker's spiritual senses collided with an invisible layer of existence. Everything in front of him disappeared. Kill. A domineering and sharp blade appeared in a strange manner and slashed at the Black Veil Saint's body. A massive amount of heaven's will energy surged out. Bang! Although the Black Veil Saint was prepared, he did not expect that the intruder would be so ferocious. His whole body was sent flying, and his entire arm flew out with blood flowing out. Do it! 19 black-robed men appeared out of thin air, each holding a purple moon saber. They surrounded by Wuxia. Phew! They're finally here. Old Fu heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Wuxia, today is the day you die. Old Fu sneered as he looked at Bai Wuxia, who was surrounded, and chased after He Wuxia. Bai Wuxia was stunned. The intruder's attacks were too domineering, and every strike was fatal. He was forced into a defensive state. Even so, wounds were left on his body in the blink of an eye, and blood was flowing out. Soon, Bai Wuxia felt that something was wrong. He did not have time to replenish his heaven's will energy. There did not seem to be any heaven's will energy in this starry sky. Even if there was, it was only a trace, and there was no time to replenish it. What the hell? Sir, who are you? Bai Wuxia's body quickly returned to normal. He had used up a large amount of heaven's will energy. He had never imagined that he could break through his body's defense with a single strike. I'm someone who wants your life. Lin Fei held the purple moon sacred saber in his hand and soared down, creating a saber-light rainbow. He slashed at the Black Veil Saint. Feeling the threatening aura of the saber, the Black Veil Saint's heart sank. Damn old Fu. Where did he find this helper? Why don't I know about this starry sky? Why does this person exist? Clang. A square shield blocked in front of him. Crack. With just one strike, the square shield exploded into pieces. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Swish. 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 Lin Fei slashed out 3 more times. Each strike was more ferocious than the previous. The saber flashed with unparalleled might. PFFF. 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 The 3 strikes landed on the Black Veil Saint's body, and his powerful body was instantly severed into 3 pieces. How can he be so powerful? Old Fu, who had caught up, was shocked. Back then, Di Tian had damaged his treasure with a single strike, so he was rather fearful. Now that he had witnessed it, he realized that Di Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. What kind of expert was the Black Veil Saint? Even if he had used up a lot of his heaven's will energy, he should have been able to block Di Tian's attack. But now, his body had been severed in 3 strikes. Whoosh! After his body reformed, the Black Veil Saint's face was pale. Those 3 strikes are too terrifying. Even if the Black Veil Saint pushed his heaven's will energy to the limit, he could not block Di Tian's attack. Di Tian's strength was boundlessly domineering, and he had crushed all resistance. He had never seen such a powerful person. Go. After a short exchange, the Black Veil Saint understood that he was not Di Tian's match. F***ck, he ran away just like that. Lin Fei was slightly startled. You're a super expert, alright? This doesn't fit with the development of the plot. Master, you still don't know? Now that you control half of the divine world, you also control a huge amount of heaven's will energy. Who can block the attack of Master's Purple Moon Sacred Saber? That's really the case. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Whoosh! A saber radiance swept towards the Black Veil Saint like a silver river. Here it comes again. The Black Veil Saint turned around and activated his Heaven's Will weapon. When it collided with the saber radiance, a small part of it was shattered, and the remaining part remained unmoved. In such a short period of time, the saber radiance swept up and landed on his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Black Veil Saint immediately felt that something was wrong. The Heaven's Will energy in his body was shattered, and he could not condense it for a short period of time. The Heaven's Will energy in his body was extremely domineering, and it forcefully shattered every part of his body. In terms of Heaven's Will energy, Lin Fei's saber radiance was extremely terrifying. It was not something that the Black Veil Saint could break. It would be fine if he was at his peak, but not now. Whoosh! Another saber radiance swept over and landed on the Black Veil Saint's body. The saber radiance wrapped around the Black Veil Saint's body tightly. Even if the Black Veil Saint kept attacking, his strength could not keep up, and he could not break the saber radiance. How is it? Not bad, right? Lin Fei said to Elder Fu, who had caught up to him. This is still not enough? You still want to do that? Elder Fu smiled bitterly in his heart. You're already so powerful, and you're lucky that I didn't have any ideas about you. Chapter 2091. Number 1. Lin Fei quite liked it. As he occupied more and more territories, the energy towers started to appear all over the place. He accumulated more and more destiny points. With the addition of the Purple Moon's Sacred Blade's power, it was no exaggeration to say that he was the number 1. You're flattering me. There was no one who didn't want to hear good things. Lin Fei liked to hear good things too. The strength of this super dangerous expert disappointed Lin Fei. He wasn't as scary as he had imagined. Why did the system warn him that he was in danger? Elder Fu, I didn't expect you to find such a powerful helper. I have underestimated you. Black Gauze, who was entangled by the saber ray, stopped struggling. However, since you've made your move, I'll kill you here today even if I have to sacrifice everything. Elder Fu's expression changed. You're crazy. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the Black Gauze Saint's body erupted with a tyrannical aura. Bang. 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 The blade radiance on the Black Gauze Saint's body shattered. The Black Gauze Saint's aura continued to rise and soon reached a shocking limit. Master, be careful. This guy's strength has exceeded the limit of this starry sky. Little Devil quickly warned. At this time, the Black Veil Saint's body emitted a sharp aura. His thick Heaven's Will energy created endless gales that whistled in all directions. The entire starry sky was blown into a broken sack, riddled with holes. Ah, power that I haven't seen in a long time. The Black Gauze Saint revealed an expression of enjoyment. He squinted his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Although I only have 50 breaths of time, it's enough to kill all of you on the spot. Lin Fei knew that the situation was bad. Old man, what did he do? Why did his strength increase so quickly? Elder Fu had a strange expression, but he didn't think too much about it. He explained, they are from the 33 sacred heavens. This is a sealed world. Their strength is suppressed to the God Emperor realm. We are from the outside world, so our strength will be sealed. The Black Gauze Saint has unsealed his strength and reached the God Emperor realm. However, he can only last for 50 breaths of time. After 50 breaths of time, the heavenly Tao will kill him on the spot. God Emperor realm? Lin Fei finally understood. Die, you too. After removing the seal on his power, although he was only at the Emperor God realm, it was enough to kill the two people in front of him. The Black Gauze Saint was very satisfied with the purple moon sacred saber in the black-robed man's hand. It could increase his power by 100 times. The Black Veil Saint made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a powerful surge of heaven's will energy shot out towards the two of them. The moment this power appeared, the two of them immediately felt a terrifying aura suppressing them. The surrounding space distorted. Is this the power of an emperor god? Compared to Elder Fu's change in expression, Lin Fei wasn't that afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. It's nothing much. At this moment, Lin Fei's momentum was already established. He had accumulated a massive amount of heaven's will energy, so he wasn't afraid of the Black Veil's attack. Good timing. Lin Fei bellowed and waved the purple moon sacred saber. The saber light slashed over and struck the 5 tyrannical heavens mandate powers. This slash only caused the other party to tremble slightly. It's useless, all of you will die today. The Black Gauze Saint held his hands and stood up. 2 of his fingers formed a sword as he stabbed at Lin Fei's forehead. I will kill you first. You make me feel very uncomfortable. Explode my heavens will points. The sword attack made Lin Fei's forehead twitch. His hair stood on end. At this moment, the Black Gauze Saint was like a monarch. A casual finger was filled with boundless terror, enough to kill anyone on the spot. Invincible defense was instantly activated. The purple moon's sacred saber, under the injection of a massive amount of heaven's will points, slashed at the other party's sword light. Even Elder Fu couldn't break through the sword light, but it was like a piece of tofu in front of the purple moon's sacred saber. Eat my saber too. Lin Fei waved his hand and slashed at the Black Gauze Saint. The Black Gauze Saint frowned, he blocked it and even broke it. Could he be a god emperor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Somewhat famous, but that's it. Swish. Swish. The Black Gauze Saint stabbed out over 10 times in one breath, and each sword had the power of a peak god emperor. It could be said that each sword could kill a heaven's will expert. The power of the 10 swords was unimaginable. If it wasn't to kill Elder Fu and this black-robed guy, the Black Gauze Saint wouldn't have undone the seal. As long as the 2 of them were killed, the mission would be completed. At this moment, Lin Fei used his full strength. This was the first time he used his full strength. A massive amount of heaven's will points were instantly consumed. The power of the long and narrow saber light was amplified by 100 times. Lin Fei turned into a terrifying great demon king. The saber light and sword light clashed. Bang! Bang! In this clash, the saber light shattered the sword light, and the saber aura didn't stop as it landed on the Black Gauze Saint again. Bang! Bang! The heavens will aura surrounding the Black Gauze Saint was shattered. Lend me your second saber. Lin Fei's second saber was more ferocious than the previous one, and the saber light was imprinted in the Black Gauze Saint's eyes. How can he be so strong? The other party shattered his God Emperor attack with a single saber. It looked like they were evenly matched, but the Black Gauze Saint had actually lost. 3-part heaven-shocking sword art. 50 breaths of time passed faster and faster. After the Black Gauze Saint's attack was broken, he felt that something was wrong. Since he could block a God Emperor's sword light attack, was he also a God Emperor? However, he didn't have the aura of a God Emperor. This was what made the Black Gauze Saint feel the most uncomfortable. The Black Gauze Saint's attacks became more and more ferocious as he used his sword art. He enveloped the other party in a dense layer of sword shadows. At this moment, Lin Fei wielded the purple moon's sacred saber. The saber light was extremely sharp and domineering. It forcefully shattered the surrounding sword light and sword intent and went straight for the Black Gauze Saint. Elder Fu, who was far away, was completely shocked, and his expression became more and more solemn. I really can't imagine that Dao friend Di Tian is actually so strong. His attack power is clearly within the God Emperor realm, but why isn't he a God Emperor? This is unbelievable. Elder Fu was sure that he didn't see wrongly. Dao friend Di Tian's battle power has actually reached the God Emperor realm. What a monster. I finally understand why Di Tian isn't interested in becoming a God Emperor. He already has the battle power of a God Emperor. What's so special about a mere God Emperor position? Elder Fu was originally prepared to open the seal. At most, he would just fight it out. After all, it was impossible to escape from a God Emperor. However, he didn't expect Di Tian to display such terrifying strength at this critical moment. Bang! 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 One saber strike after another, Lin Fei was like an undefeatable god of war as he disintegrated the Black Gauze Saint's attacks. The Black Gauze Saint was completely flustered. Impossible. How can someone like you appear in the sealed world? I have the strength of a God Emperor, but I can't kill you. Rumble. Suddenly, in the starry sky above, a terrifying aura surged out, sweeping away the clouds. Chapter 2092. This Black Gauze Saint was indeed very powerful. Lin Fei didn't deny this, but it was a pity that he had met his powerful system. It was useless even if he had the strength of a God Emperor. Heavenly punishment. Old Fu exclaimed. Thunder boomed. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could sense how terrifying the heavenly laws were. Rumble. The lightning landed on the Black Gauze Saint's body, and he was blasted into pieces. He didn't even have time to struggle. What a terrifying heavenly punishment. Lin Fei was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying heavenly punishment. Master, I just analyzed this heavenly punishment. If Master encounters it, you can block it 10 times. 10 times? That was already very impressive. Lin Fei was very satisfied. After the fatal strike, the dark clouds didn't dissipate. Are they looking for trouble with me? Lin Fei stared at the dark clouds in the sky. Master, don't worry. The heavenly Tao isn't that powerful. If Master hasn't reached the God Emperor realm, the heavenly Tao won't be able to detect you. Little Devil said in disdain. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, as if they were looking for something. It was a pity that they couldn't find any traces. A moment later, the dark clouds dissipated and the lightning disappeared. He really left. Old Fu was in awe of Lin Fan. Previously, even he felt afraid of the dark aura. He suppressed the sealing power in his body as he was afraid that it would be released and attract the heavenly punishment. At this moment, Old Fu looked at Lin Fei with respect. It was the first time in the sealed world that someone could avoid the heavenly punishment. If this news got out, the entire 33 sacred heavens would be shaken. The heavenly Tao isn't as powerful as I thought, Lin Fei said casually. Old Fu smiled bitterly. I know better than you whether the heavenly Tao is powerful or not. If I didn't care about the heavenly punishment, I wouldn't have to hide. There's another person. We can't let him go. Lin Fei turned around and looked at Bayusha. Big brother. Bayusha was covered in blood. He let out an angry roar and smiled bitterly as he looked at his elder brother who had been killed by the heavenly punishment. Bayusha couldn't imagine that her big brother couldn't kill that person even after releasing a portion of his power and obtaining the power of a God Emperor. In the end, even Tian Fa distanced herself, breaking the rules. Go. Bayusha kept attacking one of the clones. After his big brother died, his rationality told him that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Kill. How could Lin Fei let such a terrifying enemy go? The God Emperor's battle prowess was unleashed. The saber light was like a long river that struck Bayusha's body. You can't escape. Bayusha's blade was sent flying. Cough cough cough, fighting power of an emperor god. Bayusha vomited blood. Half of his body was crushed, and the dense heaven's mandate energy was wreaking havoc in his body. His fighting strength was instantly reduced by 10 to 20%. It's too terrifying. Why didn't a god emperor's battle power cause a heavenly punishment to appear? Why? Bai Wuxia was at a loss. Bai Wuxia couldn't imagine that Lin Fei's god emperor battle power was obtained through heaven's mandate points and not through normal cultivation. This was a huge loophole, a loophole that deceived the heavenly law. Right now, only Lin Fei understood. Dao friend Di Tian, this person is heavily injured. Why don't you let me deal with him? Elder Fu suddenly begged. Lin Fei could naturally see the killing intent in Elder Fu's eyes. He nodded. I've wanted to see Senior's glory for a long time. My wish has finally come true. Elder Fu felt very comfortable. Bai Wuxia, you destroyed my entire clan back then. Today, I'll kill you here. Elder Fu's aura rose to the peak, and his killing intent was cold as he charged at Bai Wuxia. For some reason, Bai Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as that person doesn't attack, I have nothing to fear. He was well aware of the current situation. He couldn't deal with the black-robed man, but he could still kill Elder Fu. The two of them quickly clashed and created a huge wave. However, Lin Fei didn't move. That Bai Wuxia will definitely die if he doesn't remove the seal. In fact, Elder Fu had a great advantage at this moment. He had thousands of clones surrounding Bai Wuxia and continuously unleashed his ultimate attacks. Bai Wuxia was at a disadvantage. Bai Wuxia was also unlucky. He fought with Lin Fei's clones at the beginning and exhausted quite a bit of his mandate energy. After that, he was attacked by Lin Fei again and exhausted quite a bit of his mandate energy. There wasn't much mandate energy left in his body. In just a few dozen moves, Bai Wuxia couldn't hold on anymore and was about to die. Seal, open. Bai Wuxia still chose to open the seal. The moment the new energy entered, Elder Fu seemed to have a telepathic connection and unleashed an ultimate attack. The moment the new and old energy couldn't be replenished, Elder Fu's ultimate attack arrived. Bai Wuxia's body was slashed into two, and a flaw appeared in the seal. Die. No one knew better than Elder Fu that this was the best time to kill Bai Wuxia. A sharp sword aura swept out and shredded Bai Wuxia's body into pieces. A silver-white pearl floated in the sky and was grabbed by Elder Fu. So many years have passed, and you're still stupid enough to try to remove the seal. Do you really think I'm not prepared? Elder Fu sneered and let out a long roar. This battle had come without any warning. The entire divine world was shocked. Even though there was a barrier in the middle and they couldn't get any specific information, they could still feel the terrifying heavenly punishment. No one knew who those people were. No one knew why they attracted the attack of the heavenly law. Only then did they know that they weren't the strongest in the divine world. There were still existences that were stronger than them, and those existences could easily kill them. Inside the invincible palace, Elder Fu placed the white pearl on the table. I don't deserve this sealing pearl. Elder Fu knew very well that if Di Tian hadn't injured Bai Wuxia, he wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia's strength was publicly acknowledged. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Wuxia had exhausted a lot of his heavenly mandate energy and couldn't remove the seal, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Wuxia. Even though the sealing pearl was very precious, Elder Fu decided to take it out. Master, this is a good item. Actually, Lin Fei knew that this was a good item. The pearl contained extremely dense heavenly mandate energy. Previously, when Bai Wuxia reached the God the Arch Realm, he only used a portion of the heavenly mandate energy. If he used all of it, Lin Fei would have to use a lot of heavenly mandate points. It wouldn't be as easy as before. Lin Fei wouldn't stand on ceremony with such a good item. Elder Fu, you're too courteous. As he spoke, the sealing pearl was in Lin Fei's hand. Does everyone in the 33 sacred heavens have this pearl? You don't know? Elder Fu frowned. Chapter 2093. Lin Fei didn't mind saying it out loud. Did it matter whether he was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? It didn't matter. Moreover, Lin Fei was afraid of Old Fu now. He knew that Old Fu was restricted by this galaxy and couldn't release his sealed power. Old Fu's fighting strength was destined to be weaker than his. Over the past 100 years, Lin Fei had secretly absorbed destiny points. He had accumulated a large amount of destiny points. The stronger he was, the more destiny points he would receive. The weaker he was, the more he would receive. Lin Fei was in control of the size. After this battle with the Black Gauze Saint, Lin Fei knew the exact level of a God Emperor's fighting strength. He didn't need to worry about not being able to use it. He thought that a God Emperor's fighting strength would be at an extremely high level, but it seemed like it was just a so-so. Since he had the fighting strength of a God Emperor, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. You aren't from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? Old Fu was shocked and in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Old Fu thought about it and realized that Di Tian was right. Did it matter whether he was from the world of the 33 sacred heavens? He didn't care at all. Previously, Old Fu felt that Di Tian's fighting strength was limitless and that he could be called the number one. He didn't really feel that way and was just being polite. However, after suppressing the God Emperor Black Gauze Saint, Old Fu understood that Di Tian was indeed the number one person in this world. Everyone in the world of the 33 sacred heavens has one. Old Fu didn't ask where Di Tian came from and just gave a simple explanation. Lin Fei listened quietly. This was really surprising. So the seal bead is also known as the power bead. It can store the absorbed destiny energy and replenish it at crucial moments. At the same time, it is also a cultivation method to raise one's fighting strength. Interesting. Lin Fei understood. After reaching the God Emperor realm, one could cultivate the power bead. It could be used to store destiny energy. The stronger one was, the more power beads they would have in their body, which could increase their fighting strength. People like the Black Gauze Saint only had one power bead in their body. He only had one power pearl in his body, but in this part of the starry heavens, he was the undisputed number one in a prolonged battle. No one could match him. However, it was a pity that he had encountered Lin Fei, who also possessed an invincible system that was even more terrifying than the Orb of Power. This is really interesting. Lin Fei had thought that the energy block was magical and unique, but it seemed that everyone's intelligence was not simple. They could even research the power bead, an alternative way to increase their strength. Old Fu smiled bitterly to himself. The DD heaven knew very little about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. However, there was a look of disdain on his face. In the eyes of ordinary people, this person was sick. Elder Fu didn't think so. Di Tian had a trump card that he couldn't imagine. For example, the heavenly punishment that could deceive the heavenly Tao was the best proof. Elder Fu, you've killed by Wuxia. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fei didn't want to ask about Elder Fu's background as it was meaningless. This isn't the time for me to think about anything. The question is what fellow Daoist Di Tian wants to do. Elder Fu said in a low voice. Furthermore, I might not have the heart to do anything in front of fellow Daoist Di Tian. Lin Fei thought to himself. Is he expressing his stance to me? The battle in the day. It would be abnormal if Elder Fu didn't do anything after Lin Fei revealed his terrifying strength. Handing over the sealing orb was the first step. Elder Fu's words sounded more like he was expressing his stance. Lin Fei wasn't stupid, and he quickly understood what Elder Fu meant. Was Di Tian going to rely on him? Or did Di Tian need his help? He felt that the latter was more likely. After the battle, Elder Fu thought about many things. Originally, if no one else appeared, he might have a higher chance of fighting for the mandate of heaven. However, after seeing Di Tian's battle strength, Elder Fu didn't think so anymore. Di Tian was a powerful enemy that he couldn't surpass. Even if he unsealed a portion of his strength, he still wouldn't be Di Tian's match. Since that was the case, why not make a choice? In Elder Fu's position, he wasn't limited to just one place. Elder Fu, I really don't understand what you mean. Lin Fei decided to try Elder Fu again. Elder Fu squinted his eyes. I'm willing to give up on fighting for the mandate of heaven and become a God Emperor. I only hope that you can promise me one thing after you become a god emperor. I'll sell this body of mine to you. At this moment, Elder Fu's expression became extremely solemn. Lin Fei wasn't interested in becoming a god emperor. A god emperor could use their battle strength limitlessly, but it had nothing to do with him. With the help of the system, he had already disregarded those realms. A god emperor wants me to help? Do you really think I'm a fool? Lin Fei was speechless. Someone who could make Elder Fu escape to the sealed world must have an extraordinary background. Lin Fei wasn't interested in helping Elder Fu. I'm actually not interested in a god emperor. Lin Fei shook his head. I think it's better for you to be the god emperor. He didn't want the god emperor position. That was the glory of an era. Even if this starry sky was sealed. Elder Fu had never thought that someone could disregard the position of a supreme being. Many people were envious of that. Even the 33 sacred heavens had always interfered behind the scenes to support someone to ascend to the position of god emperor. It was all because of the generous rewards that came with being a god emperor. How can I do that? Elder Fu said hurriedly. In his heart, he was thinking, whoever becomes a god emperor will still be bullied by you. What's the point of being a god emperor then? In the previous few eras, although god emperors were supported, they were almost invincible in this starry sky. There was nothing to worry about. Even the people behind the scenes wouldn't make a big move against them. The losses would be too great. But now, with Di Tian around, the position of god emperor wasn't something that anyone could sit firmly on. Only a fool would become a god emperor. It was definitely the most aggrieved god emperor in history. If the 10 major god dynasties and other god dynasties knew that the two of them were pushing the position of god emperor around, they would probably faint from crying. If you don't want the position of god emperor, take pity on us. Why can't I? Lin Fei laughed. I don't think it's interesting to be a god emperor. I'm quite interested in the god emperor mountain. I wonder if Elder Fu can tell me more about the god emperor mountain so that I can broaden my horizons. Seeing that Di Tian didn't want to talk about the god emperor, Elder Fu was helpless. He finally met someone who wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, Di Tian was stronger than him in all aspects. Chapter 2094. Elder Fu stayed in the Invincible Palace for 3 days. No one knew what the two of them talked about during that time. Afterward, Elder Fu stayed in the Invincible Palace for a long time. The All-Heaven God dynasty, which was originally in his control, also announced that it would join the mysterious Sky World. Many people in the divine world were speechless when the news came out. Everyone knew that the All-Heaven Godly dynasty was relatively strong. Many people had thought of taking over the All-Heaven Godly dynasty, but unfortunately, no one had succeeded. Who would have thought that the All-Heaven God dynasty would choose to join the mysterious Sky World at this time? While everyone was still guessing, another powerful god dynasty joined the mysterious Sky World. The 5 subworlds took the opportunity to take over a few more dynasties, bringing them into their fold. Soon, nearly 70% of the god world's territory was occupied by the other dynasties. While everyone was thinking about what to do next, Lin Fei, who gave the order, was bringing Elder Fu to the Forbidden World. Lin Fei was very helpless that Elder Fu wanted to stay by his side. Ever since this fellow decided to give up his position as the God Emperor, he didn't plan to leave. He insisted that Lin Fei agree to help him in the future. He was betting everything on it. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't agree. It wasn't worth it to do such a risky thing. However, Elder Fu stayed by his side all day and wouldn't leave unless Lin Fei agreed. From time to time, Lin Fei was speechless. You're a super expert. Do you have to do this? Lin Fei couldn't withstand Elder Fu's torture. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. No matter what, he was still a super expert. I said that a noble person would come today. I didn't expect it to be Daoist Di Tian. When Lin Fei and Elder Fu arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Demon Emperor's Forbidden World, the Supreme Demon Emperor was already waiting for them with a smile. Daoist Di Tian, you're too polite. The Supreme Demon Emperor had guessed who it was after the treasures from the passageway were stolen. He didn't expect Di Tian to be so daring. He really dared to make a move on those things. Ever since then, the Supreme Demon Emperor knew that Di Tian was an extremely dangerous person. Especially after what happened a few days ago, the Supreme Demon Emperor was even more afraid. The Supreme Demon Emperor was even more afraid. That was heavenly punishment. The Supreme Demon Emperor was 70% confident. This matter should be related to Di Tian. Dao friend Di Tian is currently the pinnacle existence in this starry sky. If he isn't a benefactor, then what is he? The Supreme Devil Emperor's words were very pleasing to the ears. The Supreme Devil Emperor was very clear that it would attract the heavenly punishment. That was when one's power surpassed the scope that the heavens way recognized. That was the Emperor God realm. To be able to survive the heavenly punishment, the Supreme Devil Emperor was overwhelmed with shock. When the old man saw Di Tian again, his heart trembled once again. Where did this guy find such a person? He's definitely not from this starry sky. With a stomach full of doubts, the Supreme Demon Emperor invited the two of them in. The Supreme Demon Emperor had lowered his status. If I'm not wrong, the commotion a few days ago must have been caused by you, right? The Supreme Demon Ruler said to Lin Fei after sitting down. Senior is senior. You don't need me to say it. You're amazing. Lin Fei readily admitted. The Supreme Demon Sovereign took a deep breath, and all his doubts were cleared. He cupped his hands towards Lin Fei and said, "Congratulations on becoming the strongest person in this starry sky." Are you so sure? Lin Fei smiled and thought to himself, these old giants are really not simple. At that time, I asked Little Fiend to conceal his aura. Although the heavenly punishment appeared and destroyed the effect of the concealment, he was still able to find some clues. It's quite impressive. The Supreme Demon Sovereign smiled and said, this old man is still capable of this. Moreover, I believe in my own eyes. When he first met Di Tian, he thought that Di Tian was only slightly more influential and had great potential. The Supreme Demon Emperor didn't expect this. In such a short time, Di Tian had reached this step, and even the heavenly punishment couldn't do anything to him. Lin Fei liked straightforward people. As expected of senior, your eyes are penetrating. Lin Fei said, then I'll be straightforward. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I hope that senior can come out of seclusion and help me. I will help you remove the seal in your body and let you regain your freedom. You will no longer be confined to the forbidden area. A strange look flashed across the Supreme Demon Emperor's eyes. He hesitated for a moment before he sighed softly. I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to bring good news. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You're useless. The Supreme Demon Sovereign was very clear about the seal in his body. Generation after generation, the power of the seal was terrifying. Although it wasn't dangerous, it restricted him greatly. The Supreme Demon Sovereign didn't believe that Di Tian had the confidence to break the seal. Senior was a top-notch expert in the immortal world back then. Have you been defeated after so many years? You don't even have the confidence to try? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The Supreme Demon Sovereign knew this seal better than anyone else. It was planted by experts from the 33 Sage Heavens. Although they didn't have any ill intentions, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was very displeased. Let's give it a try. The Supreme Demon Sovereign hesitated. Since Di Tian was here today, the Supreme Demon Sovereign knew that Di Tian should know a lot of secrets. I've given you a chance. Whether you're willing or not is up to you. Lin Fei smiled. You should know that there won't be another chance like this. In the end, the Supreme Demon Sovereign agreed. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check directly. Instead, he let Little Devil scan and analyze it. No matter what kind of seal it was, Lin Fei wasn't worried. From Elder Fu, he knew that the person who planted the seal wasn't the strongest. This was easy to deal with. After analyzing and scanning, Lin Fei let the system analyze and crack the seal. It was just a waste of destiny points, so that was easy. In less than half a day, he had a solution. Even someone as calm and collected as the Supreme Demon Emperor was taken aback when he found out about the solution. If he were to follow the steps, he would definitely be able to unlock the power of the seal. Dao friend D. Tian, I'm convinced. For an expert like him, he could tell whether the solution was real or fake just by looking at it once. The Supreme Demon Sovereign never thought that D. Tian's ability to break the seal would be so strong. It completely exceeded his imagination and gave the Supreme Demon Sovereign hope of freedom. The reason why the generations of people lived was to break the seal on their memories. Now, the Supreme Demon Sovereign was completely convinced. No wonder D. Tian had the confidence to help him break the seal. Alright, I'll help you break the seal now. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. It wasn't difficult to break the seal. Chapter 2095. The Supreme Demon Monarch was excited for a long time after the seal was completely removed. It was too fast. In less than a day, the seal that had troubled him for generations was removed so easily. Fellow cultivator, thank you for your help. Without you, I don't know how long I would have to worry about it. The Supreme Demon Monarch was relieved after the seal was removed. Who would have thought that there would be someone in this starry sky who would help to undo the seal? The Supreme Demon Monarch soon returned to normal. He also calmed down and started to tell Chen Fan his secrets. This was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. It turned out that the Supreme Demon Monarch used to be a celestial monarch. He became the ruler of this space and ruled an era. The higher the level, the bigger the picture. The Supreme Demon Monarch was dissatisfied with the people he supported, so he planned to leave. However, he was suppressed before he could do so. Initially, he thought that the heavenly mandate weapon would be enough to stop them. But alas, the Supreme Devil Emperor was suppressed by a powerful force. Even though he managed to kill some of his opponents, he was still sealed by a restriction. After ruling for an era, he was chased out and established as a forbidden zone. Then, one era after another, all the way until now. They didn't want to kill the Supreme Demon Monarch, which was why the Supreme Demon Monarch was still alive until now. Lin Fei exclaimed. Once a person's status rose, they would naturally be ambitious. The Supreme Demon Monarch was unlucky. He encountered a powerful world and was sealed in the end. It was already good enough that he was still alive. You can rest assured now. Follow me and I believe all the suffering will be far away from you. Lin Fei smiled. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't doubt Lin Fei's words at all since he was able to remove the seal and resist the heavenly punishment. Alright, the first thing you need to do now is to invite Imperial Emperor Tatian and the others here. I believe they won't reject this. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. You've subdued them without any effort. Even though Old Fu was shocked, he wasn't surprised at all. Old Fu was more confident now that he could easily unleash the power of a celestial monarch and remove the seal. Maybe he could really count on Di Tian to take revenge for him. This is all because of you. Now that the two of them have been killed, I believe that the world of the 33 holy heavens will make a move soon. I have to act in advance. Moreover, I also want to see everything on God Emperor Mountain. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Once we get the main leaders of the Forbidden Land under our control, we will have no more enemies in this galaxy. Elder Fu was very clear that their greatest enemy now was the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The Supreme Devil Emperor had personally invited them without hiding anything. This time, the other big shots were shocked. Their old friend's seal was broken just like that? What a joke. Whether he was joking or not, they did not doubt the words of the Supreme Devil Emperor at all. As a giant, there was no need for the Supreme Devil Emperor to lie to them. Hence, the few powerhouses followed the Supreme Devil Emperor to the Forbidden Land with doubts and anxiety in their hearts. When they saw the leisurely Di Tian, they were all slightly shocked. When they arrived, they didn't know who helped the Supreme Devil Emperor break the seal. The heavyweights weren't fools. Once the Supreme Devil Emperor revealed some information, they immediately understood. The commotion that occurred a few days ago was caused by Di Tian. That was simply too terrifying. Who's first? Lin Fei released a bit of his terrifying energy. The powerful figures immediately realized that Lin Fei was already powerful enough to look down on them. Just the aura it released was enough to make one's heart tremble with danger. It was far more terrifying than what they had released. I'll go first. Imperial Emperor Tatian was the first to arrive. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You won't be disappointed. Lin Fei easily broke the seal for the powerful figures. The powerful figures were convinced. Compared to freedom, paying such a price was nothing. They knew that even if they worked together, they would still be unable to resist Di Tian. To be able to survive the heavenly punishment. How terrifying was that? Besides, the energy Lin Fei released had surpassed the heavenly fate level and entered the divine the arch level. It could be said that he had the power of a divine the arch. Nobody knew better than them how terrifying a divine Thearcha's power was. It was absolutely unimaginable to release the power of a divine the arch without incurring the heavenly punishment of the laws of heaven. He had subdued the powerful figures. The rest of Lin Fei's task was simple. He asked the 4 powerful figures to clear out the rest of the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands occupied a lot of power in the divine realm. Unfortunately, they didn't produce heavenly fate energy. Lin Fei didn't really care. As long as he cleared out the Forbidden Lands and gathered all the power in his hands, the remaining divine dynasties in the divine realm wouldn't be a threat. Lin Fei only needed to worry about the world of the 33 sacred heavens. The Supreme Devil Emperor and the others were very fast. In less than 3 days, they had gathered all the power in the Forbidden Lands. Lin Fei's power had increased greatly, such as invincible divine emperors and heavenly fate overlords. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief after resolving one of his worries. Now, we can do the second thing. The commotion inside the Forbidden Lands wasn't big. It was a small matter for the 4 powerful figures to gather the power in the Forbidden Lands. By the time everyone realized it, the power had already been gathered. The first to react were the 10 divine dynasties. The 10 divine dynasties had tried to obtain the heavenly fate weapons and other important armed forces with the support of a mysterious force. Unfortunately, they were seized, causing their power to be greatly reduced. Another divine dynasty took advantage of the situation and rose, causing them to suffer a great loss. After the power in the Forbidden Lands was gathered, they couldn't remain indifferent. Before they could do anything, the dynasty lords of the 5 great subworlds launched a fierce offensive. At the same time, they also attacked the power of the Forbidden Lands. For a moment, the 5 great subworlds were extremely powerful. In less than 10 days, the divine dynasties were removed from the heavenly fate list one after another. Whether they were in the top 20 or the top 30, when they encountered the people of the 5 great subworlds, they were immediately defeated. Even if the dynasty lords came out with heavenly fate weapons, they were instantly besieged by several experts with heavenly fate weapons and killed on the spot. Half a month later, 80% of the divine realm had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Now, only a dozen or so divine dynasties were left. Apart from the 5 great subworlds, the rest were the 10 great divine dynasties. There were only 10 divine dynasties left in the entire divine realm. At this moment, the 10 divine dynasties were under great pressure. They couldn't imagine who had gathered the power of the Forbidden Lands and the 5 great subworlds. Chapter 2096. This offensive was so fierce that all the forces were shocked. Could it be that the 10 divine dynasties, which were favored by everyone, were really doomed this time? The offensive grew fiercer and fiercer day by day. The 10 divine dynasties were losing ground, and their territories were shrinking. This was not the end. This was the beginning of a new beginning. The 10 divine dynasties quickly joined forces, mobilized their forces, and began to resist the attack of the 5 subworlds. The situation was much more serious than they had imagined. The 5 subworlds, including some auxiliary forces, were stronger than them. They crushed their way over. Even the 10 dynasty lords couldn't resist their sharpness. 10 days ago, the 10th-ranked divine dynasty had been destroyed, and the people of the 5 subworlds had come to wipe out the remaining forces. At this moment, they finally understood that the combined strength of the 5 great sub-worlds had completely surpassed them. Even if they joined forces now, it would be of no use. We're finished. The 10 dynasty lords gathered together. Bad news came one after another. The enemy was constantly breaking through their territory. The 5 dynasty lords, who had been indifferent before, were now attacking with endless troops. The Violet Flame Dynasty Lord slumped weakly to the side. His Violet Flame Divine Dynasty was located on the outskirts. Now, more than half of it had been annexed, and the forces under his command were all crippled. Perhaps because the Violet Flame Dynasty Lord had opened an opening, the other dynasty lords didn't look too happy. Some even sighed. How could they have imagined that they would be defeated so quickly? We haven't lost yet. Dynasty Lord Meng said in a deep voice. We still have helpers. As long as they are willing to help us, even if Mu Rendi and the others come, we can still hold on. Among those present, the one who was the most unwilling was Dynasty Lord Meng Yi. He was the one with the greatest hope of becoming the God Emperor. Who would have thought that the people of the 5 subworlds would come so aggressively and wipe out their forces? They had been forced to this point. Yes, we still have hope. A gleam of joy flashed in the eyes of Dynasty Lord Zhenhai. Contact them immediately. Even though they had resisted the mysterious force before, they were now at their gates. Even if they joined forces, the strength of their subordinates was constantly being attacked. The losses were severe, and they were far from being able to hold on until the day of victory. Everyone was silent for a moment. They had no other choice. They didn't want to contact the mysterious force. Who knew what their purpose was? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Boom! Not waiting for their collective response. The ferocious power landed on their palaces, and a world-destroying power swept out, tearing the palaces apart on the spot. The 10 imperial court lords were all sent flying. Even if they activated their Heaven's Will barrier, it would still be difficult for them to block the power. They lost. In the void outside the palace, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. For Lin Fei. Ever since they controlled 50% of the Divine World's territory, they were no longer afraid of threats. More than half of the Divine World's mandate was in their hands, and the rest was divided among them. The portion that fell into their hands was negligible. Old Fu said from the side. As long as fellow Daoist takes care of them, the mandate of heaven will belong to fellow Daoist alone. Fellow Daoist can instantly break through to the God Emperor realm and become the God Emperor of this era. God Emperor? Lin Fei had never seen a God Emperor so close to him. Now, the God world was about to fall into his hands. Lin Fei's excitement towards becoming a God Emperor wasn't that intense. A mere God Emperor. He didn't really care. Lin Fei stared at the battlefield. They're out. The palace had been destroyed and the 10 imperial lords had been pushed out. All of them seemed to be in a mess. Mu Rendi and the other 4 imperial lords were wearing the heavenly mandate armor and holding the heavenly mandate weapons. They looked at the 10 imperial lords not far away. Imperial Lord Meng Yi, I bet you never thought this day would come. Mu Rendi stared at the imperial Lord Meng Yi and burst into laughter. You won't be able to escape this time. The imperial Lord Meng Yi looked bitter and there was more anger in his eyes. Mu Rendi, are you so confident that you can defeat me? You're far from enough. What if you include us? The Supreme Demon Emperor and the other 3 overlords of the Forbidden Lands quietly walked out of the sky. They each took a position and surrounded the Imperial Lord Meng Yi. Apart from the 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands, there were also the lords of the Forbidden Lands behind them. Supreme Demon Emperor, you too, the Imperial Lord of the Wushuang dynasty said bitterly. Who would have thought that the 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands would come to help? Accept your fate. Imperial Lord Tatian said. Surrender and you'll have a chance to live. Otherwise, you'll die. The 4 overlords of the Forbidden Lands gave them a lot of pressure. The imperial lords of the 5 subworlds weren't easy to deal with either. They knew each other better than anyone else after so many years of fighting. The most terrifying thing was that they were fully armed. The imperial lord Mang Yi knew that he had lost the upper hand. It was really difficult to break through the siege. As for those mysterious people, they didn't know. Supreme Devil Emperor, I really want to know who the mastermind behind all of this is. I also want to make sure that I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I want to know who I've lost to. The Imperial Lord of the Purgatory Dynasty also said, the 10 overlords of the Forbidden Lands knew they had no chance. If they had the equipment of the mysterious people and armed themselves, they might have had a chance to fight back, but that chance was completely gone. We just want to know who we've lost to, the Imperial Lord of the Purgatory Dynasty also said. At this moment, they all wanted to know who they'd lost to. If it weren't for this group of people, they really wouldn't have lost. In terms of resources and power, they were better than anyone else. At the same time, they were also the best candidates to compete for the Divine Lord position. Everything was over now. Now, they only wanted to be convinced of their defeat. Fellow Daoist, it's time for you to appear. Elder Fu smiled. Lin Fei nodded and walked out of the void, facing the crowd. I'm here now. Are you satisfied? I knew that this matter was related to you. The Imperial Lord of the Dream Dynasty gritted his teeth. In this starry sky, the thing that we can't see through the most is your profound sky world. The so-called counterkill organization is also your doing. One had to admit that the Imperial Lord of the Dream Dynasty's reaction was very fast. He deduced the true person behind the most mysterious counterkill organization in the divine world. Lin Fei lightly clapped his hands. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. The other Imperial Lords were a bit slower, but they quickly realized that they had been fighting for so long. They didn't expect to be defeated by a young man. 100 years ago, the Imperial Lord of a subworld already had a heavenly mandate weapon. At that time, Di Tian might have been able to suppress them. I really didn't expect it to be you. We're really old. Young people are really amazing. Chapter 2097. They had to accept it wholeheartedly. In less than 1,000 years, Di Tian had created a terrifying force. He had raised the 5 subrealms, who had been hunted before, and they had become his vanguard. At this moment, everyone understood. Di Tian had hidden his strength too deeply. He had only revealed his true fangs today to teach them a lesson. Even the Dream One Dynasty Lord could not help but sigh. This kid was very powerful. The 4 leaders of the restricted area, thinking about the combat power of counterkill, knew that they no longer had a chance. The situation was hopeless. Di Tian, I have to admit that you are very powerful. If I had chased you all the way back then and killed you on the spot, you would not have achieved what you have today. The Dream One Dynasty Lord stared at Lin Fei. However, it is impossible for me to admit defeat. This Dynasty Lord is the first Dynasty Lord. How can I surrender as you say? Everyone quickly regained their composure. After so many years, their status did not allow them to surrender. Moreover, as long as they left this place, there was still a chance for them to make a comeback. They still remembered the mysterious man. Di Tian, I am the son of God, and I am protected by the heavenly law. Don't even think about making me admit defeat. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord was the same as before, but he was no longer high-spirited. His face had become ferocious. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord's strength had increased a lot. Right now, a guy who was inferior to him in the past had reached this stage. To the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord, it was absolutely unacceptable. Dream One, Wushuang, Jianghu, let's join forces and kill Di Tian. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord looked at them. Without any hesitation, the 4 immediately made a decision. Kill. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Lord roared and charged forward. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a roar in everyone's ears. This sound was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's mind went blank. They seemed to have lost control of their bodies. This is my heavenly divine voice. Everyone, do not hesitate. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord's strength had increased rapidly in recent years. This heavenly divine voice had given them a chance. In their eyes. As long as they killed Di Tian, the remaining people were nothing to fear. As for the Tianxian Divine Dynasty, everyone understood that it was just a joke. In this world, there was no profound Sky God Dynasty at all. It was all fabricated by Di Tian in order to deceive them. In reality, they had indeed been deceived. That was why Di Tian had come this far. If they had known that day, they would have spared no effort to kill Di Tian and prevent today's situation from happening. Heavenly Law Judgment Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor unleashed his ultimate move. Grabbing at the void, a sword of light fell into his hand. When the sword of light landed in his hand, a terrifying heavenly will emanated from it. Before the heavenly will, everyone was bound. Die. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace Lord slashed out with his sword. He couldn't catch any traces. This was a peerlessly powerful sword. At the same time, this was also a trump card in the hands of the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Court Lord. It was a pity that he had to reveal it prematurely. However, if he could kill Di Tian, the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty ruler would definitely laugh for 3 days straight. He was clear that his attack would definitely leave an unforgettable impression on Di Tian. Bang! A sword strike that contained the will of the heavenly path struck Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's body did not move at all. He did not even move. What a divine sword blessed by the will of the heavenly path. It's comparable to the heavenly mandate weapon. It's a pity. Lin Fei shook his head. It's useless against me. Lin Fei flicked his fingers, and 2 of his fingers unhurriedly landed on the sword. Crack. Everyone saw a terrifying scene. That was the light sword that contained the will of the heavenly path. With a flick from Lin Fei, it was broken into countless pieces. The fragments shot out, and some of the god emperors in the surroundings were killed on the spot. Just how terrifying was that? Even they were affected by the will of the heavenly path. Although it wasn't for a long time, the moment they exchanged blows, the outcome would be decided. The light sword in the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor's hand shattered. Lin Fei raised his hand again, forming 2 fingers into a sword and slashed at the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor. You, take a sword of mine. Have a taste. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor retreated, his heart pounding. That's my body. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor reacted quickly, but he soon saw an unbelievable scene. His lower body was left in place, and the will of the heavenly path on his body was shattered by the other party's sword. How terrifying was that? How can such combat strength exist? Lin Fei shattered the light sword and slashed the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor's body. It happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The pupils of the Dream One Dynasty Lords, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lords, and the Sea-Suppressing Dynasty Lords, shrank. When the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor made his move, they realized that he was far more terrifying than they had imagined. At the very least, the light sword had never appeared from the start. If such a weapon were to appear at a crucial moment, it would be enough to injure them. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor had concealed himself too deeply. However, the light that belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor was completely shattered by Lin Fei, easily suppressing the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Emperor. Everyone, go all out. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the 3 of them threw caution to the wind. If they didn't kill Di Tian, they wouldn't be able to live. This was especially so for the Dream One Dynasty Lord. He knew that he would definitely die if he fell into Di Tian's hands. The Supreme Devil Emperor, Elder Fu, and the others prepared to attack, but Lin Fei waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Originally, I wouldn't have killed you if you had been obedient. However, you asked for it. Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers, and 5 sharp lights shot out, turning into a huge tornado that swept the 3 of them into it. Their attacks were instantly shattered. How can he be so strong? The Dream One Dynasty Lord lost his balance and fell into the tornado. The arch armor on his body was torn into pieces, and his flesh was a mess. He was incomparably shocked. Impossible, we are already at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. How can his combat strength surpass ours? The unparalleled Dynasty Lord felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick, and he was at a loss. The sea-suppressing Dynasty Lord wasn't any better. This is impossible. Could it be that he has already become a god emperor? At this moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible god emperor. With a casual move, he broke the attacks of the three of them, and he even slashed the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord into two, severely injuring him. The Dynasty Lords who hadn't made a move yet all gasped. The scene before them was simply too terrifying. That Tian actually easily suppressed the combined attacks of the four of them. This strength. They didn't dare to think about it. A thought kept flashing through their minds. Isn't this the combat strength of a god emperor? Ever since Lin Fei obtained a large number of destiny points, he didn't take the 10 great dynasty lords seriously anymore. At this moment, their attacks would appear as point attacks in front of the system. It was a clear attack, and it was better to use force to break force. Now, the four of you can die. I don't have the mood to continue playing with you, shouted Lin Fei. Chapter 2098. As soon as the saber light appeared, it immediately engulfed the four of them. Lin Fei's blade was very ordinary, but with the support of the Purple Moon's sacred blade, its power was amplified by 100 times. In addition to the heaven's mandate points, the attack that couldn't be any more ordinary became incomparably tyrannical, truly like a sovereign descending upon the world. God Emperor level fighting power. How can he be so terrifying? Why hasn't Tianming chosen a God Emperor yet? Why can Tian unleash the power of a God Emperor? Why is that? Everyone trembled in front of this blade. They felt so vulnerable. Anyone who could condense a heavens will seed would consider themselves to be very powerful. However, in front of this saber, everything was destroyed without exception. Even if he was a human. No one had expected Tian to reach this stage. As soon as the saber appeared, the world was shocked. The saber light shattered the attacks of Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other three. Their eyebrows twitched, and only the horrifying saber light remained in their eyes. Run. It was no longer possible. The terrifying power of the saber radiance was enough to kill them in one move. At this moment, no matter who it was, they all regretted. They had fought with their lives on the line, but who would have thought that they would be so weak in front of that young man? Will of the Heavenly Tao, shatter. The Heavenly Dragon Court Master threw caution to the wind. A massive will of the Heavenly Tao descended from the sky, intending to shatter the saber radiance. The might of Lin Fei's saber strike was extremely concentrated. When the will of the Heavenly Tao collided with the saber light, it only shattered a portion of the saber light's periphery. The saber light could not penetrate any further. Again. Boom boom boom. Several will of the Heavenly Tao pressed down like sovereigns. The saber gleam was getting closer and closer. Blood immediately flowed out of the four people's bodies. This was just the remnant power of the blade light, yet it could easily tear their bodies apart. If it really landed on their bodies, how terrifying would it be? His attack can actually ignore the will of the heavenly way. The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Palace Lord had continuously used the will of the heavenly path to attack, expending a large amount of heaven's will energy in order to shatter the saber light attack. However, at this moment, he realized that he was unable to shatter the saber light attack. This gave him a bad feeling. Could it be? Am I really going to die here today? The Heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Overlord was very conceited, and he had even obtained the help of the Heavenly Tao. He had not expected to be defeated by Tian, and he himself could not even withstand a single blow from Tian. Whoosh! When the saber radiance came, the four of them felt as if they had fallen into a hell of death. Nothing could stop the shattering of the saber radiance. Just as they were about to resign themselves to their fate, a huge list appeared in the void and collided with the saber light. Boom boom boom. The ferocious and domineering blade aura was forcefully smashed by the huge list, and the blade aura fragments flew everywhere. The people in the distance were so frightened that their scalps went numb, and they hurried to block. I knew you wouldn't be satisfied. Lin Fei slashed with the purple moon's sacred saber once again. He slashed 3 times in a row, ferocious and tyrannical, attacking the huge list. This was none other than the heavenly fate rankings. We won't die. The instant the heavenly fate board appeared, it broke through the saber light and wrapped around the 4 of them, protecting Jianghu. Bam bam bam. 4 terrifying strikes. The Jianghu on the heavenly fate rankings flickered, but a large part of it was instantly destroyed by the saber light. The entire ranking board trembled violently. Pu. The 4 people protecting Jianghu also vomited blood. Too scary. With the heavenly fate rankings protecting them, they thought nothing would happen. Who would have thought that D. Tian would be able to easily injure the heavenly fate rankings? The Supreme Devil Emperor and the others weren't surprised at all. This ancient existence has finally made a move. The other 3 powerhouses of the restricted area also had a look of shock on their faces. Since Lin Fei had made a move, his attack power had increased to a terrifying level. The purple moon's sacred saber was in his hand. Each strike was more ferocious and domineering than the previous one, constantly bombarding the heavenly fate board. Cracks appeared on the heavenly fate board, but it didn't shatter. What a tough heavenly fate board. Even this can't break it. Lin Fei slashed with his saber again, bringing along a huge long light. His power increased once again. He had to tear this thing apart. Master, be careful. The little devil warned. Lin Fei blocked with his saber, and a Jingguang Dao came crashing over. It collided with the purple moon's sacred saber, and the huge impact sent Lin Fei flying. F***CK, there's such a thing. Lin Fei saw a Jingguang Dao. It was the heavenly fate road from back then. The power of this collision was invincible. Even though he had activated his invincible defense, Lin Fei still couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had almost smashed himself into pieces. This power is too fierce. I dare say that in this starry sky, there really aren't many people who can block this collision. As expected of an ancient object, Lin Fei came out from a mountain peak. The heavenly fate board and heavenly fate road had disappeared without a trace. They ran so fast. Lin Fei still underestimated the arrangements of those people. They could actually activate these 2 treasures to attack him. Can you find their location? Lin Fei asked. They disappeared, shielded by a mysterious power. I can't find them for the time being. The little devil said helplessly. This was the first time that the little devil didn't monitor their whereabouts. From today onwards, Lin Fei never thought that he would kill them. Therefore, he was ruthless from the start. He believed that the people of the 33 sacred heavens wouldn't let him do that. According to the Supreme Demon Emperor and Old Fu, the resources on Mount God Emperor were extremely rare and precious. Even the 33 sacred heavens couldn't ignore the benefits on Mount God Emperor. Most importantly, the resources on Mount God Emperor could only be found in this starry sky. Save it for the outside world. Fellow cultivator, are you alright? Old Fu flew over and said apologetically. I didn't know that the heavenly fate road could also attack people. Old Fu was shocked when he saw the heavenly fate road attacking him. Even he didn't dare to take that terrifying attack head-on, even if he opened a part of the seal. Lin Fei waved his hand. It's not your fault. After all, you didn't know that the heavenly fate road could attack. In fact, Old Fu really didn't know. Old Fu knew that the heavenly fate board could attack, but he had never seen the heavenly fate road actively attacking. Furthermore, the momentum was so terrifying that a casual attack could bring about an earth-shattering power. I also didn't think that it could kill them. Lin Fei ordered his clones to attack the remaining god dynasties. Among the 10 god dynasties, except for the 4 dynasty lords who left, the other dynasty lords surrendered. They regretted not making a move earlier. Now, it would be difficult for them to leave. Lin Fei's subordinates chased after them. In less than 3 days, the remaining resistance was wiped out. 90% of the divine world was under Lin Fei's control. Energy towers were planted deep in the ground, absorbing the heavenly fate energy of the divine world. The energy consumed in the battle was quickly replenished. Chapter 2099. Lin Fei's battle had shaken the world, and he had the divine realm in his hands. 90% of the destiny points were in Lin Fei's hands, which meant that Lin Fei had a huge logistics base. At the same time, the legend of Lin Fei also spread throughout the entire immortal world. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. Following that, a wave of exclamations rang out. It turned out that Di Tian was actually this powerful. He truly had the power to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The era of the 10 divine dynasties had ended so easily. Divine realm. Lin Fei had swallowed all the divine dynasties. Now, only the huge Tianxian divine dynasty was left. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't interested in this, but he couldn't withstand Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor's constant harassment. Hence, in less than a month, the Tianxian divine dynasty was established in the divine realm, truly ruling over the world. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything at all. Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others all got busy and took care of everything. The Tianxian divine dynasty, which was just empty talk before, was no longer empty talk now. It had become the real deal, ruling over a huge divine dynasty. Elder Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others all became subjects. As long as Lin Fei ascended to the position of God Emperor, he would truly start a new era, and he would become a glorious era. Everyone understood one thing: the 10 divine dynasties of the past were already in the past. Now, everyone hoped that Di Tian could become the God Emperor. Even the 10 divine dynasties would be wiped out. There's news. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in becoming a God Emperor. Right now, what he wanted to do the most was to get rid of the Destiny List and the Road of Destiny. Ever since the Destiny List and Road of Destiny attacked him that day, Lin Fei kept it in mind. No matter what, he had to get rid of these two things. Unfortunately, after that day, they disappeared without a trace. Even though the system's monitoring of the divine realm increased, it still couldn't find any traces of them. Could they have returned to the world of the 33 sacred heavens? That was what Lin Fei had been thinking. In front of the powerful system's monitoring, they hadn't been found yet. Other than returning to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the other possibility was not high. Lin Fei didn't really care about the 4 of them who slipped through the net. No matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to do anything. Instead, 2 ancient treasures tempted Lin Fei. Where is it? Lin Fei was quite curious that Elder Fu was able to discover their tracks. Elder Fu had been very attentive recently. He was going to open up a new era, one that was not under any control. He was definitely the biggest variable in all the eras. If he could, he would be able to break the seal and return to the 33 sacred heavens. This was what Elder Fu cared about the most. In one of the most desolate places in the God world, I can sense the aura of the Destiny List. Wasn't the most barren place the chaotic void? Lin Fei knew that this place was the most dangerous place in the divine world. It was also a place that Lin Fei could not set foot in at the moment. Lin Fei wasn't that interested in the last 10% of the territory. Are you sure? Yes, they have indeed appeared in that place. I have looked through some information and know that that place is the weakest place in the entire seal. It's very likely that they have received help from outside. Lin Fei had been to the chaotic void once or twice. That place was filled with shattered space, and it would produce all sorts of turbulence at the same time. The turbulence was incomparably terrifying. If one was not careful, they would encounter turbulence. After going there once or twice, Lin Fei was willing to go. Perhaps they want to use the help of the Destiny List to enter the chaotic void. It's the best place to raise one's strength, and it's safer than any other place. Lin Fei didn't think that it was so easy for the people outside to send things over. If it was that easy, it wouldn't be like this now. That's possible. Elder Fu felt that it made sense. Do you want me to send someone over? Monitor them. Lin Fei shook his head. No need, they are not a threat. The only thing that Lin Fei cared about was the destiny list and the path of destiny. After knowing about the chaotic void, Lin Fei arranged for Little Fiend to monitor it. As long as they appeared, he would know. There's no need for me to look for them. They will come looking for me. After all the god dynasties were annexed, there was only the Tianxian god dynasty left in the entire divine world. Lin Fei was also destined to break through to the god Arch realm soon. The dynasty lord is right. Now that there is only one god dynasty left in the divine world, the dynasty lord is destined to return. At that time, they will definitely come out. Elder Fu was overthinking. There was no need to look for them. It was an unnecessary move. Ever since the last god dynasty was wiped out, Little Fiend had been monitoring the changes in the divine world. That was the change brought about by the mandate of destiny. The Tianxian god dynasty was the only god dynasty. Even the heavenly law couldn't stop the mandate of destiny. According to calculations, the position of the god Arch would truly appear in about a year. From what Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor had said, Lin Fei understood that the mandate of destiny was final. As long as he sat on the god Arch throne, he would be able to break through the last step and enter the god Arch realm. Boom! He was chatting with Elder Fu. Suddenly, a horrifying aura descended not far from Lin Fei, and an illusory figure appeared. Elder Fu exclaimed. This is a projection. In front of this aura, Elder Fu's body couldn't stop trembling. Even though he had blocked a part of it, he still felt a great pressure. You sure have guts to do this in my territory. Lin Fei shouted, and a powerful aura collided with the aura emitted by the phantom image. Boom! This collision shattered the other party's aura. Elder Fu heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Just a phantom image was enough to make Elder Fu feel unbearable. What boldness! As expected of someone who could wipe out the 10 god dynasties. The phantom image's face couldn't be seen clearly, but its voice was filled with boundless majesty. It was like an ancient existence that had the power to control life and death. Aren't you going to tell me where you are from? I am not interested in talking to someone I don't know. Lin Fei said indifferently, I have always liked to beat someone I don't know out. Good, good. The phantom image's voice didn't change. Bold, I like it. As soon as the phantom image finished speaking, it turned into a black saber light and slashed towards Lin Fei's face. I really want to know what gives you the right to be so arrogant. You dare to be impudent here even if you don't come with your true body. The purple moon's sacred saber landed on Lin Fei's hand and slashed at the saber light. Under normal circumstances, this slash should be able to shatter the saber light. However, when the saber light landed on the saber light, it shone brightly and blossomed into words, blocking Lin Fei's domineering slash. Imperial Lord, this is holy text. Elder Fu said hurriedly. He had already moved far away. I am the number one person in this world. Just a mere holy text. Break. Chapter 2100. He controlled 90% of the divine realm. Lin Fei was the greatest invincible existence in this part of the universe. If the other party had come in person, he would have had to be wary. But this was a phantom, and its power was limited. From the moment the other party attacked, Lin Fei had used the system to analyze the specific numbers. This blade smashed over tyrannically, shattering the holy characters one by one. Powerful background? Shattered all the same. Again. Lin Fei's attacks did not stop. Blade light flashed, shattering the holy characters around the phantom. The phantom had a powerful background. Even if it was just a phantom, its power was not small. However, with the ruthless restrictions of the heavenly Tao, its power could only be suppressed to the God Emperor realm. This power wouldn't be able to last for too long. However, the other party had encountered Lin Fei's power. And it was unimaginably strong. He can actually shatter my holy characters. The phantom was secretly shocked. These holy characters were mysterious and had terrifying defensive power. They also had powerful offensive power, but they had been shattered by a junior here. Ever since the 10 god dynasties were swept away. After his name was removed from the god realm, the world of the 33 holy heavens knew about it. Therefore, he came, prepared to subdue Di Tian, and then support him. His goal was simple. To him, this mission was very difficult. They had underestimated the power of this junior. The holy characters were quickly absorbed into the phantom. In this short exchange, he knew better than anyone else that this Di Tian had popped out of nowhere. His power was extraordinary, and even more terrifying. He had a way to conceal his aura, so he would not draw divine punishment. Little friend Di Tian, you can stop now. The phantom lost holy characters again and again. He did not intend to continue fighting. He could still afford to take this small loss. Unable to suppress Di Tian immediately, the phantom decided to use another method. The key was to reap the benefits in the end. Everything else was meaningless. The phantom wanted to stop, but would Lin Fei be willing? Lin Fei had no intention of negotiating. What a joke. Lin Fei was not so easy to negotiate with. The little devil analyzed the other party's data. The power of each of Lin Fei's blade had doubled, and he chose to meet force with force. You want me to stop just because you say so? What do you mean? I haven't had enough yet. Xiao. Lin Fei closed in. The purple moon sacred saber was amplified by 100 times. With a flash of the saber, the image was cut in half. I am one of the masters of the 33 holy heavens. How dare you? The illusory figure roared. This slash had a great impact, releasing an ice-cold chill. I don't know him. Lin Fei attacked again. Rays of light whizzed past, continuously shattering the energy of the phantom. Not far away, old Fu felt his scalp go numb. At the same time, he kept retreating. The strands of saber gleam could easily slice his body apart. After dozens of slashes, the phantom had shrunk several times and was no longer what it used to be. All right, you can get lost now. No matter how the master of the sacred sky roared. Lin Fei's face was ice cold. The purple moon sacred saber kept slashing, shattering every bit of his opponent's power. Hua! Another powerful blade whizzed out. The illusory figure was already weak, so this saber strike was like a bolt of lightning, tearing the illusory figure into pieces. So what if you are the master of the sacred sky? In this place, you are all my prey. Lin Fei said indifferently as he sheathed his saber. Old Fu finally regained his composure. Master, you are really powerful. They have always been the ones threatening others. I didn't expect you to take care of them in just a few moves. Lin Fei's heart ached. The fight didn't last long, but he had used up a lot of destiny points. With a 2-to-1 ratio, Lin Fei could only suppress the master of the sacred sky by attacking fiercely. Luckily, he was able to retaliate. He believed that the other masters of the sacred sky would consider it carefully. Oh right, what is the background of the master of the sacred sky? Lin Fei asked. To be able to project down from that world, one would not be able to do so without a certain status and strength. Elder Fu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The master of the sacred heaven is one of the 33 sacred heavens. No one controls a single heaven. There are 33 top figures in the 33 sacred heavens. His background is not small, but he doesn't seem to be very powerful. Old Fu thought to himself. Any projection is extremely powerful. Whoever encounters a monster like you will have to hide no matter how powerful they are. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Old Fu could only smile bitterly. Your Majesty, I think the masters of the sacred sky will contact you soon. The temptation of the God Emperor Mountain is not small. In the starry sky on the other side. The 33 holy heavens was also known as the 33 levels of the sacred heavens. Each level was a world. There were a total of 33 levels. Damn it. In a secret chamber in one of the levels. A middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. Soon after, lightning whizzed over, emitting a heart-palpitating aura as he cursed. I wanted to take advantage of him, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. My projection. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. Although he didn't care about a projection, every time he used it, it would consume a lot of energy. Where did that kid come from? Every slash of his is twice as powerful as mine, and he killed my projection. Since when did such a powerful cultivator appear in that sealed world? With him around, it's going to be a big problem. In the 33 holy heavens, the masters of the sacred sky attached great importance to the sealed world. The news that one of the masters of the sacred sky's projections had been defeated shocked all the masters of the 33 holy heavens. There was actually someone who could kill a projection in that world? Any one of the masters of the 33 holy heavens was a top cultivator who controlled a world. It was not a secret that someone had sent a projection to the sealed world. After the other party's defeat, this group of top-notch people knew. The masters of the sacred sky were shocked. He immediately realized something, and that was that the changes in the sealed world were not small. That person seemed to have become a difficult person to deal with. Holy Lord, the 28th Holy Lord lost. Should we go down? In the 18th world of the sacred sky, a group of officials stood below the throne with their heads lowered. They didn't dare to look at the golden-robed master of the sacred sky. What's the rush? There's someone more anxious than us. It's just a sealed world. I can't imagine what kind of trouble it would cause. The 28th Holy Lord has lost face this time. The golden-robed master of the sacred sky said calmly. All the masters of the sacred sky were very calm. Especially those who were ranked at the top. Some of the masters of the sacred sky only smiled faintly after hearing it, as if they didn't care about it at all. However, everyone's eyes were on the sealed world. After Lin Fei destroyed another projection, he sat down and waited for the others to descend. In reality, Lin Fei destroying a projection had given the other masters of the sacred sky quite a shock. That was a slap in the face that belonged to the top cultivators. Chapter 2101. The Chaotic Void. The most dangerous place in the divine realm. Near the chaotic void, there was a barren desert. However, because it was too close to the chaotic void, no one had taken root here. Everyone was worried that the chaotic void would come out. Someone had once established a force in this desert. Unfortunately, it was later attacked by the turbulence, and this force was completely destroyed. Since then, no one had dared to appear here. Even under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to come here. No one knew when the chaotic void would appear. Once they fell into it, they would definitely die. There were also some fugitives who would enter the chaotic void when they were being chased. Normally, no one would dare to chase after them. It was not worth it to lose one's life just to chase after a fugitive. However, there were very few people who could survive in the chaotic void. In other words, if 10 people entered, at most one would survive. And this was the kind of luck that was ridiculously good. At this moment, in the depths of the chaotic void, strong winds were howling, forming huge tornadoes. I didn't think we would lose so quickly. The huge list had shrunk by 100 times and stopped in the chaotic void, forming a vacuum zone. 4 people were sitting cross-legged in it. These 4 were naturally the 4 people who had been rescued by the destiny list. As their factions had been wiped out, they had become stray dogs. Other than hiding in the chaotic void, they did not dare to go anywhere else. Even after so long, they had not recovered. This was too great a blow. They had never thought that one day they would lose so thoroughly. If not for the destiny list, they might have already become corpses. Yes, who would have thought? The Dream Dynasty Lord said bitterly. We fought so hard, but in the end, we let D. Tian take advantage of us. D. Tian, damn you! The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord said ferociously. Although they were hiding in the chaotic void, there were still people outside. There was only one dynasty left in the divine realm, and that was the Tianxian Divine Dynasty. Are we going to hide here forever? The unparalleled dynasty lord stood up. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Wait for Di Tian to ascend to the position of God Emperor and start a new era? None of the 4 people present were willing to give up. So what if I'm unwilling? Even if the 4 of us join forces, we won't be a match for Di Tian. Imperial Lord Jinhai sneered. If it wasn't for the help of the heavenly fate rankings, we would have died long ago. Don't forget, Di Tian has the combat prowess of a God Emperor. Battle power of a God Emperor. These 4 simple words were like a huge rock pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Even now, he was still puzzled by this matter. He had yet to become a God Emperor, so how could he burst forth with the battle prowess of a God Emperor? This was simply illogical. He had completely toyed with them to death. Everyone fell silent. They were fighting with all their might. He would not be able to raise his cultivation to the realm of an Emperor God, let alone unleash the battle power of an Emperor God. At this moment, they felt extremely helpless. Right now, Di Tian was like a devil king, standing above their heads. They had to look up to him. That sure-kill saber strike still left a shadow in their hearts, almost causing them to die. Whoosh! In the vacuum zone, there was a huge shadow. After exiting the heavenly fate rankings. The 4 of you are truly trash. You can't even take care of a junior. How disappointing. As soon as the shadow appeared, a thick aura pressed down on them. Dream Dynasty Lord and the other 3 couldn't withstand it. They knelt on the ground, their faces pale, and their bodies trembled. This time, they once again experienced a powerful pressure similar to what Di Tian had felt. However, I can give you a chance now. The shadow looked down at the 4 of them. The eyes of the other 4 lit up. They were truly unwilling, but they understood one thing in their hearts. Since the heavenly fate rankings had saved them and even brought them into the chaotic space, those people would definitely come looking for them. This was their only chance, their only chance. Now that their only chance had come, the 4's eyes lit up. I hope that senior can give us a chance. Lin Fei was very relaxed now. Although the 4 people in the chaotic void had yet to come out, Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. They would come out sooner or later, and that day was not far away. Not long ago, the shadow of a throne appeared in the sky above the divine world. This throne was actually the God Emperor's throne. As long as one sat on it, they would become the God Emperor of this generation. Now, the throne was very faint. When the day came, it would completely solidify, and that day would be the beginning of a new era. Have you analyzed anything? Little Devil shook her head. This destiny energy didn't come from the divine world. It came from a mysterious place. I haven't found its exact location yet. I need more time. The condensation of the God Emperor's throne used destiny energy. Lin Fei had to pay attention to it. It would consume his energy, especially after the Lord of Sagely's projection descended a few times. Lin Fei put in even more effort to store destiny points. After confirming that it wasn't destiny energy from the divine world, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Then it should be from the mountain god emperor. Lin Fei squinted. Even you can't find its location. The mountain god emperor is really extraordinary. Master, you must take down the God Emperor's throne and occupy the Mountain God Emperor. Actually, after knowing that the destiny energy came from the Mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei would take down the Mountain God Emperor completely. He wouldn't let those people take advantage of him. Boom! Inside the invincible palace, another powerful aura descended. Compared to the previous few auras, this one was much stronger. Slash! Lin Fei raised his blade. The purple moon's sacred blade brought with it a purple radiance and landed on the shadow. Bang bang bang. Outside the shadow, holy runes appeared one after another. They were stronger than the holy runes from back then and withstood the attack. Finally, a powerful one. Lin Fei figured out some details. They could have strong defenses, but their combat power couldn't maintain the God Emperor realm for a long time. With time, they would either be killed by the heavenly punishment or expelled by the heavenly Tao. Di Tian, my little friend, you're very capable. The shadow didn't attack. Instead, holy runes surrounded it. It's useless even if you have a turtle shell. Lin Fei attacked again. Di Tian, my little friend, please wait. I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. The shadow said. Lin Fei didn't keep his blade. Just because of what you said. Actually, I'm here to cooperate with you. I think you don't want to offend all 33 masters of the sacred sky. From Elder Fu, Lin Fei knew how powerful the masters of the sacred sky were. They controlled a world and were the top rulers. If it wasn't for the unique world formed here, they would have already occupied this place. Chapter 2102. Lin Fei really didn't need to care about the masters of the 33 holy heavens. After all, they couldn't come in, so he could rest easy. However, it would be great if he could get some concrete information. Now, Lin Fei's greatest advantage was that he was in a sealed world. This world could prevent the Lord of Sagely Heaven's main body from invading. Even if they sent their projections down, Lin Fei could still destroy them. If we cooperate, everyone will benefit. I am the master of the 7th holy heaven. His ranking was near the top. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This fellow's status was higher than he had imagined. He was actually the 7th holy heaven's master. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he had heard from Elder Fu that there were a total of 33 masters of the 33 holy heavens. The higher the rank, the more powerful they were. The strongest was the 1st holy heaven's master, who was in the first world of the sage. A few days ago, a few projections of the sacred sky masters had descended, and Lin Fei had dealt with them all. Who would have thought that the Lord of the 7th holy heaven would come today? Then tell me. Lin Fei chuckled as he hugged the purple moon's sacred saber. After the fight, it was naturally time to talk about business. After so many times, Lin Fei had an understanding of the projection's power. The system analyzed that the strongest one would be at the God Emperor realm. They wouldn't be able to last for too long. Lin Fei wasn't worried about the Lord of the Sagely Heaven, as long as his true body was present. For example, the Lord of the 7th holy heaven in front of him didn't have much higher combat power, but the defensive power produced by the holy symbols was much stronger than the previous ones. It wasn't that Lin Fei couldn't break this turtle shell, but it would consume too many destiny points. If it wasn't necessary, Lin Fei didn't want to waste his destiny points. He still needed to deal with those guys, and he didn't believe that anyone would be able to hold back. The leader of the 7th holy heaven was very displeased with Di Tian. Even if it was just a projection, it was enough to rule the world. It was only in this damned place where the power of a projection was suppressed. However, it just so happened that it met a fellow who could easily explode with the power of a god emperor. In fact, he wasn't even affected by the heavenly Tao. At the thought of this, the 7th heaven's master of the sacred heaven felt extremely sullen. According to the 7th heaven's sacred leader's original plan, he had personally sent his projection down because he had taken a liking to the young Di Tian. If Lin Fan showed his strength and subdued the other party, he would be able to control the resources of the Mountain of God Emperors. The only thing he did not expect was that Di Tian's background was even more extraordinary than he had imagined, and even he had no way of suppressing Di Tian. Left with no other choice, he could only use the second method, such as cooperating with Di Tian. Young friend, as long as you're willing to hand over 70% of the loot on Mount God Emperor, I can help you solve your problem. Lin Fei was unhappy to hear that. Damn you, asking for 70% right off the bat. You don't take me seriously at all. Hee, that's easy for you to say. 70%. Lin Fei brandished his saber and slashed. How dare you say that? Bam bam bam. The saber went down. The Lord of the 7th holy heaven did not expect the other party to have such a huge reaction. Giving him 30% was already giving him a lot of face. Even now, the Lord of the 7th sacred heaven still didn't take him seriously. In his eyes, he was just an ant. Wait. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had used up a lot of his strength to descend, and he was also attacked by Di Tian. We can negotiate. Lines of holy runes appeared in front of him, blocking the ferocious attack. Lin Fei hugged his saber. He said to the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven. You're a big shot, but you're just a projection now. You're just a projection now. Do you believe that I can kill you with a single slash? Hua. Lin Fei's aura suddenly rose to a terrifying level. Thump. Elder Fu's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. What a terrifying aura. Is this the true strength of the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven? This aura seemed to be able to sweep away everything in its path. The Seventh Heaven's master of the sagely heaven was deeply moved. His face under the shadow had already become grave. This is the battle strength of a peak god emperor. I am only a projection now, far weaker than the opponent. This is not good. The purple moon sacred saber in Lin Fei's hand swept across the sky. As long as he took the opportunity to slash, the projection would be immediately killed. Sir, there's no need to say any more. You should understand what will happen to you if my saber falls. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had never seen someone act so unconventionally. Don't lower your head. Can you? In front of this terrifying aura, even the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had to kneel. Wait, we can negotiate. The loss of power to descend a projection was huge. If it wasn't necessary, no one would be willing to lose a projection. Lin Fei did not restrain his aura, and the purple moon sacred saber was still in front of him. There's nothing to talk about. You should know that in this sealed world, I'm the boss. My fist is bigger than yours, so you have no right to talk about cooperation. However, I'm quite easy to talk to. I can give you 10% of the resources on Mountain God Emperor. Think carefully about what you want to exchange for it. Hua. The purple moon sacred saber unleashed a domineering attack, and the projection exploded on the spot. This was the result of Lin Fei increasing his destiny points to 5 times his original fighting power. Coupled with the purple moon sacred saber that was 100 times stronger, its power was limitless. One slash was enough to destroy the opponent. Lin Fei did not give the opponent any chance. He destroyed it just like that. Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, mighty. Elder Fu had never seen anyone so powerful before. That was a projection. Even a peak god emperor would not be able to break through the defensive power of the holy runes. He did not expect Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven to destroy it with one slash. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will not rest. Lin Fei was giving them a show of strength. He believed that the Master of the Seventh Sacred Heaven would think about it carefully. The Master of the Fifth Sacred Heaven? 10%, there's nothing to talk about. Another day passed. Another projection from the invincible palace came, and he was just as powerful. Lin Fei threw out a sentence and destroyed the opponent with one slash. This was the 6th Master of the Sacred Heaven who had come over in the past few days. Lin Fei destroyed every single one of them violently and left them with one sentence. If they wanted to cooperate, they could only give him 10%. Of course, if they really wanted to cooperate, they had to give him something that could move him. Otherwise, they would all have to stand aside. Lin Fei had absolute power now. He told the Masters of the Sacred Heaven that if they wanted the things on Mountain God Emperor, he would not be able to pass through. Little did they know. At this moment, in the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens, the Masters of the Sacred Heaven were no longer calm. Especially after the Master of the 7th Sacred Heaven's projection was destroyed. Roars could be heard from the 7th Heaven. Everyone knew that the domineering Master of the 7th Sacred Heaven had suffered a huge loss. Similarly, in the next few days, several powerful Masters of the Sacred Heaven in the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens suffered losses. Only then did everyone realize that Di Tian, who had sealed the world, had become a tough bone to chew. Chapter 2103. In the sky above the divine world, the divine emperor throne became clearer and clearer. It was no longer a vast expanse of white like before. Now, everyone could clearly see traces of ancient patterns on the Divine Emperor throne. It exuded an extremely powerful and oppressive aura. As the aura became more and more obvious, everyone felt an immense pressure. That was the pressure of the Divine Emperor throne. As expected of the one and only Divine Emperor throne. The pressure is terrifying. In less than 50 years, the Divine Emperor throne will be completed. I can't wait. The experts in the divine world all stared at the Divine Emperor throne. Now, everyone was very clear. The Divine Emperor throne would eventually land on Dtion. The person who had created a series of miracles was now at the last step. He only needed to ascend to the Divine Emperor throne and start a new era. In the distance. In the chaotic void. 4 people's gazes also fell on the Divine Emperor throne. Soon, soon. At this moment, their auras were many times stronger than before. Even Lin Fei would be surprised if he saw them. He would definitely lament that the masters of the sacred sky were willing to go all out. The 4 quickly closed their eyes. Compared to everyone's anticipation, Lin Fei had always been indifferent. He wasn't that excited about sitting on the Divine Emperor throne. As long as he had enough destiny points, he could explode with super combat power. Cultivation levels and whatnot were like fleeting clouds in Lin Fei's eyes. After consecutively destroying a few projections, Lin Fei's side had also become more relaxed. Those people were completely fearful. He did not believe that they would dare to come down again. Destroying one projection was enough to cause them to pay a huge price. If they were continuously destroyed, no one would not feel heartache at the loss. Lin Fei believed that those people should be discussing a countermeasure right now. Destroying a few projections in a row was the best proof. I'm the master of this universe. Lin Fei was just that cocky. Unless he came in person, it would be useless. This was also why Lin Fei could choose not to destroy the projections. He chose to destroy them. To show his strength. If he didn't destroy a few, how would they know his strength? Hua. In the spacious palace of the Invincible Palace. A figure descended. Little friend, we meet again. Lin Fei recognized the newcomer at a glance. Oh, it's the master of the 7th Holy Heaven. How have you been? Lin Fei chuckled. Good my ass. The Lord of the 7th Sacred Heaven wanted to curse. The losses he had suffered last time were not light, and he had become a big joke. Furthermore, he had made a bet with a few masters of the divine sky, and in the end, he had suffered a terrible loss. Thinking of this person, the master of the 7th Holy Sky gritted his teeth and wanted to bite off a few pieces of flesh from him. Thank you for your concern, little friend. I've been doing well recently. Ever since he returned that day, the Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven had gathered his subordinates for a meeting. He wanted to use force to force this Dtion to agree to their cooperation. However, a single sentence he said at the end caused them to give up on this idea. In the sealed world, who could be a match for him? Everyone was speechless. At the highest level of the world of the 33 holy heavens, everyone knew that a monster had appeared in the sealed world. He ignored the rules of the heavenly Tao and unleashed God Emperor battle prowess for a long period of time. He could even destroy their projections. Finally, after much discussion, they could only choose to cooperate. This was because after they knew that the news had spread, everyone changed their approach and agreed verbally first. That's good. Lin Fei knew that the other party didn't mean what he said, so he didn't expose him. That would be too boring. What's your decision? The Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven did not dare to underestimate this fellow anymore. To think that he could obtain a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify his strength by 100 times in the sealed world, and he could even unleash such a powerful combat ability. Who knew what his limits were? Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. For example, heavens will cultivation techniques, heavens will battle armors, heavens will weapons, and so on. The Lord of the 7th Sacred Heaven did not care about this. Even 10% of the benefits were unimaginably bountiful. The battles on the mountain God Emperor were extremely intense. Every time the 33 masters of the sacred heaven fought, the resources of the Mountain of God Emperor would be divided. Last time, the 7th master of the sacred heaven only got 15% of the resources, which was a huge price. Lin Fei muttered in his heart, "This guy really thinks I'm an ignorant person." Whether it was the heavenly mandate weapon or the heavenly mandate battle armor, Lin Fei was not interested. The system could replicate them as long as he had enough heavenly mandate points. "Hee, you seem to have not figured something out." Lin Fei shook his head. "I'm not an ignorant person. Let's talk about the heavenly mandate weapon first. What do you think of my purple moon holy blade? It can amplify by 100 times. Although the Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven didn't care much about a heavenly mandate weapon, which could amplify one's strength by 100 times outside, it was nothing special. Putting everything else aside, the strongest heavenly mandate weapon in his possession could amplify one's strength by 800 times. With a single slash, it could kill tens of thousands of people. However, this was the sealed world, so the amplification of 100 times was indeed not bad. It was invincible. If it was an ordinary heavenly mandate weapon, the amplification would not be so great. I heard that the heavenly mandate weapon outside is even better. How about this? Help me find a heavenly mandate weapon that can amplify by 500 times first. If there's a higher one, that would be even better. The same goes for the heavenly mandate battle armor. Lin Fei said without hesitation. The Lord of the 7th Sacred Heaven was speechless. This guy really didn't know. He was pretending not to know. 500 times amplification? How dare you say that? In the entire world of the 33 sacred heavens, there were only a few experts who had a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 500 times. If I help you get a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 500 times, wouldn't that be giving you more help? The Lord of the 7th Sacred Heaven had never thought of letting someone off so easily. What, you don't have one? The purple moon holy blade in Lin Fei's hands was not bad, but the amplification was not enough. It would be best if he could get a better one. Little friend, you are making things difficult for me. Since you know that this world is sealed, then you should also know that the heavenly Tao suppresses everything. It is almost impossible for us to send a good heavenly mandate weapon over from the outside. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. It can't? This made Lin Fei very disappointed. Master, if he can't send it over, you can try another method. For example, give me the amplification blueprint, and I can also make it. Lin Fei was instantly delighted. That works too. Of course, the system is omnipotent. Making it is just a small matter. Why not try another method? The Lord of the 7th Sacred Heaven naturally would not provide such a high-end heavenly mandate weapon. Chapter 2104. Everything was empty now. The key was to increase his strength. Lin Fei now had a large number of destiny points as his foundation. He had already surpassed ordinary cultivation. The only thing that could help him was some external preparation. If there was no finished product, then there was only the blueprint. To Lin Fei, it was the same. He had never thought that they would provide him with a finished product. They were afraid of him now, so it was wishful thinking to think that they would provide him with such a thing. Lin Fei knew very well that they did not think that he could create a super destiny weapon. Blueprint? This surprised the Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven. If he really wanted a finished product, he might have a headache. It was not a matter of whether he would give it to him, but he would not give it to him at all. Even the leaders of the 33 holy heavens would do such a stupid thing. Settle for second best? The Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven was even more relieved. Doesn't he know that special materials are needed to create a destiny weapon that is more than 100 times stronger? After some hesitation, the Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven agreed to Di Tian's request. Wasn't it just a blueprint? That was easy. Lin Fei successfully obtained the blueprint. The Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven was also very straightforward. He handed over the blueprint on the spot and gave a simple introduction. He was full of enthusiasm. After sending off the Lord of the 7th Holy Heaven, Lin Fei also had 20 blueprints in his hands. They were all about the destiny weapon and destiny battle armor. He is quite generous. Out of the 20 blueprints, the strongest destiny weapon was a blueprint that was 500 times stronger. It was the same for the destiny battle armor. At the same time, the materials needed were also not small. Hee, I wonder what kind of expression he will have if he knows that he has provided me with such a huge help. Does he really think that I have no materials? The materials were listed clearly on the blueprint. The production steps were also clear. Master, the materials on this blueprint are not available in the sealed world. It didn't exist in the sealed world, except for the God Emperor Mountain. However, he had underestimated the system. After the advanced mode is activated, there will be a material exchange shop. Master can go there to exchange. Little Devil sneered. Hee, it won't be so easy for the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven to take my share. Lin Fei laughed. He had an evil smile on his face. Lin Fei wasn't that kind-hearted. He wouldn't give up the blueprint for such a small benefit. That was 10% of the profit. After the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven appeared. For a period of time after that, the leaders of the 33 Holy Heavens descended one after another. They didn't hesitate to pay any price just to discuss the benefits of the God Emperor Mountain with D. Tian. After the experience of being beaten up a few times earlier, everyone was more restrained in their words. There was no solution to it. Who asked D. Tian to be so tyrannical? Little friend D. Tian, this is just a small token of my appreciation. It is the Holy Spirit essence unique to the 33 Holy Heavens. It can be used to enhance special powers. The Master of the Sacred Sky had brought good stuff with him. Holy Spirit essence. Although he didn't use it, Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. I'm sorry, I'm afraid we can only work together next time. I've already worked with the Seventh Holy Heaven, Lin Fei said apologetically. Lin Fei said the same thing to every single master of the Elysium who came to visit. The masters of the Elysium looked at each other. They had been taken down by the Seventh Holy Heaven just like that. In the 33 Holy Heavens, the Seventh Holy Heaven instantly drew all the hatred towards D. Tian. This kid. How shameless. The Seventh Holy Heaven's face darkened when he heard the news. They had agreed not to reveal it, but that shameless kid had revealed it. The Seventh Holy Heaven wanted to beat D. Tian up when he thought of the angry looks in the eyes of the other masters of the Elysium. Shameless, too shameless. D. Tian was dragging him out to take the bullet. However, the Seventh Holy Heaven couldn't do anything. Rascal, I'll deal with you sooner or later. The Seventh Holy Heaven couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone thought that he had to prepare a strategy to deal with D. Tian after he became stronger. Although Lin Fei didn't know what the Seventh Holy Heaven's expression would be like, he definitely wouldn't be happy. He might even be cursing at him. How's the effect? Lin Fei was talking about the Holy Spirit essence. It was something made of a special material. This is a special power. The level of civilization in the 33 Holy Heavens isn't low to be able to develop such a thing. As long as Master uses the Holy Spirit essence on a weapon, you can obtain a special attribute bonus. It's pretty good. Lin Fei was interested. A special attribute bonus. This was a good thing. In fact, the Seventh Holy Heaven was willing to pay a huge price in order to rope in Lin Fei. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei wouldn't take the bait after receiving the benefits. It was a waste of the gift. He took out the Purple Moon Holy Saber. Lin Fei took out the Holy Spirit essence and placed it on the Purple Moon Holy Saber. When the Holy Spirit essence landed on the Purple Moon Holy Saber, it instantly emitted a dazzling light. Attributes come out. Double combat power. The little devil said. Oh, double combat power. That's fine too. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. My luck isn't bad. The Purple Moon Holy Saber has a 102 times attack. Lin Fei was originally prepared to add some additional attributes. Unexpectedly, there was a multiplier. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. He was even more curious about the 33 Holy Heavens. Tell me, When can I break the seal and go to the 33 holy heavens for a stroll? With Master's current strength, the success rate is less than 10%. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. Is this a blow to me? There's no rush. Help me make the Heavenly Mandate battle armor and Heavenly Mandate weapon. Lin Fei didn't want to think about this. Although he had dragged the 7th holy heaven out to attract hatred, he still had to worry about this part of the universe. The speed at which the God Emperor throne was condensing was getting faster and faster. He needed to make some preparations. The material system store is open. Master can exchange for materials. Lin Fei didn't feel much about the small increase of 2 times because he was about to make a weapon with a 500 times increase. Buy it for me. He bought the materials piece by piece. A huge amount of destiny points was used up. Lin Fei realized how terrifying the consumption was. Damn, this is too scary. I used up almost 20% of my destiny points. If it was in the past, it would be my entire fortune. Looking at the consumption figure, Lin Fei laughed bitterly. No wonder the 7th holy heaven agreed so kindly. Such a huge amount of materials would probably hurt them and they wouldn't dare to casually make a Heavenly Mandate weapon. Lin Fei underestimated the power of a Heavenly Mandate weapon with a 500 times increase. How many days will it take to make it? I'm really looking forward to seeing how powerful a Heavenly Mandate weapon with a 500 times increase would be. A total of 3 years. 3 years, not bad. The God Emperor throne wouldn't be condensed within 3 years. Chapter 2105. Time passed day by day. The people of the divine world had adapted to the rule of the Tianxian God dynasty. Compared to the previous dynasties, the Tianxian God dynasty did not do anything. Everyone was relatively free, and there was no suppression. Everyone liked their current lifestyle. No one thought that the Tianxian God dynasty's inaction was a sign of weakness. No one had forgotten the mysterious Di Tian and his invincible battle prowess. He alone could sweep the entire divine world. Everyone would look at the divine emperor throne in the sky from time to time, preparing to welcome the new era. This day was getting closer and closer. Soon, 3 years had passed. Everyone had forgotten about the previous 10 dynasties. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. This was the era of the Tianxian God dynasty. As the highest ruler of the dynasty, Lin Fei rarely showed his face. It should be said that he never showed his face. There was nothing wrong with the operation of the divine world. It was very normal. Lin Fei had set up energy absorption points all over the divine world. No matter how dangerous the place was, Lin Fei would personally make a trip there and set up an energy tower. Now, other than the chaotic void, he had set up towers everywhere else. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in the chaotic void. He didn't care about those measly destiny points. Now, in the entire divine world, even in this starry sky, 90% of the destiny energy had been collected by Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not absorb the remaining 10%. No one could shake Lin Fei's position. Even if he knew that the 4 fellows were hiding in the chaotic void and had no interest in dealing with them, the destiny list could move at any time. It was very troublesome to track them. Lin Fei simply sat there and waited for them to appear. Master, your destiny weapon, the Purple Moon's sacred blade, is ready. Lin Fei beamed with joy at the little fiend's reminder. Damn, it's finally ready. In the eyes of cultivators, 3 years was at most a snap of the fingers. It passed very easily. Using 3 years to forge a 500-fold destiny weapon, Lin Fei was very satisfied. That was a 500-fold increase in power, and it used up 20% of his destiny points. In addition to the refining, it used up about 40% of his destiny points. Furthermore, Lin Fei was currently in control of the deity world, so he could easily make up for it. If he didn't have the deity world and the starry sky, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Lin Fei immediately knelt down. He couldn't take it anymore. Take it out. The purple longsword was released by the system. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the purple moon's sacred saber appeared, its sharp blade formed tornadoes and whizzed past Lin Fei's body. F***CK. So awesome. Marks appeared on Lin Fei's heavenly mandate battle armor. This was the result of the purple moon's sacred saber's unconscious attacks. Of course, this cost Master 40% of his heaven's fate points, a huge number. Little Devil laughed. Their abilities are not bad. Lin Fei grabbed the purple moon's sacred saber and immediately felt the strength of the purple moon's sacred saber. With a casual slash, it split apart in front of him. It left an unfathomably deep crack in the void. Good, good. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He didn't even use his destiny points and it was already so powerful. Once he channeled them, it would be even more terrifying. I wonder who will be the first to die under my saber. Lin Fei didn't try. There was no need to do so anyway. A 500 times increase. It was also material for a single slash. Chaotic void. Deep within. A heavenly mandate list floated in the chaotic void. On the heavenly mandate list, 4 people sat cross-legged. Huge whirlpools formed around them. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. He would even say, the master of the 33 sacred heavens is really a tycoon. These whirlpools were filled with destiny energy, which was absorbed into their bodies bit by bit. 4 people. Their bodies emitted a terrifying sharp aura. Compared to 3 years ago, they were much stronger. Whoosh! A phantom descended. The 4 opened their eyes at the same time and subconsciously shot out 8 beams of cold light towards the descending phantom. The phantom blew, and the cold light dissipated. Not bad, you've improved. The 4 hurriedly stood up. The attack just now was just a subconscious action. It's all thanks to Lord's nurturing that we have today's strength, the 4 said in unison. Now, they were more than 100 times stronger than before. The destiny energy in their bodies surged. They didn't doubt that if they had their current strength back then, they wouldn't have been defeated by Tian. You guys continue to cultivate. The Divine Emperor throne is completely formed in 5 years. That will be the time for you guys to come out. Yes. The 4 nodded, anger flashing in their eyes. The Divine Emperor throne in the sky started to release an ancient aura. The wisps of aura made people's hearts palpitate. Even a Heaven's Mandate realm expert would be terrified by this. Because, within 1,000,000 miles of the Divine Emperor throne, there was an arc of light that kept flashing and whistling, making people's scalps go numb. That arc of light was filled with endless terror. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Divine Emperor throne in the sky. What a great lightning arc formed from heaven's will energy, but these are all my favorites. In the eyes of outsiders, the flashing arc of light was terrifying. Lin Fei didn't think so. Through Little Fiend, he learned that these arcs of light were formed from destiny points, and were actually destiny energy. As long as Lin Fei wanted to collect them, he could easily convert them into destiny points. Naturally, this was Lin Fei's dish. In 3 days at most, the Divine Emperor throne will completely condense. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei easily calculated the day when the Divine Emperor throne would completely condense. Lin Fei knew that the top existences in the 33 sacred heavens were all eyeing the Divine Emperor throne. Wake up! In the chaotic void. The phantom descended again, and with a shout, Dynasty Lord Meng and the others all woke up. In 3 days, the Divine Emperor throne will form. I want you guys to take it down. No matter who takes it down, you guys will be rewarded. The 4 already knew that this world was a sealed world. Although they were strong, they couldn't resist these phantom. These are 4 destiny weapons, and each one has a power amplification of 180 times. They can help you guys crush that Tian easily. The phantom waved his hand, and the 4 weapons appeared in front of the 4. The 4 instantly released a blazing light. A power amplification of 180 times. Back then, they were completely defeated by the purple moon's sacred blade, but now that they had a power amplification of 180 times, they could almost see how they could crush D Tian. "Thank you, Lord," the four said in unison. When the projection dissipated, the four exploded with battle intent. "The Divine Emperor throne will be mine. Dynasty Lord Meng's battle intent sword. After dealing with D Tian, I will defeat you guys one by one and ascend to the God Emperor throne." The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord laughed loudly. Now, he felt that he was just one step away from the God Emperor realm. 3 days later, a majestic aura swept across the entire immortal world. Everyone had to prostrate before this aura. Chapter 2106. When the majestic aura engulfed the entire divine world and even the entire starry sky, everyone felt suffocated. Everyone knew that the final battle for the heavenly fate had begun. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood up and easily knocked away the crushing might, shattering it into nothingness. Within the range of his divine sense, the suppressive aura from the Divine Emperor throne was shattered by Lin Fei. The people standing behind him didn't feel any pressure at all. The appearance of the Divine Emperor throne is quite impressive. The wives behind him, including his daughter, laughed. Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others couldn't help but laugh too. Lin Fei was probably the only person in the world who dared to speak to the Divine Emperor throne like that. The Divine Emperor throne in the sky was like a piece of juicy meat in Lin Fei's eyes. As long as he controlled the Divine Emperor throne, the Mountain God Emperor would belong to him. If anyone dared to come out and fight for the Divine Emperor throne now, they would all be his enemies, and he would kill as many as they came. "Alright, I'm going." With Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the 4 forbidden zones around, Lin Fei wasn't worried about his wife and daughter. Lin Fei took a step forward and arrived in the sky above the center of the divine world. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he appeared, the Divine Emperor throne surged with waves of ferocious suppressive aura, as if he was treating Lin Fei as his enemy. "Just a mere suppressive aura, and you still have the nerve to use it." Lin Fei smiled and welcomed him. Although it was his first time fighting for the heavenly fate, Lin Fei roughly knew from Old Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor that he had to completely suppress the Divine Emperor throne. He didn't know what secret this starry sky had, but every time the Divine Emperor throne was formed, it would have a certain level of consciousness, which was the simple consciousness of resistance. If Lin Fei wanted to become the God Emperor, he had to suppress the Divine Emperor throne. Only by subduing the Divine Emperor throne would he be able to sit on it. Truly control the Divine Emperor throne. Wave after wave of suppressive aura came, but Lin Fei didn't move an inch and walked forward step by step. Is that Di Tian? His strength is truly terrifying. The pressure of the God Emperor throne is useless against him. How powerful must he be? In every corner of the immortal world, everyone was paying close attention. The God Emperor's throne was already something they couldn't endure. Di Tian, who was in the center, was actually able to casually walk there. This was absolutely terrifying. Before he could even step forward, he would be crushed into a meat patty by the pressure, unable to take another step forward. The Imperial Lord is indeed the Imperial Lord. The pressure from the God Emperor throne contains the pressure of a God Emperor. Even the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm experts wouldn't be able to handle it, but it's like playing house on the Imperial Lord. Elder Fu exclaimed. What's a mere pressure? It's nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Lord. The Supreme Devil Emperor said disapprovingly. Although they had never fought for the mandate of heaven, they had seen it before. In order to compete for the God Emperor throne, one had to pass through several stages. The pressure from the God Emperor throne was the first test, and also the easiest. But in the eyes of many Heaven's Mandate experts, this first trial was already too much for them to handle. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void, on the Destiny list, the First Dream Dynasty Lord, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lord, the Seed Dynasty Lord, and the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord were all standing on the Destiny list with their hands behind their backs. Their bodies exuded a majestic aura. Damn Di Tian, he does have some skills. The Unparalleled Dynasty Lord said. So what if he has skills? The God Emperor throne will eventually fall into the hands of the four of us. What we need to do now is to wait until D. Tian and the God Emperor throne are both injured, then we will make our move. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord sneered. The God Emperor throne is terrifying. Even if the four of us join forces, we will have to expend a lot of energy. It's better to let D. Tian exhaust his strength. The more he exhausts, the easier it will be for us. The First Dream Dynasty Lord said coldly. Even though the strength of the four of them rose like a rocket. Facing D. Tian, there was always a shadow in their hearts. Whenever D. Tian's name was mentioned, they would subconsciously get angry. Today, their chance had finally come. They didn't believe that D. Tian could still withstand the combined attack of the four of them after fighting with the God Emperor throne. The pressure is not small, but I have activated my invincible defense, so there is no pressure. Lin Fei walked forward step by step. The pressure that was like the surging waves of the sea was shattered when it was less than 10 meters away from Lin Fei. God Emperor throne, I know you have a spirit. This bit of pressure is useless against me. Show me your true strength, don't waste time. Lin Fei shouted. Now, the Heaven's Mandate energy had turned into a large number of Heaven's Mandate points. Lin Fei was the strongest existence in this part of the universe. Even if it was the God Emperor throne, Lin Fei didn't care much about it. Boom! Boom! The God Emperor throne was furious. Clearly, Lin Fei's words had provoked the God Emperor throne. An even more terrifying pressure came crushing down. Except for a few people, the rest of the people in the divine world were pressed to the ground again, unable to move. Everyone could feel the endless anger coming from the God Emperor throne. Lin Fei had completely angered the God Emperor throne. Those who blaspheme the God Emperor throne deserve death. Suddenly, a shadow gradually formed in front of the God Emperor throne. Finally, it turned into a middle-aged man with a sharp aura. He held a long saber in his hand that flickered with cold light. His eyes opened, and saber light whistled. Everyone looked up and exclaimed in surprise. That's the 18th generation, the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm expert, the Saber Sovereign who sat on the God Emperor throne. This was a very powerful Saber Sovereign. Inside the God Emperor throne, everything of the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm experts was stored. Every time, if one wanted to sit on the Divine Emperor throne, it was necessary to challenge them. As for how many, it would depend on one's luck. If one was lucky, it would be around 2 or 3. If one was unlucky, then congratulations, it would be very normal to get 8 or 10. The moment the Saber Sovereign appeared, the entire divine world was filled with saber intent. Die! The Saber Sovereign raised his hand and slashed. The overbearing saber intent went straight for Lin Fei's forehead. This slash was too fast. To be able to sit on the God Emperor throne and maintain his peak fighting state, this attack was indeed terrifying. Using a saber, I like it. Lin Fei laughed and welcomed the attack. Using his hand as a saber, he slashed out a pure Heaven's Mandate realm expert. The two sabers clashed, and the Saber Sovereign's saber intent was shattered into pieces. Lin Fei took the opportunity to slash again. The saber light swept out and split the Saber Sovereign into 2 halves. The Saber Sovereign then disappeared in the sky. The Saber Sovereign is only a so-so. Lin Fei approached the God Emperor throne. Even if a God Emperor came, Lin Fei would kill him without hesitation. Not to mention, the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm expert was just an ant in Lin Fei's eyes. Hua. Chapter 2107. The struggle for the heavens was a grand event of an era. It could be said that some people would never see them even once in their lifetime. Today, everyone's horizons had been broadened. First, there was the majestic pressure of the Divine Emperor's throne. This wasn't something that anyone could resist. Then, there was the appearance of a Saber Emperor from back then. He was the Saber Emperor who founded a new era. His sharp and tyrannical saber intent was something that they couldn't endure. That D. Tian's combat prowess was terrifying. He killed a saber emperor with just 2 slashes, scaring everyone so much that their eyes almost popped out. After that, another sword emperor appeared, and he was also killed on the spot by Di Tian's 2 slashes. Only now did everyone realize that Di Tian's strength had already reached an unimaginable degree. Regardless of the saber emperor or the sword emperor, before they became a god emperor, their combat prowess would never be a match for Di Tian. He had killed the saber emperor and the sword empress in succession. The god emperor's throne seemed to be fighting Di Tian. He kept sending out the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm experts to deal with Di Tian. The 10th generation, Emperor God Qing Feng, was killed with a single slash. The 15th generation, God Emperor Han Tian, was killed with a single slash. The 16th generation, the Emperor of the Underworld, was killed with a single slash. Phantoms appeared one after another, but they were all easily killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. Each time, he would finish off the enemy with 1 slash. The difference in strength was too great. It was still useful to bully ordinary Heaven's Mandate experts, but to Lin Fei, it was no different from scratching an itch. Release everything you know, or else it's useless. Lin Fei knew that the God Emperor throne could understand his meaning. Perhaps, the king-level experts of the God Emperors would cry themselves to sleep in the toilet at this time. How can there be such a person like you? Can't you just let me show off a bit? Is there a need to kill them with 1 slash? Lin Fei's words agitated the God Emperor throne. The huge God Emperor throne trembled and many illusory figures condensed. This time, it wasn't just the past God Emperors. There were also Heaven's Mandate realm experts participating. Anyone who saw this would want to slit their own throats. This lineup was too shocking. Even the Invincible Palace's Supreme Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others. At this moment, his eyes were wide open. Qiao Zhu, you've gone too far. The throne-level expert God Emperor is really angry this time. He's using the human wave tactic. At this moment, even they were extremely solemn when they saw so many experts. To be able to compete with the God Emperor for the mandate of heaven. His strength was also very terrifying. Now that they were all summoned, even though they were all instinctive attacks, they were still extremely terrifying, enough to make people unable to endure them. With a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Every single one of them was a peak existence of an era. Although they couldn't become God Emperors, they were still the strongest experts. Now that the swarm of bees had appeared, it was enough to see how much the thrones of God Emperors valued Lin Fei. It had been like this for generations. The most shocking scene appeared. It could be said that today's battle, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, would be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. No one could reach this step. Ha ha ha, Di Tian is seeking his own death. Dream One Dynasty's lord's face was black. They could not accept the speed at which he killed one person with each slash. Now that he saw over 1,000 powerhouses appear, Dream One Dynasty Lord finally beamed with joy. No matter how awesome you are. This time, your vitality will be greatly damaged. Di Tian is too arrogant. This is great, he has angered the thrones of God Emperors. Even if Di Tian can last until the end, he will only have about 20 to 30% of his energy left. By then, we can do whatever we want. Unparalleled Dynasty Lord laughed loudly, finally regaining his high spirits. Di Tian is making his move. At the same time, in the world of the 33 sagely heavens, the masters of sagely sky in every world were watching the battle through their treasures. As for Di Tian's strength, they were very clear about it. Although the thrones of God Emperors were strong, they were far from being Di Tian's match. It could be said that this was the easiest battle in history. Di Tian could destroy the projection of their peak God Emperors, let alone the thrones of God Emperors. This kid is arrogant indeed. But it's good that he's arrogant. It will make things easier for the 4 of them. The thrones of God Emperors have a mysterious background. Since Di Tian has angered them, he will suffer. Even if he wins in the end, it will be for the benefit of others. Ha ha ha. All the masters of sagely sky laughed. The only one who did not laugh was the master of the seventh holy sky. Ever since the news had spread, the master of the seventh holy sky had hated Lin Fei. However, they were not in the same world, so it was not easy to deal with Lin Fei. Even if he sent a projection over, he would still be destroyed in one strike. What a bastard. Why did he provoke the thrones of god emperors for no reason? The master of the seventh holy sky frowned. You can't lose. Otherwise, you'll lose a lot of face. Ever since the news about Lin Fei spread, the masters of the 33 holy skies automatically excluded him. If he won, then he would at least get 10% of the benefits. If he lost, then he, the master of the seventh holy sky, would suffer a great loss. Outsiders might not know the background of the thrones of god emperors, but the master of the seventh holy sky knew. The situation was getting worse and worse for Di Tian. Moreover, he knew that there were 4 people hiding in the chaotic space. With the destiny weapons of the 33 holy skies, they were at least 150 times stronger. They were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was speechless at the sight of the black mass of people. I'm just looking down on you. Do you have to arrange so many experts at once? Are you trying to drown me? Master, these are all great supplements. Great supplements? Lin Fei did not understand. They are all condensed from destiny energy. It's just that their strength has been suppressed to the original level. The little devil laughed. Now, Master, do you understand what great supplements are? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Kill. He was prepared to use a big move to destroy them. Since they were great supplements, Lin Fei was prepared to work hard. Lin Fei lunged forward and was quickly engulfed by the swords and sabers. The spectators sucked in a cold breath. How were they supposed to fight like this? I'll absorb. Lin Fei grabbed with both hands, and a destiny cultivator landed in his hands. The system activated and instantly absorbed everything. This person instantly evaporated, no longer existing. So many. This feels good. After seeing the absorption number, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. He turned and grabbed another expert. As for the dense attacks, they were all blocked by the invincible defense. I'll absorb. I'll absorb again. No one could stop Lin Fei's absorption attack. He grabbed and absorbed. As for the consumption of their attacks, Lin Fei replenished them very quickly. It was just a drizzle, not a big deal at all. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Chapter 2108. This is too crazy. Is Di Tian absorbing something? His strength is too shocking. Everyone in the divine world was looking up. Any one of them could easily defeat them. But right now, in the eyes of Lord Di Tian, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. Above the invincible palace. Elder Fu, I suddenly feel old. I'm the younger generation now. The Supreme Devil Emperor sighed. Elder Fu nodded, yes, I'm old. I've never thought that Lord's strength could reach such a level. You're truly able to cover the sky with one hand and summon the rain with another. The other powerhouses of the Forbidden Zone also nodded. There was no way to compare. Even the faces of the other dynasty lords were pale. If they went up, they would be killed on the spot in the blink of an eye. Only Lord Di Tian could occupy the position of the God Emperor throne. Bang! 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 Lin Fei was absorbing in the sky. Heaven's mandate points kept increasing. Lin Fei was so happy that he had a smile on his face. That's it? After absorbing the last one, Lin Fei realized that the black mass was completely gone. The sky returned to normal. There was no movement from the God Emperor throne. Now you're obedient, right? Lin Fei knew that the God Emperor throne had admitted defeat. Releasing so many at once was more than any previous contest for the Heaven's Mandate. With a massive amount of Heaven's Mandate points being absorbed, the God Emperor throne wasn't so capable anymore. This was only in Lin Fei's eyes. In the eyes of others, it was an insurmountable mountain. I'm coming. Lin Fei walked toward the God Emperor throne. Heaven's Tao cage. With a loud rumble, streaks of will of the heavenly Tao descended from the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the heavens will to pierce down and form light pillars. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. This time, the heavens will was more than 10 times stronger than before. Lin Fei didn't move. Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other 3 came from 4 different directions. They all looked happy. Even though they didn't know what Di Tian was doing, his movements were simply too fast. However, this didn't stop them from attacking. The Emperor of the Sky Dragon Imperial Palace pointed his sword forward. The will of the heavenly Tao rumbled as it boomed. This time, you're dead meat. A swift and fierce sword light attacked. The heavenly dragon Imperial Dynasty Lord immediately acted. The other 3 also attacked at the same time. He didn't stop at all. His power was increased by 180 times, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire immortal world. At this moment, their powers had risen to the God Emperor realm. Bang 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 bang. 4 people, 4 fatal attacks, landed on Lin Fei, who was in the center of the will of the heavenly path. The 180-fold increase in power instantly erupted. Terrifying waves of qi were released in all directions. Mountain range. Mountains, lakes, cities, everything was razed to the ground in an instant. The throne of the God Emperor did not move an inch. After not seeing you for 3 days, I have to look at you in a different light. You guys are not bad. In the middle, Lin Fei was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression relaxed. An attack amplified by 180 times is definitely enough to kill all the experts in the sealed world. Those people did this to increase your strength. They really put in a lot of effort to increase your powers. The 4 weapons of destiny landed on Lin Fei's body. Upon closer inspection, they were blocked by a layer of mysterious power, unable to land. Lin Fei was prepared to show everyone that he was truly invincible. Dream One Dynasty Lord, Peerless Dynasty Lord, Seed Dynasty Lord, and Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord pushed their power to the limit. However, the weapons of destiny in their hands were unable to land on Di Tian. At this moment, their expressions changed. A 180-fold increase in power was not enough. This was a huge blow to them. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to develop. They had completely deviated from the plan. When they sensed that Di Tian was going to take it head-on, they all laughed. Under the 180-fold increase in power, no matter how strong Di Tian was, he would still die. What was happening now? Milord is Milord. Too invincible. Dream One Dynasty Lord is going to faint from crying. They looked at the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, withstanding the shocking 180-fold increase in power. The entire immortal world was shocked. Far away in the world of the 33 holy heavens, the Lord of the sagely heavens' expression did not look too good. That was a 180-fold increase in power. Killing a junior from the sealed world would be a piece of cake. Just what in the world was going on in front of him? With their eyes of fire and gold, they could not see what treasure that junior had used, nor could they sense any energy fluctuations. This was too strange. Ha ha ha, this is great. Only the Lord of the 7th holy heaven laughed. Victory was already decided. People of the 33 holy heavens, listen up. From now on, I am the master of this world. From now on, every time you come, I will kill you. This is my intention. Boom. Lin Fei's sea of destiny points exploded, creating a huge shockwave that sent the 4 flying. They all vomited blood. At the same time, Lin Fei's voice pierced through the sky. The purple moon's sacred blade landed in his hand, bringing with it a domineering purple blade aura that swept towards the 4 flying. A 500-fold increase in power. How terrifying was that? No, the 4's hair stood on end. They could not block it. The purple blade aura crushed their bodies, and the domineering blade intent swept the four into pieces. Even if they were reborn, they would not have a chance to revive. Ever since he refined the purple moon's sacred blade that could increase power by 500-fold, these four were just clowns in his eyes. One blade was enough to finish them off. Everyone was dumbfounded by the shocking purple saber radiance. It was over. The four powerful dynasty lords were finished just like that. Boom, boom, boom. Once the four died, 32 pillars of light shot down from the sky. In an instant, 32 shadows appeared. You deserve us to send our projections down again to kill you. You, a junior, can be proud. Lin Fei did not think that the people of the 33 holy heavens would give up on this place so easily. Dream One dynasty lord and the other three were just cannon fodder. He could not use his own strength. Be careful, Lord. They have 10% of the main body's battle power. When Elder Fu saw them, he knew it was bad and hurriedly informed Lin Fei. In reality, the moment they appeared, Little Evil Demon told Lin Fei that there was danger. 10% of their battle power. This had never happened before. Damn it, the heavenly Tao has temporarily compromised with them. Lin Fei did not think that they had the ability to make a projection with 10% of their battle power appear. Instead, the heavenly Tao had compromised with them. Ha ha ha, Di Tian, even if you kill me, I can still live forever. Suddenly, a shadow walked out from the sky and slowly turned solid. It was the sky dragon that had just been killed. The mysterious will of the heavenly Tao was added layer by layer. Chapter 2109. Long ago, Lin Fei had known that Sky Dragon was not simple. Now, it seemed like this guy was an agent of the heavenly axiom. If Lin Fei could not tell that Sky Dragon was still alive after killing him, then he would not be Lin Fei. Sky Dragon was no longer made of flesh and blood. Instead, he was made of pure heavenly axiom intent. You're pretty smart, but you ruined my plan. You will die today. Sky Dragon said coldly. He turned to the 32 masters of heaven. I'll leave him to you. Lin Fei felt the pressure, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Die. If he did not kill these 32 masters of heaven, the divine emperor throne would not be his. Help me analyze their power levels. With Little Devil here, Lin Fei was not worried at all. So what if they only had 10% of their power? Whoosh. 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 The purple moon's sacred blade was being retracted. Its power was increased by 500 times. Zilong roared and clawed at the 32 masters of heaven. The projection with 10% of their power had broken through the God Emperor level and reached an unimaginable level. This was their greatest source of confidence. Break. One of the masters of heaven punched Zilong. Zilong roared, but his body did not dissipate. He opened his mouth and bit off a piece of pure energy from the projection. Be careful, Di Tian's heavenly axiom weapon can increase its power by 500 times, a master of heaven exclaimed. In order to come down, they had temporarily cooperated with the heavenly axiom. However, they had also paid a huge price. They felt that 10% of their power was enough to deal with Di Tian. After a few short attacks, they realized that they were in trouble. Di Tian had obtained a heavenly axiom weapon that could increase its power by 500 times. This was their nemesis. A 500 times increase in power was enough to tear apart pure energy. Master, 10% of their power should be around 30 million. Little Devil said with a smile. Around 30 million? It's not as high as I thought. Lin Fei was very disappointed. The analysis of power levels was a method that the system had its own way of analyzing. For example, ordinary Heaven's Mandate Realm experts were around 2 million to 3 million. Someone who had condensed a seed of destiny. His strength was between 5 million and 6 million. The power of a God Emperor was around 10 to 20 million. Their overall strength was indeed above all Heavenly Fate Realm experts and could be easily killed. Now that he had surpassed the level of a God Emperor, he had 10% of his battle power. Lin Fei was not surprised by the fact that he had 30 million points of power. A level of 30 million is too weak to withstand a single blow. Lin Fei had a power increase of 500, so it was too easy for him to unleash an attack that surpassed the power level of 30 million. Kill. Lin Fei teleported directly to the weakest projection of the Master of the Sagely Sky. With a slash of the purple moon's sacred blade, the projection was killed in one slash. 10% of your combat strength? I don't think that's all there is to it. Since you dare to ignore my words, I'll send you back today. Lin Fei used his space teleportation to jump around continuously. The purple moon's sacred blade turned into a blade of death. Every time it slashed down, it would kill an image of the sacred Sky Master. He never slashed twice. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 32 Masters of the Sagely Sky. A moment later. Only 15 projections of the Master of the Sagely Sky were left. The rest had all been killed. The remaining Masters of the Sagely Sky didn't have expressions on their faces, but they were actually very unhappy. They didn't bring their heavenly mandate weapons. Even without weapons, they were still confident that they could kill Tian. Damn it, how did he get his heavenly mandate weapons that can increase power by 500 times? Also, how can his heavenly mandate energy last so long? Every slash was filled with a dangerous aura, enough to make their expressions change. Sky Dragon used the heavenly Tao to suppress him. Without a divine weapon in hand, they were immediately at a disadvantage. Sky Dragon secretly cursed these people for being unreliable. He was even more jealous of Tian's strength. The Master of the Sagely Sky couldn't even kill Tian with 10% of his combat strength. Instead, he was cut up like vegetables. How could he accept this result? Heavenly Tao, suppress. In the sky above the immortal world, a suffocating aura spread out without any warning. A giant red eyeball appeared. This eyeball was extremely huge, and it had the aura of a king. This is the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei also felt the terrifying aura of this giant eyeball. The red eyeball was currently closed. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. As long as the eyeball opened, it would definitely be a terrifying attack. Whoosh! The red eyeball suddenly opened its eyes, and a blade of light shot out. It contained the terrifying aura of the heavenly Tao. Master, watch out! Lin Fei moved back and forth, using his teleportation to the extreme. Bang! Even though his speed was fast, he was still hit by the light beam. The majestic will of the heavenly Tao surged over. His invincible defense blocked the attack, but Lin Fei was still sent flying, smashing into a mountain range. The huge mountain range instantly crumbled and was leveled to the ground. Such a powerful attack. One light beam can actually explode with an attack power of 50 million. At the same time, it has support power. It really can kill whoever it wants. The destiny energy in Lin Fei's body was suppressed. Sky Dragon laughed. Tian, you are indeed mysterious. You can actually block the attack of the heavenly Tao. However, the destiny energy in your body is now sealed. Let's see how you block it next. In this sealed world, as long as the energy in one's body was sealed, then congratulations, one would immediately become a person who couldn't fight back. It was a pity that Tian wasn't. Even though the destiny energy in his body was sealed, it was only a small part. The real destiny energy was in the system. Lin Fei quickly realized that the system's destiny energy was not affected. The other 15 Masters of the Sacred Sky charged over. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly. I'll kill you first. Explode my destiny energy. The purple moon's sacred blade slashed at their waists. The purple blade radiance swept over like a long river. The power of this blade exploded with a power of 90 million. It was a true ultimate move. There were no techniques. This was a blade that exploded with destiny energy. It forcefully crushed over. Not good. He didn't get hit. The remaining Master of the Sacred Sky projection's expression changed again. The blade radiance was like a monstrous flood, crushing over their bodies. They were all destroyed. Not a single one escaped. This attack consumed a lot of Lin Fei's energy. Sky Dragon stood behind those people and was instantly affected. The will of the heavenly Tao was shattered. In front of such a level of power, no one could block the power of this blade. The people of the realm of the gods all knelt down. Di Tian had transformed into a truly invincible existence. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't kill him. Heavenly Tao, get lost too. Lin Fei's purple moon's sacred blade slashed upwards. It was another attack with 90 million power. The red eyeball shot out beams of light, but they were all shattered by the flood-like blade radiance. The blade landed on the red eyeball. The red eyeball released a terrifying aura. Its eyelids closed, and it hid in the void again. Finally, they all retreated. Lin Fei turned around and sat in front of the God Emperor throne. Chapter 21:10. What was the strongest? Today, the entire divine world had witnessed it. The ruler of the Di Tian dynasty finally displayed his heaven-shaking strength. Even the vertical eye of the heavenly Daoist was slashed back, and the projection of the ruler of the 33 sacred heavens was also slain on the spot. Everyone was convinced that Di Tian sat on the God Emperor throne. The moment he sat on it, a dazzling light shone on the ground. What followed was a purple rain that fell on the entire divine world. The purple rain fell on the mountain range. The flowers and grass on the mountain range grew at an astonishing rate. A small tree instantly grew into a towering tree. The small fish in the lake were like carps leaping over the dragon's gate, transforming into powerful fish demons. No matter where they were, as long as they received the baptism of the purple rain, they would undergo shocking changes. Ha ha ha, I actually became a god emperor. I also broke through. My legs, they actually grew back. Long live the god emperor. The entire divine world cheered. Everyone understood that this violet rain was brought by the Di Tian god emperor. This was everyone's good fortune. Hence, everyone sat down and absorbed the purple rain, working hard to break through. Such a good thing might only happen once in a lifetime. The people of Invincible Palace were the first to react. The purple rain was also the most concentrated. The disciples of Invincible Palace cheered non-stop. They didn't expect to receive such benefits. This is unbelievable. Elder Fu sighed, this is greater than any other god emperor's kindness. I'm afraid that this time, the entire divine world will have a large number of potential experts. The Supreme Devil Emperor nodded, this is a great kindness. The Emperor is more terrifying than I imagined. Those people from the 33 sacred heavens are all dumbfounded now. Some of the big shots from the restricted areas also sat down and absorbed the purple rain. On the throne, Lin Fei sat down with a golden saber. Sitting on the God Emperor throne, a vast surge of heavens will energy surged over. The source was the heavens will energy coming from the throne beneath him. It was like a vast river. It was extremely terrifying. I'll absorb. Lin Fei couldn't bear to miss out on such a great benefit. Hua hua hua. A huge whirlpool appeared around Lin Fei, and the destiny points he had expended were quickly replenished. No wonder everyone wants to be a god emperor. The benefits are unimaginable. Lin Fei had turned into a bottomless pit. After absorbing a huge amount of destiny points, the number of destiny points in the system kept increasing. The speed at which it increased was faster than ever before. Could it be that the God Emperor throne is connected to the God Emperor mountain? Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. Apart from this reason, Lin Fei couldn't think of any other reason to explain this problem. Lin Fei knew exactly how many destiny points there were in the divine world, and he knew that they definitely didn't come from the divine world. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the God Emperor throne, Lin Fei was in the middle of a huge vortex. The people below only saw a huge whirlpool. As for those who understood the God Emperor throne, at this moment, their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The God Emperor had been on the throne for a day. In other words, he had absorbed destiny energy for a day. This was an exaggeration that could not even be imagined. This is too terrifying. It's been a day. The most powerful god emperor in the past could only absorb for half a day at most. He is far from being as powerful as the emperor. Our emperor is probably going to become the #1 person in history. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. A full 3 days. Lin Fei had been absorbing destiny energy and turning it into destiny points. Ding. System notification, destiny points have reached the limit. Ding. Master, would you like to activate a higher mode? Lin Fei was stunned, looking at the terrifying numbers on the system page. This was the most terrifying number he had ever seen. Activate. Now that Lin Fei was in the higher mode, Lin Fei was very much looking forward to the higher mode. Ding. Higher mode, top level mode begins. Ding. Beginning infusion. The original whirlpool instantly expanded by more than 10 times. A progress bar appeared in front of Lin Fei, with a time limit of 1%. At the same time, there was an estimated time, 10 days. Damn, activating one mode requires 10 days of time and 10 days of destiny energy. This is indeed difficult. 10 days of infusion into destiny points. Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying it was. It was definitely an astronomical number. If not for the fact that he was sitting on the God Emperor's throne, Lin Fei did not know when he would be able to activate the top-level mode. I wonder what will happen to the system after activating the top-level mode. Lin Fei even had a feeling that he would know the origin of the system after activating the top-level mode. Time passed day by day. The people of the immortal world all knelt down. No matter who they were, their deaths were shocking. It was already the 8th day, but the whirlpool was still there. No one dared to absorb destiny energy. The sacred lords in the world of the 33 holy heavens were all scared. This was too terrifying. When it was over, Di Tian's strength would truly be invincible in the sealed world. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to interfere with the Mountain of God Emperor. Di Tian would become an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, the sacred lords held a rare meeting. After discussing for a long time, they still could not come up with a solution. Go to the sealed world. If this continued, coupled with the previous loss of vitality, no one was confident. Even if they lost 10% of their combat power, they would need time to recover. Continue? No one dared to continue. If not for the Heavenly Tao's compromise, they would not have been able to retain even 10% of their combat power. Unfortunately, even with 10% of their combat power, they still lost completely. In the end, no one could come up with a good idea. On the 13th day, the people of the immortal world were completely numb. A huge amount of destiny energy flowed in, as if it was flowing into a bottomless pit. Everyone finally understood why the Dynasty Lord was so powerful. With such a huge amount of destiny energy, who could be a match for the Dynasty Lord? Ding! Energy absorption completed. System will be updated in 1 day. Lin Fei was thrown out by a huge force. The system was updating automatically. The whirlpool on the God Emperor throne dissipated. Lin Fei opened his eyes slowly. At the same time, a huge amount of information flowed into Lin Fei's mind. So the Mountain of God Emperor is in an unknown space. It can only be opened by the God Emperor throne. The information in Lin Fei's mind was all about the God Emperor's authority that he should have after sitting on the God Emperor throne. Chapter 21:11. Lin Fei's cultivation method was different from others. Ever since he activated the advanced mode, Lin Fei's battle prowess increased infinitely. The number of destiny points directly determined his battle prowess. For example, after absorbing a large amount of destiny energy, anyone would become a God Emperor under normal circumstances, be it in terms of physique or other aspects. Lin Fei was the only exception. After absorbing a large amount of destiny points, Lin Fei's physique didn't change at all. Now, Lin Fei decided to make use of the time to cultivate his corporeal body to the level of a god emperor and raise his life force to a higher level. Whoosh! In the next second, the god emperor throne was the only one left in the sky. This is another dimension connected to the god emperor throne? Lin Fei activated another function of the god emperor throne and arrived at another dimension, the legendary god emperor mountain. Such pure destiny energy. This, Lin Fei stood in a mountain range and hesitated for a moment before running in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, his field of vision widened. Lin Fei was standing on the edge of a cliff. The vast amount of destiny energy made Lin Fei's eyes widen. God Emperor Mountain, no wonder even the Lord of the 33 Holy Heavens wanted it. Looks like it's not as simple as I thought. Where did this much destiny energy come from? Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort for the destiny energy in the divine world. However, the density of heavenly mandate energy in this place was something Lin Fei had never seen before. He was still wondering why the destiny energy wasn't used up, but now he figured out the reason. So the God Emperor Mountain's dimension was this extraordinary. Since there's a sea of destiny energy here, if there's life here, it must be very powerful. I should first cultivate my God Emperor physique. Lin Fei returned from the cliff, opened up a cave abode nearby, and set up an array formation. He set up a formation and started cultivating his God Emperor physique. Destiny energy, come over here. Lin Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The destiny energy surged into his body and started cultivating his God Emperor physique according to the God Emperor transformation technique. This technique was simple. Using the mandate of heaven's will to strengthen every bit of flesh and blood until the entire body was strengthened once. Then, the cycle continued. Lin Fei immersed himself in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. He began to condense and strengthen the technique. Only then did Lin Fei realize the profoundness of this technique. Once his body was strengthened, both his defense and strength would increase. Third rank God Emperor corporeal body. Half a month later, Lin Fei opened his eyes and smiled. The God Emperor's corporeal body had a total of 9 transformations. After the 9th revolution, the God Emperor's body would break through again. Lin Fei didn't think that far ahead. The corporeal body of a 3rd revolution God Emperor could easily block an attack from a God Emperor. Even if it was a projection with 10% of his combat power, Lin Fei was 100% confident that he could block it. I haven't had the time to check the system to cultivate the God Emperor 9 transformations corporeal body. These days, Lin Fei was cultivating the God Emperor 9 transformations corporeal body. He couldn't stop at all and had to do it in one go. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't have the time to check the system. Open the system. A brand new 3D appeared. Master, top-notch invincible system mode has begun. Little evil demon's body was much bigger and he had a domineering aura around him. He was very different from before. Tell me, what are the differences between the top-notch mode and the previous one? Lin Fei really wanted to know what was different about the top-notch mode. Congratulations, Master. As Master gets stronger, the system will continue to improve along with you. Now, it has reached the top-notch mode. As the name suggests, the top-notch mode is far from what the previous high-level mode can compare to. Little evil demons started to introduce it. Firstly, Master can check a person's strength at any time. You can scan them at any time. Every scan will consume a portion of destiny points. No matter how strong the opponent is, you can scan them. Lin Fei really liked this point. You're saying that all information can be scanned out? Yes, all information. The danger level will also change from top-notch 5-star to 10-star. Master, you can scan them and you will know. Little evil demon smiled. Then I will try. Lin Fei felt that it was interesting. Scan. Following the scanning sound, an attribute page appeared in front of Lin Fei. Player, Lin Fei level, God Emperor power output, 100 million to 300 million power, super output, evaluation, super combat power. Lin Fei was able to understand the simple properties page very quickly. Output is the amount of power when attacking. Master can output between 100 million to 300 million power. However, if you want to increase the output, you need to complete a certain mission to unlock the output limit. Lin Fei understood. Which means that I can output 300 million power at one go? If I increase the power by 500 times, will I be able to output 150 billion? Little evil demon shook her head. No, this is the calculation after the output. Lin Fei thought to himself, if I output 150 billion power, I'll be too terrifying. I understand. What about other aspects? This was still very useful. Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the future, he must see how much power the Lord of Sacred Sky could output. The top-notch mode had more and more functions. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. The difference between the top-notch mode and the top-notch mode was really huge. It was like two extremes. What? You mean I can still gather enough points to return to Earth? Hearing this news, Lin Fei was excited. Earth. Lin Fei had almost forgotten it in the depths of his memory. Lin Fei missed Earth a lot. Ever since he asked the system and got the answer that he couldn't go back, Lin Fei had completely given up and decided to integrate into this world. Now that he heard this, Lin Fei couldn't help but be excited. The system can capture the coordinates of Earth. However, Master's current strength is not enough to travel. You need to at least reach the level of a combat emperor. Combat emperor? What kind of level is that? Above the emperor god is the combat emperor. Master only needs to go through the 9 revolutions of the emperor god and cultivate the physique of a combat emperor. Then, with an invincible defense, you will be able to withstand the power of time and space. Great, great, that's great. Lin Fei had never been so happy before. Why didn't I do it before? Little evil demon sneered. That's because the system is in low-level mode and can't be activated. Lin Fei was speechless. Help me scan the mountain god emperor. I want to know everything. Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. Scanning. Lin Fei subconsciously treated the mountain god emperor as himself. This alternate dimension was his greatest asset. Even the Lord of the 33 sacred heavens would not be able to take it away. Scanning complete. Player, please check. A result appeared in front of him. So powerful. Chapter 21:12. Unbelievable. Mountain God Emperor is scarier than I imagined. Luckily, the system has been upgraded to the highest level and has scanned the entire mountain. Lin Fei was shocked when he saw the scanned information. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the Mountain God Emperor's alternate dimension wouldn't be that powerful. After seeing the scan results, Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that he was too optimistic. There's actually a combat emperor in Mount God Emperor, and not just one, there's a total of 6 combat emperors. They've divided Mount God Emperor into 6 spheres of influence, and the resources have all been taken away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei frowned as he sensed that someone was coming. Could it be that they sensed an outsider? Or did the 6 combat emperors sense it? Lin Fei threw a scan over. 5 rank 1 God Emperors, 3 rank 2 God Emperors, and 1 rank 3 God Emperor. Their power output is around 130 million. Lin Fei liked this scan more and more. He could clearly see how strong the other party was. After fighting with the Masters of Holiness, Lin Fei knew that the other party's combat power was terrifying. To kill them, he would need 160 million power output. Let's capture them and understand the situation. 9 people flew towards the area. Leader, why do you think the heavens mandate energy has been leaking out these few days? Yuan Shisan was the strongest person in the team. He was a rank 3 God Emperor. Who knows? I heard that only the upper echelons know about this. Yuan Shisan did not know how to explain. Recently, the heavens mandate energy in Mountain God Emperor had been leaking out. Later, just check carefully. Don't miss any place. If the higher-ups blame us, none of us will have a good ending. Understood. The group soon arrived above the mountain range. Very soon. The group descended from the sky and appeared in the forest of the mountain range. This was the first time Lin Fei saw someone with the aura of a god emperor. I really don't know why there are people living in Mountain God Emperor, and why there are 6 forces. Divide everything in Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei followed them secretly. Lin Fei had hidden himself very well with his powerful energy output. Help me see if anyone is paying attention to this area. Now that he understood the situation at Mount God Emperor, Lin Fei still didn't know how powerful the Battle Emperor was. It was better to keep a low profile. Master, don't worry. No one is monitoring this area. Lin Fei was relieved. Whoosh. Lin Fei's powerful spiritual consciousness enveloped the 9 people. The heavens will energy turned into a long river that swept toward Primordial 13 and the others. Primordial 13 was the first to react and exclaimed, "Everyone be careful." At the same time, a heavens will weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Long River. The others were not slow either. After all, they were all God Emperor powerhouses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The river was not affected at all. Primordial 13's saber attack landed on it, but it was as if it had landed on cotton. He could not exert any force, and he was wrapped tightly by the long river. He was dragged in front of Lin Fei and thrown into the bushes. "Who are you? Why did you capture us?" Primordial 13 was shocked. He was a 3rd-rank God Emperor, yet he was defeated just like that. The others had the same expression. They shouted and glared at Lin Fei. "Let us go, we are from Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. If Sky Wolf Battle Emperor comes, you are dead." Lin Fei was not afraid of threats now. If he was not a match for Battle Emperor, he could leave Mountain God Emperor with a thought and return to the outside divine world. Kiki, threatening me. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei walked forward and slapped one of the 1st-rank God Emperor powerhouses. The other party's heavens will energy flowed into the system like a rainbow. "No, you demon." The 1st-rank God Emperor powerhouse shouted in despair. In an instant, he became a shriveled corpse. Absorbing a 1st-rank God Emperor powerhouse gives me a lot of heavens will points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He walked to the second person and slapped him again. Primordial 13 and the rest revealed a look of fear. A dignified 1st-rank God Emperor powerhouse was sucked dry. There was nothing more terrifying than this. No one would not feel their scalp going numb when they saw their strength being sucked away. Lin Fei slapped them one by one. In the blink of an eye, 8 of them were sucked dry, contributing a large amount of heavens will points. "Don't suck me. I will say everything." Primordial 13's body trembled. The young man in front of him was a great demon. Only a demon could do such a thing. He did not wish to be sucked dry. He was still young and did not wish to die. Wasn't it good at the start? Lin Fei chuckled, "Actually, I hate being threatened the most." Primordial 13 cursed in his heart. How dare he threaten you? There was no need for Lin Fei to interrogate him. Primordial 13 told him everything honestly. Lin Fei soon understood the situation of Mountain God Emperor. The 6 Battle Emperors were the strongest experts of Mount God Emperor. They were the Sky Wolf Battle Emperor, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor, the Radiance Battle Emperor, the Dream Talisman Battle Emperor, the Meteor Battle Emperor and the Sky Battle Emperor. Yuan Shisan belonged to the Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. As for why Primordial 13 came here, it was because he received a notice to search for the reason for the leakage of heaven's will energy. "Lord, don't kill me. I am willing to work for you." Primordial 13 flattered. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You're quite smart. However, since you're so tactful, I don't mind giving you a way out. If I find out that you're up to no good, you should know the consequences." Even though Lin Fei was smiling, Primordial 13 did not think so. The other party clearly did not care about what he did. If he really did that, he would definitely be sending himself to Primordial 13's door. He was completely afraid. Even a first and second rank god emperor was sucked dry. How could Primordial 13 be so shameless? Lord, I will definitely be honest. I will not do anything. I swear to the heavens. Primordial 13 hurriedly expressed. Lin Fei did not have anyone he could use. Bringing along a familiar person would make things easier. What is the most precious thing in Mountain God Emperor? Tell me. Primordial 13 immediately said, the most precious thing produced here is the Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall. Each Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall contains an incomparably pure heavens will energy. With my strength, I only need to consume a certain amount of Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall to recover. Heaven Crystal Wall? Lin Fei slightly frowned. Help me scan Mountain God Emperor for information regarding Heaven Crystal Wall. Scan it immediately. Primordial 13 did not dare to speak anymore. The most precious thing in Mountain God Emperor was the Heaven Crystal Wall. Other than that, there was nothing else that could be said to be the most precious. Master, the analysis just now shows that Mount God Emperor is a bit special. The entire Mount God Emperor is covered with mineral veins, all of which are the Heaven Crystal Wall mineral veins. I also found that every region has a mining area. Chapter 21:13. Lin Fei had never thought that the most precious thing would die in the Tianyuan Crystal Wall. This is impossible. No matter how he looked at it, this thing didn't seem to be the most precious. Were the Master of the Sagely Sky and the others out of their minds? Master, just take a look at the distribution of the Tianyuan or vein and you'll understand the situation. A map appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was the map of the God Emperor Mountain. There were many red dots on the map. If one were to connect them together, it would be a huge area. So many. The little demon said, this Mountain God Emperor's space is very special. There is a large amount of Heaven Crystal Wall accumulated here. According to the system's analysis, the Heaven Crystal Wall has many uses, especially when the system said that it can be recycled and exchanged for a certain amount of points. This material does not even exist in the entire God realm, it can only be found here. Zhang Xiaohu felt relieved after hearing the system's words. Perhaps, the Tianyuan Crystal Wall was really the most important. Alright, you'll stay here for the next few days. If I find out that you've left, I'll suck you dry. I'm back. Lin Fei's return caused the entire God world to cheer. The benefits that the God Emperor throne had bestowed upon everyone had more or less benefited from it. After the lords of the 33 holy heavens had been chased out, a brand new era had begun in the God realm. This era was called the Era of Di Tian. Lin Fei had no interest in managing the God realm, so he left it to his subordinates. Your Majesty. Everyone changed the way they addressed him, calling him His Majesty. Lin Fei wasn't very interested. Since they liked to call him that, he didn't stop them. After returning, Lin Fei looked for Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Monarch to ask about the God Emperor Mountain, especially about the Heaven Crystal Rampart. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't know about it, but Elder Fu did. Yes, it's the Heaven Crystal Wall. Elder Fu thought for a while. It was confirmed. Are you sure? Elder Fu seemed to be reminiscing. That was a very long time ago. Although I could already remember things when I was still very young, I was still very young. The Heavenly Yuan Crystal Wall was a special existence. Later on, for some unknown reason, the entire world of the 33 sacred heavens was swept clean by a mysterious person, and all the mines were plundered. I'm not too sure, but the alternate dimension of Mount God Emperor should be related to that mysterious person. Lin Fei really didn't know that such a secret existed. The mysterious man? Little devil, do you think it's possible? The little devil chuckled. Since Master already has the answer in his heart, why bother asking me? Lin Fei did have an idea. According to the distribution of the map scanned by the system, no matter how mysterious an alien space was, it was impossible to condense a huge mineral vein. Your Majesty, did you see the Tianyuan Crystal Wall? Elder Fu asked. There are indeed a lot of ore veins. Lin Fei said. That's great. Elder Fu said excitedly. Your Majesty, the Tianyuan crystal wall is too important. It's best if Master can get some of them out. With these things, Your Majesty can create a group of powerful subordinates. Although he has not seen the Tianyuan crystal wall, Lin Fei can imagine the benefits. Although he is very strong, the strength of some of his subordinates is indeed quite different. Congratulations, Your Majesty D. Tian, for obtaining the God Emperor throne and starting a new era. Not long after Lin Fei came back, a projection quietly appeared in the Invincible Palace. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven congratulated Lin Fei. You came earlier than I expected. Lin Fei said indifferently as he sat on the celestial arch throne. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven was very displeased with Di Tian's tone, but he saw it clearly in the battle that day. This guy is stronger than he imagined. Even the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, who had 10% of his combat power, was killed. At that time, the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven was very excited. This little guy has actually grown to such an extent. After knowing that Di Tian has returned, the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven came personally. There is no other way. That thing is too important. It's still early. If you didn't disappear, it would have come long ago. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven complained. I came specially to congratulate Your Majesty Di Tian. This is not a matter of time. I can assume that you are here for the Tianyuan crystal wall. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven laughed dryly. It seems that Your Majesty already knows. Lin Fei thought to himself. It is indeed the Tianyuan crystal wall. I'm quite curious. Is the Tianyuan crystal wall that important? Lin Fei asked with a smile. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven almost rolled his eyes. If it wasn't important, why would I waste my energy here? Who asked that D*Ned guy to collect almost all the Tianyuan mineral veins, then create a sealed world and open up an alternate space? What AB***? Your Majesty D. Tian, what do I have to do for you to agree to cooperate? Lin Fei was not in a hurry to talk about the deal. The deal is not urgent. Since you didn't come down that day, the cooperation is not a problem. What I want to know is the use of the Tianyuan crystal wall. Please explain it to me. You don't have to explain, I believe many people will be willing to introduce it to me. Don't know the use of the Tianyuan crystal wall? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven's expression was a little strange. After thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. This was a sealed world. Even if there were outsiders, they would not be able to explain it clearly in a short time. Actually, the Tianyuan crystal wall is a form of energy. It contains rich destiny energy. At the same time, the Tianyuan crystal wall can not only be used for cultivation, but it is also a kind of material. It can be used to create destiny weapons. It can be used to create destiny weapons that are made of pure energy. Lin Fei listened quietly. Master, this guy's mind is fluctuating. He must be hiding something. Little Devil reminded. I knew this guy was not so kind. Lin Fei thought to himself. I need to go and understand the situation at Mount God Emperor next time. From the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, Lin Fei learned a lot about the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall. Turning energy into a sword? Not limited to normal weapons? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven did hide some of the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall. As for the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall, that's all. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven said. If Your Majesty D. Tian can take out a part of the Tianyuan crystal wall, I think we will have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Fei squinted. Then, what can you use to trade? You said that the Tianyuan crystal wall is very important. Could it be cultivation techniques or equipment? Lin Fei really did not care about these at the moment. With the top-level power output, as long as the output was large, he could sweep everything. As for cultivation techniques, Lin Fei really did not care. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven's face twitched. Luckily, it was just a shadow, so he could not see it. Chapter 21:14. Lin Fei sent the seventh lord of the holy sky away for the time being. This guy was not an honest guy. He still had some secrets about the heaven crystal wall that he had not told Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not think that the seventh lord of the holy sky would tell him the truth the first time. He was not in a hurry. Once the seventh lord of the holy sky tasted the sweetness for the first time, it would be beyond his control. I still have to go to the mountain of God Emperor and get some heaven crystal wall. Lin Fei was very unhappy that the six forces had divided the mountain of God Emperor. After obtaining the throne of the God Emperor, the mountain of God Emperor and the mountain of God Emperor also belonged to Lin Fei. No one could take it away from him. Hua. Not long after he sent the seventh lord of the holy sky away. Another projection came from the invincible palace. It was one of the masters of the holy sky who had fought against him before. He was a very strong one. The other party started off with compliments. Congratulations, Your Majesty D. Tian, for starting a new era. Lin Fei would never take words of Fei seriously. Whoever took it seriously would be the loser. Who knew, at that moment, the other party might even want to skin you alive and eat you alive. Don't talk nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Fei did not kill the other party because he did not have a trace of killing intent. I want to work with Your Majesty. Whatever Your Majesty needs, the third lord of the holy sky can satisfy you, no matter what. The third lord of the holy sky waved his hand and sent over a storage ring. We were used last time. This is a small token of our appreciation. Eat the benefits. Cooperation. Talk slowly. From start to finish, Lin Fei did not agree to anything. Clearly, the other party did not intend to negotiate in one go. These guys are really thick-skinned. They are willing to do anything for the heaven crystal wall. After sending off another 3 masters of the holy sky, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. They all came for the same purpose, the heaven crystal wall. At the same time, they gave him a gift. It was compensation for their rash actions last time. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that they could not do anything to him. After all, he was the strongest existence in the sealed world. And they could not come in. Since force didn't work the last time, he could only use another method, such as cooperation. Let's see what gifts have been sent over. Lin Fei wasn't worried that they were up to some sort of conspiracy. He wouldn't play any tricks. Master, I've scanned it. There's no danger. In order to ensure that there was nothing in the storage ring, Lin Fei let the little demon scan the entire storage ring. This is a cultivation technique. In the first storage ring, there were books of cultivation techniques. They all sounded very domineering. This should be a God Emperor cultivation technique. Weapon of Destiny? 100 of them at once, and all of them have a 200-fold increase in power. They're really willing to spend a lot of money. A medicinal pill that can instantly heal injuries. It's a pretty good item. Unfortunately, I can't use it. Needless to say, these people were willing to spend their capital. If it had been anyone else, just the items in the first storage ring would have been enough to make them unable to tear their eyes away. They were simply too valuable. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't lack anything. After activating his peak level mode, cultivation techniques weren't that important anymore. As long as he had an endless supply of destiny points, he would be able to explode again and again. A powerful output of power. Lin Fei could completely crush the other party to death. Right now, these things were really not worth mentioning. Another one. Lin Fei opened the other storage rings one after another. Basically, the items were similar. If it wasn't cultivation techniques, then it was weapons. There were even some defensive heavenly mandate battle armors. Back and forth, it was like this. In the end, it was quite disappointing. Ding! Discovered a mysterious item. Just as Lin Fei was feeling very disappointed, the system inexplicably sent a notification. Mysterious item? Lin Fei was a little surprised. Let me find it. One by one, the items were turned over. No matter how he searched, Lin Fei saw this mysterious item and searched with his divine sense. Could it be this? Very quickly, at the bottom of a storage ring, Lin Fei really found something. It was a black slate with ancient runes carved on it. However, Lin Fei didn't recognize a single one of them. This was the first time he didn't recognize a rune. What the hell, I actually don't recognize these runes. This was a very rare occurrence. Lin Fei threw a scan over, planning to take a good look at what it was. Once the appraisal came out, Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Incomplete slate, 3, level. Lin Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Damn, what kind of appraisal is this? There are 3 question marks. This wasn't the first time there was an appraisal with question marks. This time, the appraisal result was somewhat surprising. Little devil, didn't our system upgrade to top-level mode? Why is there still something that can't be appraised? Lin Fei asked Little Devil. Little Devil came out and congratulated. Master's luck is really good to actually find this thing. You know what this is? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Little Devil to actually know its origin. Little Devil shook her head. Master, I can't tell you now. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Ding. Top-level mission, find and collect incomplete slate. Mission time, unlimited. Reward, random. Player Lin Fei, accept the mission, find and collect incomplete slate. Before Lin Fei could react, the mission was confirmed. How shameless. You didn't even ask me if I agreed. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He had found a slate out of nowhere and then started a mission. Was this a hidden mission? Lin Fei couldn't help but ponder. Master, this mission will be of great help to you. As long as you complete it, the benefits will definitely be beyond your imagination. I can reveal a little. There are a total of 18 of these incomplete slate. As long as Master can find all of them, the doubts in your heart will be solved. Little Devil said mysteriously. Really? Do you think I would lie to Master? Lin Fei quickly calmed down. Since Little Devil said this, it must have a very powerful background. There were a total of 18 of them. It seemed like he really had to cooperate with the Lord of the Sacred Sky. Ding, collected a broken stone tablet, 3. Player Lin Fei has obtained the side quest reward, obtaining a basic energy blade technique and a basic energy shield. Lin Fei blinked, there's even a reward. This was a little unexpected. Little Devil smiled. When Master accepted the mission to collect 18 incomplete slate, the side mission also started. For example, if you collect one of them, you can get a reward. But, what are these basic energy blade technique and basic energy shield technique? No matter how I look at them, they don't look like much. Chapter 21:15. Lin Fei remembered clearly that he had not learned a skill for a long time. He did not expect that this time, because of the gift from the Lord of Sacred Sky, he would inadvertently receive a mission, a peak-level mission, and at the same time receive a portion of the reward. Whether it was good or not, he would learn it first. At least, Lin Fei was looking forward to the skill reward from a peak-level mission. Although the names sounded ordinary, there might be something unique about it. Ding, confirm to learn Fundamental Energy Saber Technique. Confirm. This skill turned into a Jingguang, and Lin Fei mastered Fundamental Energy Saber Technique. Ding, confirm to learn Elementary Energy Shield. Confirm. Lin Fei immediately chose to confirm. After learning these 2 skills, Lin Fei quickly realized that something was different. Normally, he would become an expert immediately after starting school. But this time, after learning, a progress bar appeared, showing that he had to train to 100% before he could enter the next level. Damn, I still have to learn. Little Devil said, Master, this is not an ordinary skill, the system can only start in peak level mode. Let me take a look first. Lin Fei immediately checked, and with one look, his eyes opened wide. So awesome. Hua. In the next second, Lin Fei appeared beside the God Emperor throne, then entered the space of Mountain God Emperor, and once again appeared in the forest. Primordial 13 was still there, and did not leave. After appearing, Lin Fei asked, "In this place, where are the more immortal beasts, preferably the stronger ones?" Primordial 13 replied without hesitation, "Yes, in the west, about 1,000,000 miles away, there lives an emperor beast with the strength of a rank 1. It is almost comparable to a rank 2 god emperor expert." So. With a spatial movement, Lin Fei broke through 1,000,000 miles, and arrived at the side of a lake. The system scanned, and confirmed that there was an emperor beast below. "Come out." Lin Fei punched the lake, causing a huge tremor that attracted the attention of the sovereign beast below. It was a huge crocodile covered in densely packed scales. He exuded a ferocious emperor's might. As soon as the sovereign beast appeared, its tail swept out, causing space to tremble and Lin Fei's clothes to flutter. Basic Energy Saber Technique. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion in the air. An energy blade formed from pure destiny points appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the autarch beast's tail, causing it to fall off. Refinement plus 1 inch. There was finally a change in the progress bar. Lin Fei was moved. This skill is a blade technique. It's even stronger than when I used the Purple Moon Holy Blade to amplify its power. The amount of destiny points it consumes is far less than when I used the Purple Moon Holy Blade to attack. While Lin Fei was still in shock, the archbeast let out a roar. The scales on its back rained down like a rain of arrows, followed by a sonic boom. This guy is really strong. Any one of his scales can kill a Heaven's Mandate expert. With a thought, Lin Fei did not attack with his sword. Instead, he used the beginner's energy shield. As soon as he used his destiny points, an energy shield appeared around him. Bang! 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 The scales that filled the sky fell down. When they were bounced off by the energy shield, Lin Fei was completely fine. Refinement plus 1, refinement plus 2, Lin Fei was shocked once again. This beginner's energy shield was also very useful. How is it? Not bad, right? The little devil said proudly, "This is a deeper use of energy. The consumption is also exceptionally low, and the power will increase by several folds." Lin Fei felt it. For example, the basic energy saber technique was indeed very basic. It was nothing more than the most ordinary attack. However, when it was used in the form of energy, the power would increase by several folds. Most importantly, the energy was not limited, and it could easily attack the opponent's weakness. It is indeed very powerful. I can use it more freely. Lin Fei said seriously. When Master reaches the specialist level, the power will be even better. The autarch beast in front of us will be the best sparring partner for Master. Lin Fei looked at the autarch beast again. He realized that the tail that was chopped off earlier had recovered. Its sharp claws turned into afterimages as they clawed towards Lin Fei. "Alright, I will use you as a sparring partner." The long and narrow energy saber slashed forward. Lin Fei also used space movement. This was the first time he used the basic energy saber technique in this mountain god emperor space. Refinement plus 1, refinement plus 1, Lin Fei was like a fish swimming in the water, moving back and forth. He was getting more and more familiar with the basic saber technique. It was a completely unconventional attack method. It was really an eye-opener. Primordial 13, who was chasing from behind, could feel the roar of the autarch beast from afar. When he got closer, he saw the humongous autarch beast roaring non-stop. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. At this moment, the surroundings had already turned into ruins. This person is too terrifying. Primordial 13 looked at the autarch beast continuously attacking the black-robed young man. No matter how he looked at it, before the attack could even touch the opponent, it would be repelled by a layer of energy. On the contrary, the autarch beast's body was densely covered with wounds. The entire lake had turned red. Fortunately, I did not choose to fight till the end. Primordial 13 shivered. This was an autarch beast. Even a first transition god emperor could fight against a second transition god emperor expert. Even if it was him, he would need a few days to kill this autarch beast. Refinement +1 ding, basic energy saber technique leveled up, advanced to intermediate level. Lin Fei was delighted. However, the basic energy shield had yet to advance to intermediate level. Hua! With a slash of the energy saber, the autarch beast's humongous head fell off. The body laid motionless on the ground. Such a sharp energy saber. Lin Fei only wanted to test the power of the saber. He did not expect the autarch beast to die in one slash. Lord, mighty! Primordial 13 came up to flatter. This was the first time Lin Fei killed an autarch beast. Even though it was dead, its flesh and blood contained boundless energy. With a wave of his hand, he kept the remaining portion. Take this and roast it. Primordial 13 was completely convinced. He quickly roasted the meat. Very soon, the golden yellow autarch beast meat emitted a fragrance. Lin Fei took a piece and took a bite. When the meat entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current. Lin Fei refined it with a thought. It can even increase my destiny points. Not bad. Primordial 13 naturally did not dare to eat it. In fact, he was envious. The meat of an autarch beast had great effects. Go and eat it yourself. The two of them quickly divided the golden roasted meat. This amount of destiny points was nothing to Lin Fei. On the other hand, Primordial 13 was excited. As for the remaining bit, Lin Fei rewarded it to Primordial 13. Do you have the Heaven Crystal Wall? Then come out. Chapter 21:16. After finding an Emperor Beast to fight, he leveled up his basic energy blade technique and energy shield. After tasting the Emperor Beast's flesh, Lin Fei decided to learn more about the Heaven Crystal Wall. This is the Heaven Crystal Wall? This thing was much more beautiful than he had imagined. That was what Lin Fei thought. He held a shiny crystal in his hand. It was filled with surging energy and was extremely pure. Ding, discovered Heaven Crystal Wall, absorb. Ding, discovered Heaven Crystal Wall, exchange. Immediately the system prompted. Absorb and exchange? Lin Fei understood what the former meant. The latter could be exchanged? Could it be exchanged for points? Exchange. Lin Fei chose the latter. He wanted to know what he could exchange for. Ding, exchange successful, obtained 1 progress point. Following the system's notification, Lin Fei noticed something interesting. On the attribute page, there was an additional progress bar at the place where the energy output was supposed to be. 1/100000000. Progress 100%, can be leveled up. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I was still thinking about how to raise the limit. So it requires Heaven Crystal Wall. That means I don't need 100 million pieces of Heaven Crystal Wall. This discovery made Lin Fei overjoyed. Although the output was between 100 million to 300 million, Lin Fei never thought he was invincible. He just had an advantage over others. Is the Heaven Crystal Wall easy to mine? Lin Fei casually asked Primordial 13. Very difficult to mine. The Heaven Crystal Wall is extremely hard. One must use the special tools to mine. Lin Fei waved his hand, get to the point. This is all nonsense. I just want to know how much can be mined in a year. For example, your Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. I remember last year we mined a total of 15 million pieces of Heaven Crystal Wall. Primordial 13 thought about it and said. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, damn, so low. Thinking about it, if the Heaven Crystal Wall was so easy to mine, the God Emperor Mountain would have already been broken by others, and it wouldn't have fallen into his hands. My lord, this is already very high. For a few years, we mined the Heavenly Crystal Wall every year. It's less than half of last year's, only a few million yuan. When he heard the number, his heart skipped a beat. A few million a year? When would he be able to accumulate 100 million pieces of Tianyuan crystal wall? I have to find out for myself. Lin Fei was very confident that as long as he inspected the situation on the spot, he would be able to think of a good way to increase the mining efficiency with his own system. Bring me to the nearest mining area. Primordial 13 was ready to risk everything. Soon, a mountain range appeared in front of them. There was a huge valley in the mountain range, and the valley was heavily guarded. "Milord. This is one of the mining areas of the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. He has a total of 6 mining areas in his hands. This mining area can mine 2 million pieces of heavenly crystal wall every year." Lin Fei did not use his divine sense, but used the system to scan. Around the mountains, there were tens of thousands of heavy armored soldiers, all of whom were equipped with the same equipment. At the same time, their realms were not low, all of them were divine emperors, and there were even many invincible divine emperors. God Emperor Mountain Space. Are there many mining areas? Lin Fei asked Primordial 13. I heard that there are many, but many places are occupied by powerful archbeasts, and some are even occupied by Battle Emperor level beasts. These mining areas were all snatched from the hands of the archbeasts. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was not bad news. Alright, wait here for my return. With that, Lin Fei snuck into the mining area. The mining area was huge. Lin Fei noticed that the miners here were basically hierarch level. He held a special tool in his hand, and entered the mining area expressionlessly. Wow, there are actually 2 7th Revolution God Emperors guarding here. Lin Fei concealed all his aura. Even if a Battle Emperor was here, he would not be able to detect anyone sneaking in. This time, Lin Fei was not here to kill, but to sneak into the mining area to investigate the situation. Avoiding the patrols, Lin Fei quietly entered the mining area. The mining area was huge, and it extended in all directions. Lin Fei found a secluded place. In the tunnel, someone was holding a hoe and hammering. Every time he hit the rock, the miner would explode with terrifying power, but the rock did not move at all. Open. Lin Fei revealed himself, opened his palm, and grabbed the nearest rock. With his power, no rock could withstand his grab. But this time, he was disappointed. This time, Lin Fei felt like he grabbed an iron plate, and the huge rebound caused his body to shake. Such a hard rock. Lin Fei was shocked. I just used about 50 million power, and I was actually rebounded. Again. This time, Lin Fei used 80 million power, and he did not believe that the rock could be so hard. Bang! Lin Fei was rebounded again, and it was very powerful, directly rebounding the previous power. This rock is not simple. Lin Fei shielded this area, and was not worried about his aura leaking out. Again. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei was really going to waste time with this thing. Every time, his power increased, from 50 million to 300 million. Regrettably, the rock displayed a strange characteristic, and each time, the power would be rebounded. It was very strange. No wonder the mining efficiency is so low this year. After being rebounded again, Lin Fei let out a long sigh. He really understood why the mining efficiency was so low, and it was not without reason. Even my strongest power output can't move the rock. I really need a special item. Lin Fei stopped experimenting. Even if he used 1 billion power, he might not be able to break it. This rock was very strange. Help me scan this rock, I want to know what secrets it has. Although Lin Fei could not do anything to the rock, it did not mean that he could not do anything. Wasn't it just using up some destiny points? This was easy. Lin Fei just wanted to know the reason. Ding! Discovered special rock, level 0 has a special ability that ignores all attacks, and has a 100% reflection rate. Lin Fei suddenly realized that this was a special rock, and it even had a certain ability. This was really an eye-opener. I'm impressed. Previously, only Lin Fei could easily block the repeated reflections. Those who did not know would be killed on the spot. To be able to mine it, they must have a way to deal with this special rock. Lin Fei's figure disappeared, and he appeared in another mine. He killed one of them, took his mining tools, and at the same time, threw an appraisal over. Pickaxe, level 1, made from the trunk of the Sanluo iron tree. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 21:17. Primordial 13 was extremely worried. He had completely pledged his allegiance to Lin Fei. If there was any commotion in the mining area and a God Emperor expert made a move, he would be dead for sure. Let's go. Lin Fei arrived at Primordial 13's position and left the mining area. When he appeared again, he was in another mountain range. Now that Lin Fei had mastered space movement, he could come and go without a trace. Moreover, the system could conceal his aura. Do you know about the Sanluo Xian tree? After discovering the secret, Lin Fei was relieved. As long as he found the Sanluo Xian tree and made a pickaxe through the system, mining would be a piece of cake. Yes, but this thing lives in places where monarch beasts gather. Lin Fei knew that Primordial 13 didn't know the secret of the Sanluo Xian tree. In fact, the secret that the 6 combat emperors knew was limited to a few people. Their subordinates knew the power of the pickaxe, but they didn't know what it was made of. The information on the surface was erased. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei would be dumbfounded. He wouldn't be able to get the tools to mine the Heaven Crystal Wall in a short period of time. Living in a place where monarch beasts gather isn't a problem. Lin Fei wanted to experience the power of the monarch beasts and combat emperors. He also wanted to bring some corpses of the monarch beasts to increase the strength of his subordinates. Lead the way. On the way, Lin Fei found out that the God Emperor Mountain was huge. However, the 6 combat emperors only occupied 1/3 of the territory. The remaining 2/3 were occupied by the monarch beasts. Basically, no one would return to the other 2/3 of the autarch beasts' territory. Even if they did, they would enter as a team. Very few people dared to go in alone. The autarch beasts were too united. If one appeared, a second would immediately appear. Primordial 13 was afraid. He could only bite the bullet and enter. Take this. Lin Fei took out a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 150 times and threw it to Primordial 13. This plaything was useless to him now. Even the Purple Moon's sacred saber that could amplify by 500 times was far from the energy fundamental saber art that he learned recently. Previously, he would easily waste his heavenly mandate points if he used the Purple Moon's sacred saber. Now, he could use it perfectly. Thank you, my lord. Yuan Shisan, who was a 3rd Revolution Emperor God, did not even have a heavenly mandate weapon that he could use, let alone one that could increase his power by 150 times. Wait, just stay close to me. If you die, it's your bad luck. Primordial 13 nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would definitely follow behind Lin Fei and would not run around. Roar. When Lin Fei entered a boundless mountain range, powerful auras soared into the sky. All of them had the aura of the archbeasts. It was unknown whether it was the existence of the heavenly origin crystal wall or some other reason that created a large number of the archbeasts. This is Tian Yuan mountain range. We are now in the periphery. The Sanluo Sago tree is in the middle. As Yuan 13 flew, he kept an eye on his surroundings. There are so many sovereign beasts here. No wonder no one dares to come in alone. That would be suicide. Lin Fei carried Primordial 13 and performed space teleportation. His figure kept moving around the Tianyuan Mountains. Every time he appeared in a place, he would immediately go to the next place. The monarch beasts were startled awake. When they looked again, Lin Fei had disappeared. Primordial 13's scalp went numb. Those powerful auras were enough to tear him into countless pieces. Remember to point the way. Under Yuan 13's guidance, Lin Fei passed through more than half of the Tianyuan Mountains. Finally, he arrived at a gloomy forest that was still exposed. An oppressive aura came crashing over. Lord, be careful. This is the poison mentioned in the ancient books. Yuan 13 used his destiny energy to block the Black Mist's invasion. In front of Lin Fei was a huge forest with towering trees that reached the clouds. Naturally, the oppressive aura was ignored. Those are the Sanluo Sago trees. Yuan 13 pointed at the towering trees. However, Lord, be careful. These Sanluo Sago trees have spirits and will take the initiative to attack people. Each of these trees is equivalent to the Arch realm. Lin Fei used an appraisal technique to confirm that they were Sanluo Sago trees. At the same time, it also indicated that this was an extremely willful tree species with exceptionally terrifying attack power. So the materials used in the mining area are of the lowest grade. After the appraisal, Lin Fei discovered another interesting thing. These Sanluo Sago trees were of very high grade. They were several times better than the ones he saw in the mining area. You stay here and watch. Lin Fei rushed in, ready to see the power of the Sanluo Sago trees. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Lin Fei entered, the originally motionless Sanluo Sago trees suddenly moved. They opened their branches and whipped at Lin Fei. The gap that was originally visible to the sky was completely covered by the Sanluo Sago trees. This area instantly became an impenetrable cage. No wonder their materials are so bad. These Sanluo Sago trees are far more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei waved his hand and turned his destiny points into saber intent that shot out. He blocked it. Although it was just a small experiment, it was still a power output of tens of millions. The saber intent slashed at the branches. The surface of the branches released a faint black mist that blocked the saber intent's attack. Although some of the branches were cut off, they quickly grew back. Again. Lin Fei took out the Purple Moon Sacred Saber and slashed at the incoming branches. The Sanluo Sago trees were very terrifying. Wave after wave of attacks did not stop. Once the branches were cut off, they would immediately recover and attack unceasingly. They have all become demons. According to the information from Primordial 13, in order to obtain the Sanluo Sago trees, they had to chop off the main trunk. The other parts were useless. They even know how to shrink the space. Lin Fei moved back and forth. The Purple Moon Sacred Saber kept chopping off the branches. The surrounding space was still shrinking. The power output was also increasing. Soon, it reached 150 million. Facing the majestic branches, Lin Fei's expression turned solemn. This thing was really not easy to deal with. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber again. His strength broke through 200 million, and he opened up a path. In an instant, he recovered, and the densely packed attacks covered the sky. What a fast recovery ability! Swish! 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 Lin Fei continued to slash. The power output kept increasing. In a few breaths, it reached the peak, the limit of what he could output. As expected, it is not ordinary. Lin Fei activated the elementary energy shield. I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. The Purple Moon Sacred Saber opened up a path and charged towards the nearest Sanluo Sago tree. The current Lin Fei only needed to keep attacking. He could ignore the defense. Soon, the huge trunk appeared in front of him. Kill. Chapter 21:18. Lin Fei finally saw how powerful it was. The limitless iron tree's attack and defense were both very frightening. They were mighty and endless. Anyone who went against the limitless iron tree would definitely not have a good ending. This time, he encountered Lin Fei. It's indeed rooted in the Tianyuan or vein. While attacking the trunk, Lin Fei discovered the secrets of the Sanluo iron tree through the system. For example, if the tree roots were rooted in the Tianyuan or vein, it could absorb a large amount of heaven's will energy and obtain a long period of invincibility. Open for me. Lin Fei slashed towards the depths of the ground and cut off the densely packed roots. This is the time. Lin Fei went all out. The sky-covering blade radiance landed on the trunk, causing the towering tree to shake violently. The heaven's will energy couldn't be replenished in a short period of time. This was the best opportunity. Boom! The huge trunk lost its energy supply and fell to the ground. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept it. Lin Fei found the weakness of the Sanluo iron tree. Continue. Lin Fei pounced towards another towering tree. Lord, it's really amazing. Primordial 13's eyes were wide open. Others might not know, but Primordial 13 had heard that a few combat emperors had entered the Tianyuan mountain range together and suffered heavy losses. That time, they were looking for the Sanluo iron tree. This was something Primordial 13 had unintentionally heard from others. Compared to Lin Fei, they were far inferior. They were two extremes. After finding the weakness, Lin Fei's attacks became even more ferocious. At the same time, 18 clones were released. All of them wielded the Purple Moon's sacred blade and attacked crazily. Fortunately, Lin Fei had blocked the aura in this area. No matter how big the commotion was, he didn't need to worry about the monarch beasts finding out. He collected the Sanluo iron tree in peace. Lin Fei had high requirements. He only wanted the trunk of the Sanluo iron tree. He didn't want any side branches. He didn't like them. Bang bang bang. This time, the Sanluo iron tree suffered a calamity. Towering trees fell one after another. The trunk was collected. As long as he spent some destiny points, he could make a pickaxe of extremely high quality. Since they were going to mine, Lin Fei naturally had to prepare the best. Lin Fei stayed in this area for 3 days. In 3 days' time, Lin Fei swept through the myriad sift iron tree. With the cooperation of the 18 clones, they could cut down the trunk with the least amount of effort. Lin Fei harvested sections of the trunk. As long as the Sanluo iron trees here were old enough, Lin Fei wouldn't let any of them off. No matter how many came, they would all be taken care of. Almost there. After chopping down the last tree, Lin Fei collected a few sections of the trunk and was satisfied. Through the system, he could create a large number of pickaxes. All right. Let's go. Removing his aura shield, Lin Fei turned around and prepared to leave. It was time for him to meet the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor and see just how powerful he was. So, the moment he came out, the hairs on Lin Fei's back stood. A sharp claw slashed over. At the same time, a huge black shadow covered the sky and appeared above. Lin Fei retracted his fist and punched the other party's claw, causing a huge rebound force. A huge rebound force caused Lin Fei to fly back. Damn, so strong. Lin Fei was shocked. He raised his head. Unknowingly when there was a huge purple bird in the sky. It was 10,000 feet long and covered the sky. It was the other party's claw that came over. Lord, be careful. It's a great rock. Lin Fei was puzzled. He had shielded his aura, so how could this fellow appear here? It didn't make sense. Scan. In that short exchange, Lin Fei understood that this great rock was extremely strong. Just the power of that claw alone was over 100 million. Great Rock, 7th Revolution God Emperor. Power output, 200 million. Main attacks, Heaven-Rending Claw, Exploding Lightning Ball. After looking through the information, Lin Fei was shocked. A 7th Revolution God Emperor beast's power output was actually so high. It was a shocking 200 million. Seems like the attack just now was Heaven-Rending Claw. Its attack is indeed extraordinary. The great rock slashed again with its sharp claws. Sounds of air being torn could be heard. Its power had reached the limit, a total of 200 million. Lin Fei could only see the claw shadows in front of him. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. If it were a God Emperor, he would definitely be torn to pieces. I happen to be lacking a flying mount. You'll be the one. Lin Fei used spatial displacement, dodging all of the attacks. He appeared in the air above the great rock. The great rock raised its head and spat out a ball of lightning, which whistled through the air and transformed into a net of lightning. Damn, it's trying to seal off all my escape routes. Even Lin Fei had no choice but to admit that this move was extremely powerful. Voila! With the purple moon's sacred blade in hand, he slashed forward. The blade light shattered the lightning net. Lin Fei leaped up and landed on the back of the great rock. Get down! Boom! The 300 million power output turned into an empty tie that landed on the back of the great rock. The great rock shrieked and fell from the sky, crashing into a forest. Peng peng peng. Lin Fei stomped a few more times. Are you convinced? The maximum output of 300 million energy merely caused the great rock Thunder Eagle to spit out a mouthful of blood. His back had caved in, but his life force was not affected much. Lin Fei clicked his tongue in wonder. If a 7th Revolution God Emperor was already so powerful, then a combat emperor above the 9th Revolution would be even more terrifying. I'm convinced, convinced. The great rock shouted. It was prepared to eat human flesh. Unexpectedly, it met such a powerful existence. It was filled with regret. Open your sea of consciousness. Without saying a word, Lin Fei threatened the great rock to open its sea of consciousness. Then, he planted his imprint and completely subdued the great rock. Now, he had a powerful flying beast as a mount. As for unlocking the imprint, Lin Fei did not care. It was exchanged from the system store. It was extremely mysterious. How could a mere great rock break it? Heal. Hua hua hua. Destiny points turned into a warm current and healed the injuries of the great rock. Alright, from today onwards, you shall be called Great Rock. Lin Fei called Primordial 13 over. The battle aura had attracted some great rock. A 7th Revolution God Emperor Great Rock was already so powerful. If there were a dozen more, even Lin Fei would feel great pressure. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. The great rock spread its wings. With terrifying speed, it traveled millions of miles. After a few flaps, it was already far away. Lin Fei was secretly happy. This mount is really qualified. When he came out, Lin Fei was at the periphery of Tianyuan mountain range. The moment the great rock released its great rock's aura, the other existences were so scared that they laid on the ground. Can you make it smaller? No problem. Chapter 21:19. After witnessing Great Rock's power, Lin Fei paid more attention to the Emperor beasts in Mount God Emperor. Tell me about the powerful characters in Tianyuan mountain range. Lin Fei wanted to understand the situation in Tianyuan mountain range. Great Rock was the most suitable person to do so. Great Rock was very clear about the situation in Tianyuan mountain range. This fellow was also beaten into submission by Lin Fei. A power output of more than 200 million was extremely terrifying. Only Emperor beasts could withstand it. If it was a human, Lin Fei's foot might have crushed them. Master, there are a total of 5 combat emperors in Tianyuan mountain range, Great Rock explained in detail. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Fortunately, he did not recklessly charge into the depths. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble. Outsiders might not know, but Lin Fei had experienced it. There are a total of 5 combat emperors, but there are countless emperor beasts of other realms. No wonder the 6 major forces do not dare to enter. In comparison, the human race is far inferior. Lin Fei understood more about the situation and roughly understood the situation in the Tianyuan mountain range. I have to be careful in the future. A 7th Revolution God Emperor Great Rock's power output was 200 million. Lin Fei did not doubt that the 9th Revolution God Emperor Beast's power output should be around 400 to 500 million. As for combat emperors, Lin Fei guessed that their power output should be around 1 billion. Even if there was a slight difference, it should be at least 800 million. Lin Fei felt that to defeat them, his power output should be at least 800 to 900 million. I thought too lightly of dealing with combat emperors. At the start, Lin Fei was overflowing with confidence after easily defeating Primordial 13. He felt that combat emperors should not be that strong. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He had been too full of himself. If he had really charged over recklessly, he might have ended up suffering a setback. Looks like I have to increase my output limit. Previously, Lin Fei did not care about it. Now, he had to. After instructing Great Rock to stay here, Lin Fei turned and left Mount God Emperor. Little devil. How do I increase my output limit? Lin Fei asked the little devil directly. Why didn't he stay in the God Emperor Mountain? Lin Fei was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself for the time being. Perhaps they would suspect him, so he had to be even more careful. Master can complete the mission given by the system. You can gain points from it. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no trouble. Then give me a mission. He did not need to worry about the immortal realm. The people of the 33 Sage Heavens would not have any ideas for now. His only worry was the representative of the heavenly law, the Sky Dragon. Previously, Lin Fei had used the system to search. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find any traces of the Sky Dragon. After witnessing the power of a 7th Revolution God Emperor, Lin Fei was eager to increase his output. Alright. Ding, mission issued. Ding. Player Lin Fei has raised the Divine Beast Hairball to the level of an Emperor Beast within a month. 100 points will be awarded upon completion. 70% of Destiny points will be deducted upon failure, 100 points. Lin Fei opened the system again. He noticed that there was a number behind power output. It was exactly 1,000 points. Looks like I need to accumulate 1,000 points to activate it. Actually, even without the system issuing the mission, Lin Fei was prepared to bring Hairball to the God Emperor Mountain to devour the Emperor Beasts one by one to raise Hairball's power. Oh right, other than this mission, are there any other missions? 1 month was not a long time. Just one mission. Lin Fei felt that it was too long. It would be even better if he could obtain 1 or 2 more missions. Master, you can use a certain amount of Destiny points. You can obtain a certain amount of Crusade mission. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with joy. There is a Crusade mission? I don't think there was one before. This can only be activated in top-notch mode. Then why didn't you tell me before? Little evil demon rolled his eyes. Master didn't ask. Lin Fei was speechless. Come to think of it, he didn't ask before. He could obtain a certain amount of points and obtain a Crusade mission. Lin Fei was very excited. He immediately obtained a mission after hearing that it required 100 million Destiny points. The cost of this mission was really not low. Lin Fei didn't try it for the time being. He planned to arrange things first. Lin Fei quickly arranged everything. He said that he was stabilizing his God Emperor realm strength, but in fact, Lin Fei came to the God Emperor Mountain. This time, Lin Fei didn't come alone. He also brought Hairball. Hairball was now a divine beast and could fight against Heaven's Mandate realm experts. Great Peng and Primordial 13 were both here. Hairball roared when she saw Great Peng. Clearly, she knew that this bird-like guy was very powerful. This time, you have to eat to your heart's content. Soon, you will also reach the Emperor Beast realm. Lin Fei patted Hairball's head. Hairball was indeed afraid of this little bird. She nodded. I will definitely increase my strength quickly. Lin Fei didn't plan to go out. He planned to stay in Tianyuan mountain range for a month. Activate the Crusade mission. Ding. 100 million Destiny points consumed, Crusade mission activated. Ding. Mission, kill 100 immortal beasts, regardless of cultivation. No time limit. Mission complete. Reward, 20 points. Lin Fei was speechless. This random mission was really a scam. Regardless of cultivation, killing 100 immortal beasts wasn't a problem at all. Time to farm points. Before leaving, Lin Fei set up several energy towers to absorb Heaven's Mandate energy. Then, he entered Tianyuan mountain range and started hunting immortal beasts. Roar! A golden tiger pounced out of a thicket. Following it was a tiger's roar, a dragon tiger's roar, and it pounced at Lin Fei. Roar! Hairball turned into her original form and pounced. With a swipe of her sharp claws, the golden tiger's tough defense was broken. Hairball opened her mouth and bit down on the golden tiger, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Ding! Killed an immortal beast, number +1. This wasn't Lin Fei's first kill. Basically, it was Hairball who did the killing, with Lin Fei assisting from the side. The carcass was even simpler, as Hairball directly devoured it. On the Battle Pet page of the system, there was a progress bar. That was Hairball's progress into the Sovereign Beast realm. It was only a little bit, and there was still a long way to go before it broke through. Ding! Killed an immortal beast, number +1. Ding! Killed an immortal beast, number +1. Lin Fei didn't go deep into the forest, but stayed at the periphery. He planned to kill his way in. Hairball's strong defense was enough to deal with ordinary immortal beasts in a single round. Ding! Mission completed. Reward, 20 points. Soon, 100 immortal beasts were killed. Chapter 21-20. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining 20 points. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining 10 points. Tianyuan Mountain Range. Lin Fei slashed out a saber light and killed an immortal beast, successfully completing a mission and obtaining 20 points. Ever since he started farming points, Lin Fei and Hairball started sweeping the immortal beasts in the periphery. Luckily, the system was quite humane. Whether it was Hairball or Lin Fei who killed them, it would be counted as part of the mission. More than 700 points. These days, Lin Fei didn't rest at all. Relying on the system's monitoring, he avoided the powerful monarch beasts and completed the missions one after another. The number of destiny points he spent was not small. Lin Fei was not worried about the Heaven's Fate points. The God Emperor Mountain Space had an endless supply of Heaven's Fate energy to Lin Fei. Killing 10 monarch beasts and obtaining 30 points. This mission is worth it. After looking at the mission, Lin Fei brought Hairball to the nearest monarch beast's territory. With the system, Lin Fei wasn't afraid that he couldn't complete the mission. Hairball's progress bar had also increased by a large margin. She was almost 2/3 done. Ordinary immortal beasts wouldn't be of much use to her. It was time to start on the monarch beasts. Roar, damn humans. In the territory of a monarch beast, a huge creature rushed out. It was a huge lion. It had a domineering name in Mountain God Emperor, Sky-Shattering Lion. This guy's attack was powerful. Even Primordial 13 wouldn't be a match for it. Hairball's body had grown a lot bigger. Her battle prowess had also increased. After the Sky-Shattering Lion rushed out, she pounced on it. Their gigantic bodies collided, creating a gale that razed the surrounding forest to the ground. The damage output is quite high. It's actually 180 million damage. Lin Fei took out the Violet Moon Sacred Saber and rushed forward. He slashed and broke the opponent's defense. Hairball's sharp claws weren't just for show. One man and one hairball. Their cooperation was very tacit. Ding! Killed one monarch beast. The archbeasts and immortal beasts living in the periphery were unlucky. Lin Fei and Hairball cooperated and killed their way in. Even if they encountered a powerful opponent, they would kill them on the spot. Even a 7th Revolution God Emperor Great Rock Thunder Eagle was not its opponent, much less other Emperor beasts. Lin Fei did not go and grab helpers. There was no point in doing so for the time being. In his eyes, the most important thing was to quickly complete the crusade mission, obtain points, and unleash his maximum damage output. Soon, 23 days had passed. Ding! Mission completed. Obtained 30 points. Ding! Accumulated points have reached 1,000. Do you want to activate the maximum output? After killing another monarch beast, Lin Fei finally accumulated 1,000 points. Finally, 1,000 points. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei sighed. If it were an ordinary Emperor God expert, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission even if they spent a year. Who asked Lin Fei to have enough destiny points to fight for a long time? The same could not be said for the monarch beasts. Upgrade. Even though the maximum output was 300 million, Lin Fei felt that it was not safe. Over the past few days, he had not ventured into the depths of Tianyuan mountain range. From the Great Rock, he knew that the monarch beasts living in the depths were extremely powerful. Some of them had even mutated, and their combat power could not be estimated. Lin Fei did not enter because he had encountered a mutated monarch beast in the periphery. It had the combat power of a 5th Revolution God Emperor, but Lin Fei did not know what it consumed. It could actually unleash a combat power of 300 million. Fortunately, Lin Fei persisted long enough to exhaust the other party's energy before killing it. A 5th Revolution God Emperor beast could mutate to such an extent. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate those powerful mutated existences mentioned by the Great Rock. He would rather sweep the outside first. Ding. Player consumed 1,000 points to upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Lin Fei opened the system's attribute page. The original maximum output was now 500 million. It had doubled. This is great. I can actually output 500 million. Lin Fei was delighted with this result. With 500 million output, he could definitely hunt monarch beasts in the intermediate region. The monarch beasts living in those regions were around 5th Revolution God Emperor to 7th Revolution God Emperor. At the same time, there were more immortal beasts than in the periphery. It was just enough to satisfy Hairball's upgrade. The first upgrade cost 1,000 points. The second upgrade will cost 3,000 points. Lin Fei was completely confident in himself. It was just 3,000 points. It was not a difficult task. Hairball, let's continue. Lin Fei continued with his crusade mission. However, this time, farming points was secondary. Lin Fei wanted to help Hairball upgrade to the monarch beast realm. After increasing the output limit to 500 million, Lin Fei's combat power increased greatly. Ordinary monarch beasts could be killed in one slash. Lin Fei could not be bothered to waste time. After all, he did not have much time left. Hairball was improving rapidly. She was close to becoming a monarch beast. Another 7 or 8 monarch beasts should be enough. After killing another monarch beast, Hairball pounced on it and swallowed it. Great Rock was envious. Primordial 13's expression was needless to say. He was completely numb after these days. Opening the system, Lin Fei checked for traces of monarch beasts. There was a monarch beast 50,000 kilometers away. Lin Fei rushed over without hesitation. Get out. Lin Fei arrived at the swamp valley. It was shrouded in mist and a rotting smell. Activating the elementary energy shield, he blocked the mist outside. Lin Fei punched the swamp valley. The fist light was like a meteor that pierced through the swamp valley. Be it the mist or the venomous insects, they were all torn apart by this punch. It's here. Lin Fei's punch lured the monarch beast out of the swamp valley. This was a monarch beast that lived in the swamp. It looked like a huge eyeball and exuded a dense evil aura. So. The swamp valley began to move. Beams of light shot out from the rotten mud, covering the sky and covering the sun. Lord, be careful. This is the evil flame beast's corrosive attack. Turn the corporeal body. Primordial 13 warned. Activating the elementary energy shield, Lin Fei wasn't that worried. He took out the purple moon's sacred saber and slashed out hundreds of saber lights. The light beams and saber lights collided, and a terrifying energy spread out. It's actually so strong. After this attack, Lin Fei could feel that the evil flame beast was extraordinary. His current casual attack had an output of 200 to 300 million. The other party's light beams were comparable to his saber lights. It was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fei threw an appraisal over. After looking at it, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn, it's actually a mutated monarch beast. Its power output actually reached 600 million. It's even higher than mine. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Seeing that the evil flame beast's attack failed, the power of the light beams increased to the limit. Master, I can't take it anymore. Hairball took a few hits and ran away without a conscience. Its huge body creaked as its flesh was corroded. Kill. Lin Fei dodged the light beam attack and knocked it away with a saber strike. He suddenly appeared in front of the evil flame beast and slashed at its body. 500 million damage instantly erupted, and a large piece of flesh was sent flying. Chapter 21-21. Mutated Emperor Beasts were truly powerful. This evil flame beast was indeed powerful, especially in terms of attack power. At the same time, it had a corrosive attribute. As long as a flesh body came into contact with it, it would definitely turn into a skeleton. The only thing that made Lin Fei rejoice was that this guy had a weakness, which was defense. So. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Every time, the purple moon's sacred blade would accurately slash the evil flame beast. When the evil flame beast counterattacked, Lin Fei would immediately change his position. Even though Lin Fei had the advantage, he could not kill the evil flame beast in a short time. Lin Fei was in no hurry. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to kill the evil flame beast. Meanwhile, after Furball escaped, it used spatial jump to grab the evil flame beast's body before turning around and running. As for the Great Peng and Primordial 13, they hid far away. This mutated Emperor Beast was extremely terrifying. A casual attack could kill Primordial 13. Fundamental Energy Blade Technique. Lin Fei approached again. This time, he did not use the Purple Moon's sacred blade. As time passed, the evil flame beast's surface developed a corrosive attribute. Even the Purple Moon's sacred blade was slightly damaged. Crash. The energy blade directly pierced through the evil flame beast. With a slash of the blade, a large piece of flesh fell off. Bang bang bang. The evil flame beast was furious. Ever since it became the overlord of this area, coupled with its mutated strength, even ordinary 7th and 8th Revolution God Emperor beasts did not dare to barge in. Now that it was injured by a human brat, the evil flame beast was extremely furious. It constantly spat out corrosive light beams, wanting to corrode this human brat into a skeleton. Only then could it vent its anger. Ha ha ha, are you angry? Lin Fei relied on spatial movement and elementary energy shield to block wave after wave of light beam attacks. The evil flame beast's huge body shrunk several times. Die. Sensing that the evil flame beast's attacks had stopped for a moment, Lin Fei pushed his attacks to the limit and ruthlessly slashed off another large piece of flesh. So. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. Time power enveloped the evil flame beast's body. This caused the evil flame beast's attack speed to slow down. If it had been at the start, the evil flame beast would have been able to shatter the power of time. Now, the evil flame beast was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It wouldn't be able to last much longer. Devouring Heaven. Lin Fei continued to attack. The evil flame beast was on the verge of death. Hairball pounced over. He opened his mouth and swallowed the evil flame beast. F***CK, it has increased by 10%. Lin Fei smiled when he saw Hairball's progress. This mutant emperor beast was more impressive than he had imagined. Fortunately, my damage output is 500 million. If it was the previous 300 million, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to break through its defense. Lin Fei sighed. In order to kill this mutant emperor beast, he had spent the better part of a day. Lin Fei could imagine those mutated emperor beasts at the 7th or 8th Revolution God Emperor realm. His power output would probably reach a terrifying 8 or 900 million. Help me scan and see if there's anything good. Lin Fei was very curious about how these mutant emperor beasts were produced. With the thought of not letting go, Lin Fei also swept through the area. If he was not careful, he might find something. Soon, he found a nest under the swamp. This was the lair of the evil flame beasts. Lin Fei had an energy shield, so he charged straight into the lair. Damn, how many emperor beasts did this evil flame beast kill? The evil flame beast's nest was very big. Lin Fei entered. He saw huge white bones. Without guessing, he knew these were the corpses of emperor beasts. There are also god emperors that were killed. In a corner, Lin Fei found human bones. There were even some tattered battle armor. Clearly, these god emperors were nothing more than fodder to the evil flame beast. Lin Fei scanned. Although he had the heavenly mandate weapon, it was already in tatters. Since it was useless, he naturally did not want it. Master, there's something good here. Hairball's voice came from the depths of the nest. Lin Fei rushed over and saw a huge stone trough in the depths of the nest. The stone trough was filled with crimson blood that was constantly tumbling. That was not the main point. The main point was that there was a blood-colored lotus on the surface of the blood. It was about to bloom. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He realized that this lotus was not simple. Could it be that these human corpses were all here for this blood lotus? Suddenly, such a thought popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why god emperors would enter the intermediate area and come to this place. Lin Fei recognized an appraisal technique. If it was in the advanced mode, he would not be able to appraise it. Now that he was in the advanced mode, there was no need to worry. Appraisal was omnipotent in the advanced mode. Mutated blood lotus, there is a certain chance of mutation. 3 days until maturity. It was a very simple explanation. After hearing this, Lin Fei immediately revealed a joyful expression. I didn't expect this to be a mutated blood lotus. I can still find such a good thing. After squatting down and carefully observing for a while, Lin Fei discovered that the mutated blood lotus was indeed very ordinary. It was very mysterious. I wonder if Hairball will mutate and become stronger after eating it? Lin Fei finally understood why there were mutated emperor beasts in the intermediate area. This fellow was also very smart. As long as the evil flame beast was given enough time to guard this treasure, Lin Fei completely believed that this evil flame beast would become a terrifying existence. There are still 3 days left. Just nice. Lin Fei planned to wait for the blood lotus to bloom. At that time, he would let Hairball eat it. If she was lucky, Hairball might become an emperor beast in one go with the mutated blood lotus. Lin Fei was not that generous to leave the blood lotus alone. After cleaning up the lair, Lin Fei brought Primordial 13 in and waited for the blood lotus to mature in 3 days. When Hairball heard that it could increase her strength, she was more concerned than anyone else. She stood guard by the side. Master, this should be a level 2 mutated emperor beast. If not for Master, it might have become a level 3 mutated emperor beast. Primordial 13 was shocked after knowing this. There are differences between mutated emperor beasts? Yes, there are differences. I also read about it in the records. Primordial 13 said, ordinary emperor beasts are actually not scary. But if you encounter a mutated emperor beast, it will be scary. A level 1 mutated emperor beast is equivalent to a 4th revolution god emperor. For example, this evil flame beast has the strength of an ordinary 7th revolution god emperor. Even if Primordial 13 did not say, Lin Fei could also calculate it. The evil flame beast's realm was not high, but its attack power was extremely terrifying. It could completely compare to an ordinary 7th revolution god emperor beast, or even be a level higher. It seems that those war emperor beasts are basically mutated existences. This thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind. I wonder who created this mountain god emperor space. It is far more mysterious than I imagined. Chapter 21-22. Tianyuan Mountains Intermediate Zone. Lin Fei rested in the evil flame beast's lair for 3 days. During this time, he did not slack off and swept away all the immortal beasts in the vicinity. The evil flame beasts had already killed the powerful emperor beasts. There was no need for Lin Fei to make a move. Hairball could sweep them all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the morning of the fourth day, Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in his lair, suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes, cutting through the void. Wow, it can even attract immortal beasts and emperor beasts? Lin Fei used his divine sense to look outside and was instantly overjoyed. For some reason, several powerful beasts within 10,000 li of the swamp were attracted to this area. Their auras linked together to form a terrifying wave of immortal beasts. The scariest thing was that these immortal beasts seemed to be attracted by something. They were originally enemies, but now they were living in harmony. It must be the aura released by the mutated blood lotus. Lin Fei knew that this would not be an easy task. Although he knew that the mutated blood lotus would mature in 3 days, Lin Fei could not help but curse when he saw it. Although the mutated blood lotus was moving, it did not mean that it would mature immediately. It still needed time. A rough estimate would be 4 to 6 hours. What a scam! Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that if the mutated blood lotus was devoured by other immortal beasts and emperor beasts within 4 to 6 hours, all his efforts would be in vain. Ding! Top-level mission issued. Resist the wave of immortal beasts and obtain the mutated blood lotus. Mission success will be rewarded with 1,000 points. Mission failure will result in a deduction of 100 million points. Time limit, 10 hours. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a mission at this time. Even if it's 1,000 points, I have to do it. Lin Fei did not want to lose 100 million points. At the same time, he understood that with such a high reward, the difficulty of the mission would not be low. He had to give it his all. I accept it. Ding! Player Lin Fei has accepted the mission successfully. Mission activated. Lin Fei took a deep breath, and at the same time, his body exploded with battle intent. Hairball, Dapeng, you guys go up. Clean up the little things. The first wave of immortal beasts was not as powerful as the first wave. It was easy to tell that they were being controlled. In other words, they had powerful existences backing them, such as powerful arch-beasts. I can start a massacre. Hairball transformed into her true form and rushed out. This fellow had been going crazy recently. His strength had increased very quickly, and he could even fight against some sovereign beasts without losing. What about me? Primordial 13 said nervously. You can go out later. The first wave came. There were immortal beasts all around the swamp. There were immortal sovereigns and immortal emperors. They were densely packed together. It was a dark mass. Roar, that's great. Hairball came up. Its massive body stomped down, killing hundreds of immortal beasts. Then, it opened its ferocious mouth and swallowed all of the corpses into its stomach before pouncing at the immortal beasts that were charging at it. The Dapeng transformed into its true form as well. It opened its mouth and spat out lightning balls that smashed onto the immortal beasts, instantly killing a large number of them. It was not interested in this, but Hairball was different. She came up and swallowed them. I was still worried about how Hairball could improve. Now is the right time. I don't need to do anything. These immortal beasts will come knocking on my door. Lin Fei kept watching. Hairball and the Dapeng were ferocious and domineering. They swept through several waves, and the corpses of the immortal beasts on the ground were all swallowed by Hairball. Her progress bar was about 85%. She was now heading towards 86%. In the sky above Tianyuan mountain range. At this moment, 2 people were advancing at top speed under the cover of the night. There was almost no trace of them. It was clear that they were powerful and had reached an extremely high realm. It's been 500 years. The mutated blood lotus has matured again. I wonder who's lucky this time. 2 people, a man and a woman, were flying side by side. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. No matter who it is, we must not let them snatch it. If we let them mutate again, they will definitely turn out in full force given their hatred for us. At that time, we might not be able to stop them. The woman in black had a black veil over her face. She had a slim waist and a voluptuous figure. Every move she made exuded boundless charm. The middle-aged man's expression was no longer relaxed. He nodded solemnly. It's getting fiercer and fiercer. In less than half an hour's time, the immortal beasts outside the swamp turned into black torrents and surged in wave after wave. Even though Hairball and the Dapeng were powerful, they could not stop the immortal beasts from approaching the swamp. Lin Fei released his 18 doppelgangers and had them guard the mutant blood lotus. With their protection, Lin Fei felt much more at ease. Each of them had tyrannical power. Let's go up. Lin Fei brought Yuanshirsan to the surface of the swamp. They were greeted with a fierce aura. That was the aura of the immortal beasts gathered together. Even a third revolution god emperor like Yuanshirsan shuddered subconsciously. Because behind the swamp, there were faintly discernible imperial beasts filled with greed. Hairball was currently gorging herself. Her innate mystique was constantly being used. The immortal beasts kept falling into her bloody mouth. With the primordial evil dragon's strong digestive ability, there was no need to worry about indigestion. Just Hairball and the Dapeng alone cannot suppress them. Lin Fei waved his hand and released the army that he brought with him. Ever since his strength increased, their usefulness had decreased. Other than a portion of them being placed in Invincible Palace, the rest were by his side. Today, they finally had a chance to put their skills to use. Kill them. The invincible army came out and charged at the immortal beasts. Now, Lin Fei was not afraid of exhaustion. At this time, he would exhaust the immortal beasts as much as possible. If he could avoid using Heaven's mandate energy, he would not use it. Anyway, he had a lot of godheads. Lin Fei waved his hand and released a 5 million strong army. Instantly, they pressed against the dense immortal beast wolf tide. Compared to the countless immortal beasts, Lin Fei's 5 million strong army was really nothing. Lin Fei did not need them to hold on for a long time. After all, they were cannon fodder. All he needed to do was to stall for time. Again. Soon, the 5 million strong army was killed by the immortal beasts. This time, Lin Fei released another 10 million strong army and attacked again. The expended cannon fodder was really useful. At least, it made Hairball and the Dapeng feel much more relaxed. Wow, Hairball's progress is at 91%. Lin Fei smiled. The mutated blood lotus had really helped him a lot. Otherwise, he would have to work hard to find the imperial beasts. Lin Fei's army did not hold on for long. There was still a certain gap between the strength of the human race and the immortal beasts. Although both sides were not afraid of death, it was a pity that they could not withstand the terrifying number of immortal beasts. The densely packed immortal beasts were like mountains. Soon, the army that Lin Fei brought was completely exhausted. At the same time, the imperial beasts began to rush forward. Obviously, the aura of the mutated blood lotus had stimulated them. 13. Go and help Hairball. Lin Fei took a deep breath. He had to do it himself. Kill. The purple moon's sacred saber landed in his hand and set off a torrent that crushed the densely packed immortal beasts. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the swamp, and corpses flew everywhere. In the face of the powerful output of 500 million power, the immortal beasts were only food. The imperial beasts closest to the front were also killed. Ding, killed an imperial beast. Chapter 21-23. When Lin Fei attacked, his blade was like the blade of the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of immortal beasts. Even the weaker emperor beasts were cut in half at the waist. Blood flowed like a river and limbs were severed. The rewards were not small. The subjugation mission was completed very smoothly. Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to this. As long as the mission was completed, he would immediately accept the next subjugation mission. He was not worried about wasting his destiny points. Roar. A powerful emperor beast spewed out a black current. Lin Fei did not dodge. He slashed with his purple moon sacred blade and cut the emperor beast in half. It was no longer breathing. These emperor beasts are too simple. Lin Fei charged forward, and with a swing of his saber, he slew a sovereign beast. He knew that this was just a test. The stronger sovereign beasts were still behind him, and the importance of the mutated blood lotus was something that the sovereign beasts knew better than him. One emperor beast, two emperor beasts. Lin Fei had no idea how many sovereign beasts he had killed. As long as they came, he would kill them all. As for the immortal beasts, they were killed by his blade before they could even get close. A vacuum was formed around Lin Fei. Delicious, delicious. Hairball's appetite was getting better and better. As long as it was an emperor beast killed by Lin Fei, Hairball would immediately pounce and swallow it. Only the immemorial evil dragon race was not worried about bursting its stomach. The purple moon holy saber in Lin Fei's hand stabbed into the ground, and the waves finally stopped. Human brat, the mutated blood lotus is not something you can have. In the dark night, a colossal emperor beast came out like a mountain. The ground beneath it trembled. Bang bang bang. The colossal beast walked over and appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lord, he is a Vajra emperor beast. He has unparalleled strength and is very powerful. In fact, Lin Fei could see it. The other party was too huge and covered in hair. At this moment, the hair stood up like steel needles. Lin Fei did not doubt that the hair turned into steel needles. It was absolutely terrifying. This was a 7th Revolution God Emperor beast. In addition to its racial talent, it had the combat power of an 8th Revolution God Emperor. It was this adamantine Emperor beast that had spoken previously. Hee, the mutated blood lotus is in my hands now. That's mine. Lin Fei shook his head. Whoever wants the mutated blood lotus, feel free to come up. My purple moon holy blade will not be merciful. Lin Fei would never let the mutated blood lotus fall into the hands of an outsider. This was a mission with a reward of 1,000 points. At the same time, Hairball would be able to break through to become a mutated emperor beast, surpassing the realm of ordinary emperor beasts. Since you are unwilling to hand over the mutated snow lotus, I will kill you first. The adamantine emperor beast roared angrily. All the fur on its body shot out as it pounced forward. 2 golden copper hammers appeared in his hands, and he smashed them down from the left and right. The combination attack was extremely powerful. When the adamantine emperor beast appeared, Lin Fei used his appraisal art on it. A 7th Revolution God Emperor's power output was about 600 million, which was equivalent to the evil flame beast's power output. Now, in comparison, the mutated emperor beasts were much more terrifying. If it was a 7th Revolution God Emperor mutated emperor beast, one could totally imagine how terrifying it would be. Kill. Lin Fei activated his elementary grade energy shield. After blocking the steel needle's fur, the golden copper hammers smashed down. Teleportation. The adamantine emperor beast was powerful, and its power output was powerful. Lin Fei would not foolishly take it head-on. After arriving behind the other party, the adamantine emperor beast did not turn around, and the steel needle's fur shot out again. Lin Fei finally understood why the adamantine emperor beast had so many fur on its body. It was an offensive weapon. This posed no threat to Lin Fei. He allowed it to shoot out, and the purple moon holy blade exploded with extreme power. The blade landed on the adamantine emperor beast's body, and fresh blood flowed out. Despicable human. The adamantine emperor beast was very powerful, especially in terms of attack power. It was even fiercer than the evil flame beast. Especially in close combat, it was a terrifying existence. This time, it encountered Lin Fei. Lin Fei used his teleportation to the limit. The purple moon holy blade slashed out rays of blade light. The adamantine emperor beast kept roaring, and its body was covered in wounds. Die. When the adamantine emperor beast was enraged, Lin Fei swapped the purple moon holy blade for an energy blade. With a blade, he cleaved the adamantine emperor beast into 2. The adamantine emperor beast let out a heavy sound, and fell to the ground. Everyone, let's get rid of this human brat and snatch the mutated blood lotus. The adamantine emperor beast was just one of them. Gradually, more than 10 emperor beasts appeared in the night. The weakest was at least a 5th revolution god emperor, and their ruthless aura surged over. Kill. Lin Fei pounced forward. Lin Fei shuttled back and forth, swapping the purple moon holy blade for the energy blade. Because the energy blade was sharper, it could easily break through the emperor beast's defenses, and leave wounds on their bodies. With the elementary grade energy shield, Lin Fei did not need to worry about defense, and only needed to attack. Although these emperor beasts were very powerful, Lin Fei could still block their attacks. He kept leaving wounds on the emperor beasts' bodies, depleting their strength. Bang bang bang. One by one, the emperor beasts fell under Lin Fei's feet. Lin Fei's mastery of the elementary grade energy blade art became smoother. Although they were all ordinary attacks, when executed by Lin Fei, they became perfect. Every blade was like an antelope hanging its horn, traceless, and impossible to dodge. Ding, elementary grade energy blade art advanced to advanced. Ding, elementary grade energy shield advanced to intermediate. Lin Fei was overjoyed. After exchanging blows with these emperor beasts, Lin Fei's blade art improved by a large margin. He even raised elementary grade energy chaos blade art to intermediate, and his defense rose to another level. Hua! Lin Fei easily swung his blade, and the injured emperor beast's head flew off. Fresh blood spurted out, and the emperor beast collapsed. Great, elementary grade energy blade art is so useful. Lin Fei did not have the confidence to chop off the emperor beast's head with that slash. Unexpectedly, he managed to chop it off, and at the weakest spot. This made Lin Fei extremely excited. Again. Lin Fei turned to another emperor beast, and used the elementary grade energy blade art slash. It was also a perfect slash, and the emperor beast's head flew off. Good, good. Xiao xiao xiao. Lin Fei's slash became even faster, and each slash was aimed at killing. After advancing to advanced, Lin Fei discovered the terror of the elementary grade energy blade art. Killing emperor beasts was no longer difficult. As long as he got close, he could heavily injure the emperor beast, and then kill it with a second slash. One by one, the emperor beasts fell unwillingly. Hairball took the opportunity to rush up and swallow them. These were high-level emperor beasts. The progress bar rose rapidly, 95%, 96%, 97%, 98% finally, 99%, 100%. Hairball roared and turned into a huge cocoon. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept Hairball. Lin Fei had also killed quite a few of the powerful sovereign beasts in the vicinity. Pa pa pa. Chapter 21-24. Before Lin Fei could catch his breath, 2 streaks of light charged into the crowd of immortal beasts. As the 2 approached, the immortal beasts exploded one after another. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, including the immortal beasts. They couldn't withstand the force of the attack and died. Brat, who are you working for? The middle-aged man on the left asked with interest as the 2 came to a stop not far away. Good fellas, these 2 are very powerful. Although they hadn't fought yet, Lin Fei used his appraisal technique to see their information. The middle-aged man on the left had a lot of information. Dark Battle Emperor, Overlord, power output of 2 billion. Lin Fei was shocked. He actually encountered a battle emperor. No wonder he could kill the sovereign beasts so easily. A power output of 2 billion was definitely terrifying. He could kill him with one slash. Dark Battle Emperor, power output of 2 billion. Damn it, it's 1.5 billion more than mine. Lin Fei was shocked. Why did he encounter them? Lin Fei looked at the other lady in black. Battle Emperor Meng Tu, female hero, power output of 1.9 billion. Although there was a difference of 100 million between them, she was still 4 times stronger than Lin Fei. She could kill a sovereign beast with just one slash of her sword. Fortunately, I didn't barge in recklessly. When Lin Fei first came here, he had wanted to challenge the Combat Emperor to see how strong the Combat Emperor was. But now, it seemed that it was better that he didn't go. If he wasn't careful, the Combat Emperor's sword could easily take his life. 9 billion power output, 2 billion power output, it was a complete mess. Lin Fei thought. He didn't need to guess to know that these two were here for the mutated blood lotus. I haven't asked you yet, but you're asking me. How arrogant. Lin Fei snorted. Don't you know that this area is already my territory? Although these two were battle emperors, Lin Fei had his own pride to control an area of Mount God Emperor. It was impossible for him to give up on the mutated blood lotus. Lin Fei didn't answer them. Instead, he put on airs. Little brother, you sure talk big. Do you remember that this is the territory of the evil flame beasts? When did it become yours? You're still a human. The woman in black giggled. She didn't believe him at all. Although this black-clothed woman's power output was only 9 billion, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate her, especially a woman. If he was careless, he might fail miserably. What evil flame beast? If I say it's mine, it's mine. Lin Fei wanted to put on an act. Although his combat power was inferior to the other two, he had an advantage, and that was his invincible defense. Don't think that I don't know who you two are. Dark Knight Battle Emperor, Dream Cry Battle Emperor, am I right? Be it the Dark Knight Battle Emperor or the Dream Taper Battle Emperor, neither of them remembered seeing this black-robed young man before them, so they were slightly surprised to hear this. However, the two of them did not take him seriously, even though his saber techniques were very profound. Perfect and flawless. His combat strength was far from theirs. Since Lin Fei had revealed their identities, he naturally had to pretend to be mysterious. Seeing that you two are quite strong, I won't make things difficult for you. Leave before I get angry. A powerful aura surged out of the Dark Knight Battle Emperor's body. Two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes and slashed at the black-robed young man. As the overlord of the Mountain God Emperor, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Although he didn't know who this black-robed young man was, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor planned to teach him a lesson so that he would pay the price for saying the wrong thing. Battle Emperor Dream Taper looked at the black-robed young man with a smile. She wanted to see how he would deal with this move. Although it was just a pair of sharp eyes, it was actually quite powerful. This time, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor had miscalculated. The two gazes sank like rocks into the ocean. When they landed on Lin Fei, there was no response at all. Lin Fei raised his head slightly. Not a bad attack, but it's too weak. It's like tickling me. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor was startled. His visual attack didn't work. Was he really a senior? But he had never heard of an expert surpassing them in the Mountain God Emperor. If there was, they would have known about it. Dark Knight, you've met your match. Battle Emperor Dream Taper chuckled. It's just a visual attack. So what if I blocked it? The Dark Knight Battle Emperor snorted coldly. His eyes were like lightning. Stop pretending. I'll expose you. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor roared. He opened his palm and 5 sharp rays of light shot out. They were powerful and filled with destructive aura. You have some strength. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. He allowed the attack to land on his body. Dark Knight Battle Emperor's attack contained a force of 1 billion. It could easily kill a 7th or 8th Revolution God Emperor. It was a pity that when it landed on Lin Fei's body didn't move at all. He said indifferently, still not enough. You want to snatch the mutated blood lotus with this bit of strength? The Dark Knight Battle Emperor's heart sank, and he suddenly changed his move. Using his hand as a saber, he swung his saber at Lin Fei's neck, and a violent force burst forth. Still not enough. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor's face sank again. Could it be that he really met an old senior? It was impossible. Peng peng peng. Perhaps he was stimulated, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor's attack became sharper. He turned into an invisible shadow. Lin Fei stood in the shadow and let the opponent attack him. Not enough. Still not enough. Again. Lin Fei didn't move at all. He let the opponent attack him continuously. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor's combat power was raised to the limit. Every time he attacked, there would be a horrifying airwave. The immortal beasts and emperor beasts in the vicinity were killed on the spot. Impossible. He knew the Dark Knight Battle Emperor's strength. Even other battle emperors wouldn't dare to easily block his attack. However, this black-robed brat in front of him could do so. Any attack that landed on his body was like a stone sinking into the sea. He couldn't exert any power at all. Too scary. Mountain God Emperor actually has such an old senior. If he wants to kill me. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor felt a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to think further. Another punch landed. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor retreated and returned to the side of Battle Emperor Dream Taper. At this moment, there was no arrogance on his face. There was only fear. Not continuing. Lin Fei said indifferently. How would I dare to be impudent in front of Senior with this bit of strength? The Dark Knight Battle Emperor said, please forgive Junior's rude action just now. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. His heart was bleeding, my destiny points. Goddamn brat, I will make you spit them out sooner or later. Chapter 21-25. The more casual Lin Fei's words were, the more pressure the two felt. The black-robed brat, whom they thought was easy to bully, turned into a senior in a blink of an eye. He was completely fine under the barrage of attacks. This was enough to provoke anyone. In the eyes of these two powerhouses, this was simply an impossible matter. Yet, the black-robed brat blocked it. He didn't even use any treasures to defend himself. This was something the two of them were clear about. This person was too terrifying. If the other party really wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to block a casual strike from this senior. As for how this senior killed the Emperor Beast and displayed the strength of a 4th or 5th Revolution God Emperor, they thought that this senior was practicing his saber technique. Previously, they felt that the saber technique was perfect. They thought that the other party had some dog's hit luck. But now, it seemed that the other party was a senior. It wasn't impossible for him to create such a saber technique. Now, they realized how terrifying this saber technique was. If this senior used this saber technique to kill them, they definitely wouldn't have the confidence to block it. A perfect saber technique that left no trace was the scariest. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. These two weren't easy to deal with. If they really fought, who knew how many destiny points he would have to spend? It was completely unnecessary. Senior, let's leave now. Be it Dark Knight Battle Emperor or Dream Talisman, both of them were fearful. They didn't want the mutated Blood Lotus anymore. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to snatch it from this senior. They had no confidence at all. It was purely sending themselves to death. The two of them turned and left, disappearing into the night. I'm still quite good at acting like a senior. This was also Lin Fei's only advantage, which was his invincible defense. Although he spent some destiny points, he successfully scared them away. Lin Fei was satisfied. I hope he won't come again. Dream Talisman, do you know this senior? Dark Knight Battle Emperor still couldn't figure out why there was such an expert in Mountain God Emperor. If it wasn't for this senior's good temper, they might have lost their lives in Tianyuan mountain range. I don't know. I don't have any impression of such a person. Fortunately, he didn't attack. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Battle Empress Meng too heaved a sigh of relief. Don't forget, even I can't find any flaws in that senior's saber techniques. The two of them fell silent. If this senior comes out of seclusion, our God Emperor Mountain spatial structure might have a huge change. Night Battle Emperor said solemnly. Let's go back and prepare first. Lin Fei had been monitoring the two of them until they left. Only then did he relax. Invincible defense isn't bad for fooling people. Although Lin Fei hadn't fought with the two of them before, he knew how terrifying they were just from their attacks alone. The current him definitely wouldn't be able to block them. I only need to increase my power output to about 1.3 to 1.4 billion, and with my perfect energy basic saber technique, I'll be able to severely injure them. Lin Fei thought to himself. He had a plan in his heart. Zhang Xian scanned the mutated blood lotus with his spiritual sense. From the looks of it, it would not take long before it fully bloomed and matured. Kill. Without the two of them by his side, Lin Fei charged at the immortal beasts and monarch beasts again. He executed the elementary energy saber technique, turning it into waves of saber light. As the saber light flew out, heads flew into the air. Blood flowed like a river in the swamp again. Refinement +1. Refinement +1. At the higher level, the improvement speed wasn't slow either. Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about the slow improvement of the elementary energy shield. After all, he had the invincible defense. He didn't have to worry about it for now. On the other hand, the elementary energy saber technique's power increased after reaching the higher level, becoming more profound. Every time he executed it, Lin Fei would have a deeper understanding of it. Lin Fei was now looking forward to the new scene after he met the experts. Right now, he had to complete the mission first. 2 battle emperors appeared first. There would definitely be other battle emperors coming. If even monarch beasts could be attracted, then those mutated monarch beasts would definitely come as well. After witnessing the battle emperor's power output of 2 billion, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the other monarch beasts. Time ticked by. The monarch beasts that appeared were getting stronger and stronger. There were even mutated monarch beasts. Lin Fei used the elementary energy saber technique to slaughter them. Although he couldn't kill them, he left deep wounds on them. He blocked them. Several monarch beasts attacked consecutively, but Lin Fei blocked them all. On one hand, he had the invincible defense, and on the other hand, he used the elementary energy saber technique to block the attacks of the monarch beasts. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. A mountain-like figure appeared. Following the appearance of this huge figure, the surrounding monarch beasts all retreated, their bodies tensed up. Mutated monarch beasts. The only thing Lin Fei was glad about was that he was in the intermediate zone, not the advanced zone. There would be fewer attacks from the monarch beasts. In fact, within the range of the system's surveillance, the number of powerful monarch beasts was gradually decreasing. This was good news. It was enough to prove that the mutant blood lotus's area of influence wasn't that big. This might have something to do with the quality. Lin Fei felt that the latter was more likely. The system's surveillance did not detect any powerful intruders. Lin Fei was relieved. As for the battle emperors, he felt that they must have known about the existence of the mutant blood lotus in advance. A massive figure quickly appeared, followed by a storm of evil qi, sweeping towards Lin Fei's location. The fallen bodies were all sucked into the storm, turning into a bloody mess. Wherever the storm swept past, there was nothing left. Human brat, I want the mutant blood lotus. This was an existence made purely of stone. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a stoneman. The strength of a level 2 mutant. It had a power output of 900 million. Open. Although the storm was powerful, Lin Fei rushed in and split the storm with a perfect slash. At the advanced level, any weak spot could be broken. Although the storm was powerful, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. If you don't want to die, you better scram. Lin Fei said coldly. The stoneman laughed. Humans are incomparably arrogant. Then you shall receive my punishment. Swish. 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 The stoneman's huge body swung, and a sky full of stones came crashing down. The power of the stones was extremely heavy, and it was extremely difficult to block. Good timing. Lin Fei wielded his blade and met the attack with his invincible defense. Bang! Chapter 21-26. Energy-based saber art. Lin Fei's basic saber technique was at an advanced level, and his saber technique was perfect. Coupled with Lin Fei's spatial movement, it was definitely the best combination attack. Bam! 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 As soon as Lin Fei unleashed this attack, the Stone Golem Emperor Beast's weaknesses were exposed to him. Even though the Stone Golem Emperor Beast's power was frightening, Lin Fei's attacks quickly caused a river of blood to flow. Bam! The Golem Emperor Beast's huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Ding! Killed Mutant Emperor Beast, kill count +1. Ding! Activated Mutant Emperor Beast hunting mission. Kill 10 successfully. Reward, 500 points. Ding! Current mission, October 1st. Lin Fei was taken aback. Damn, this works. After killing the beast, Lin Fei felt less pressure. Thanks to the energy-based saber art, he was able to unleash the full power of his saber art. Although killing an Emperor Beast cost him a lot of destiny points, Lin Fei still felt relaxed. Here comes another one. After killing the first Mutant Emperor Beast, Lin Fei's movements became much smoother. Lin Fei pounced in a certain direction. Everywhere he passed, immortal beasts fell. In the depths of the lair, the mutant blood lotus gradually bloomed, releasing a fragrance. The immortal beasts and emperor beasts became even more frenzied. Lin Fei killed even more ferociously. As the saber light flashed, heads flew. Lin Fei felt as though he was bathed in a river of blood. At the same time, he exuded a boundless baleful aura. This was the bonus attribute of killing immortal beasts and emperor beasts. Kill. Lin Fei took the initiative to defend against the powerful existences outside. Although some managed to barge in, Lin Fei's clones were not to be trifled with. The 18 clones worked together and killed all the immortal beasts. Not a single immortal beast could break in, not even emperor beasts. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, 1,000 points. Lin Fei had no idea how many immortal beasts and emperor beasts he had killed. Corpses littered the ground around his feet. They had all been killed in one move. Space movement. Lin Fei returned to his lair and kept a mutated snow lotus with a wave of his hand. A fragrant scent. He disappeared without a trace. The frenzied immortal beasts and sovereign beasts regained their composure and turned to leave. Soon, the swamp returned to normal. However, the thick stench of blood filled the air. 1,000 points. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei was very clear that if it wasn't for the fact that his basic energy saber art had reached an advanced level, it wouldn't have been that easy to kill the sovereign beast. Furthermore, he had relied on his invincible defense to scare away the two combat emperors. After collecting the mutated snow lotus, Lin Fei didn't leave. Instead, he went up to collect the corpses, especially the sovereign beast's corpses. These were good stuff. Lin Fei collected them one by one. Xiaoqun could not be bothered to collect the remaining immortal beast corpses. On the other hand, Primordial 13 happily collected them. Ding! Congratulations. Quest complete. Reward, 500 guild points. The next day, a piece of good news came. Hairball let out a long roar, and a vicious aura spread out. It was the aura of a sovereign beast. At this moment, Hairball had successfully advanced to become a sovereign beast, and it was even more vicious than before. Here you go. Lin Fei took out the corpses. They piled up like a mountain. Ha ha ha, I happen to be hungry. After advancing to a sovereign beast, Hairball basically didn't change much. After returning to its original body, there was a significant change, especially on its back. Rows of spikes grew out, making Hairball look even more vicious. If a stranger saw it, they would be frightened by Hairball's vicious aura, and their combat power would be affected. Whoosh! 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 Hairball's original body expanded. Opening its mouth, it swallowed the sovereign beast's corpses. Lin Fei, who was at the side, could see that Hairball had changed a lot. At the very least, it swallowed the corpses much faster. Hairball, are there any changes after you advanced to the sovereign beast realm? Lin Fei wanted to know the changes of Hairball. This was the one and only primordial evil dragon in the world, and it had advanced to the sovereign beast realm. Hairball said proudly, "This is all thanks to Master. I have now grasped two more innate mystiques. The first is space derivation." Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, Hairball's huge body turned into nothingness. Even Lin Fei himself couldn't see any traces of Hairball with his divine sense. This works too. Lin Fei couldn't see it with his divine sense. He only found traces of Hairball with the system later. "Master, what do you think of this?" Lin Fei gave a thumbs up, a very impressive innate mystique. It can actually transform into space. Then, can it trap people without them knowing? This was much more impressive than devouring everything in the past. Even divine sense couldn't detect it. It was definitely a killing weapon. In the end, Lin Fei still tossed out a test. He wanted to know exactly how strong of an attack the evolved space could withstand. Space derivation, innate mystique. It can withstand 1 billion attacks. Lin Fei almost gave a thumbs up. If it could withstand 1 billion attacks, Lin Fei didn't doubt that ordinary sovereign beasts could escape. What else? This was the first innate mystique. Lin Fei was looking forward to the next innate mystique. The other one is the Dragon Man General. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hairball disappeared again. When it reappeared, a boundless evil aura surged. A tall, black-armored Dragon Man General appeared in front of Lin Fei. Hairball's entire face was covered by the armor. "Master, take this." Hairball, who had transformed into the Dragon Man General, punched with a thunderous roar. Lin Fei met it with a punch. Fist against fist, a terrifying force exploded. Lin Fei retreated subconsciously. The violent vibration force actually shook him away. Wow! The force of this punch is more than 1 billion. Hairball didn't really attack. It easily withdrew the force. "Master, the force of my punch is not bad. This is the innate mystique that we primordial evil dragons have when we become sovereign beasts." In the past, Hairball could only display a certain level of strength when she was in her original form. Now that she had transformed into a Dragon Man General, her combat strength had reached more than 1 billion. This was definitely a big breakthrough. It was equivalent to having a capable assistant by his side. "Can you maintain your Dragon Man General state?" "Yes, I can. I just need to consume a little bit of energy." Our primordial evil dragon bloodline will basically maintain this state after reaching the sovereign beast realm. Only in this state can we maintain our powerful combat strength. Hairball said proudly. With the innate mystique, the force output was 1 billion. Lin Fei wanted to know how much his strength would increase after consuming the mutated blood lotus. At the same time, Lin Fei had to admit that the bloodline of the primordial evil dragons was powerful. The Rock, who had previously thought that he was the #1 battle pet, was now convinced. The force of that punch was enough to overwhelm his strength. Do you have this in your inherited memories? Chapter 21-27. Thank you, Master. Hairball's eyes lit up the moment she saw the mutated blood lotus. It was as if she had seen a woman. How many chances do I have to mutate? Lin Fei asked. 50-50. Furball said, our ancestors' inheritance is related to mutation. Due to our primordial evil dragon race's outstanding talents, it isn't easy to mutate, but once we mutate, our strength will increase by several times. Lin Fei didn't care about the mutated blood lotus. As long as Hairball could increase her strength, it was fine. Then eat the mutated blood lotus. Hairball grabbed the mutated blood lotus and swallowed it without hesitation. The Rock was envious. It was really following the right master. There were so many benefits. After eating the mutated blood lotus, Hairball sat cross-legged as if she had sunk into a deep level of evolution. At the same time, black mist burst out from her body to protect her. Lin Fei kept Hairball with a wave of his hand. Only in the system space was the safest. As for the outside world, it was better to save it. Lin Fei first went to check the system. He discovered that his points had unknowingly reached 2,300. He still needed 700 points to level up again. Continue with the crusade mission. The intermediate area was huge. Although the mutated blood lotus had attracted a large number of immortal beasts and sovereign beasts, it was only a portion of them. There were still countless of them. Lin Fei killed the sovereign beasts while practicing the fundamental energy saber art. After reaching the advanced level, the speed of improvement slowed down. According to his calculations, it wouldn't be long before he reached the expert level. This time, the sovereign beasts in the intermediate area were unlucky. They were all killed by Lin Fei with one strike. No sovereign beast could withstand his attacks. The advanced fundamental energy saber art was a nightmare for the sovereign beasts. Ding! Completed crusade mission. Reward, 30 points. Ding! Points reached 3,000. Upgrade? Lin Fei didn't hesitate. Upgrade immediately. Ding! Successfully used 3,000 points. Upgrade initiated. The whole process didn't take long. Lin Fei was looking forward to the limit after the upgrade. His power output would increase exponentially, so he wouldn't be any weaker than Hairball, right? Lin Fei calculated in his heart. Ding! Upgrade complete. Lin Fei immediately went to check. When he saw the change in the numbers, he immediately smiled. Ha ha ha. That's great. Previously, it was 500 million. This time, it's doubled to 1 billion. Not bad. Although it was a little worse than expected, it was still an increase of 2 times. This was definitely something to be happy about. With the increase in his power output, coupled with the basic energy saber technique, Lin Fei's combat prowess increased by a large margin. It was enough for him to enter the advanced zone. Hunting powerful emperor beasts. Another upgrade requires 10,000 points. Lin Fei didn't feel too much pressure when he saw the number of leveling up again. At worst, he could just continue with the crusade mission. 5 days later, Lin Fei came to the high-level area to hunt. A message from Hairball appeared in the system space. Lin Fei had killed the sovereign beast and found a safe place to release Hairball. Master, I've mutated successfully. Hairball said excitedly as soon as she came out. Lin Fei squinted and looked at her. Hairball, who was in Dragonman warrior mode, had an even stronger evil aura. At the same time, black dragons formed from evil aura swam back and forth in the surroundings. If anyone underestimated these black dragons, they would definitely be in big trouble. That's great. Lin Fei was very happy. The 50-50 chance seemed great, but no one could guarantee that the mutation would succeed. Lin Fei checked again with the system space. Hairball, Ancient Evil Dragon, Mutated Emperor Beast Power Output 1.5 billion. Seeing this result, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line. Hairball, who had mutated once. Her combat power had increased to 1.5 billion, which was close to a combat emperor expert. With Hairball's innate divine ability, she could even fight against a combat emperor expert. Thanks to Master's mutated blood lotus, our Ancient Evil Dragon clan has not had a mutated Ancient Evil Dragon for a long time. Hairball was also very excited. With Hairball's successful mutation, Lin Fei had a capable warrior. He could move unhindered in this high-level area. Lin Fei and Hairball began to sweep the high-level area. The mission had also changed to hunting sovereign beasts and mutated emperor beasts. If it was Lin Fei alone, he would have to think twice. But with Hairball, everything was easy. Lin Fei gave the Purple Moon's Sacred Saber to Hairball. With the Energy Saber, although the Purple Moon's Sacred Saber could increase its power, it was not as smooth as the Energy Saber. With the help of the Purple Moon's Sacred Saber, Hairball was like adding wings to a tiger. Bang! Deep in the high-level area, a God Emperor 9 Revolutions Emperor Beast was sent flying by hairball. Lin Fei rushed up and gave a final blow, chopping off the opponent's head with 1 billion strength. Let's go somewhere else, we still need 3 more. This was not Lin Fei's first time killing a God Emperor 9 Revolutions Emperor Beast. Although their combat power was also 1 billion, with the cooperation of the two, they obviously could not resist. During this period, they also killed a few mutated Emperor Beasts. At the same time, deep in Tianyuan mountain range, there were 5 combat Emperor Beasts here. They were Scorpion Combat Emperor Beast, Poison Demon Combat Emperor Beast, Flaming Insect Combat Emperor Beast, Celestial Eye Combat Emperor Beast, and Crimson Tiger Combat Emperor Beast. No matter which one, they were all peak existences in the Mountain God Emperor space. In the depths of a valley, black fog lingered outside. Teams of Emperor Beasts patrolled. Everywhere was filled with a strict aura. In the innermost area, there was a huge palace. The palace looked like the most commonly seen scorpion. Although it was a building, it gave off a very dangerous aura. At the same time, there was a kind of fear in the depths of the soul. This was the venomous scorpion Battle Emperor Beast's palace. Every Battle Emperor Beast had a palace like this. Sir, we can't let that dragon man continue to wreak havoc. Otherwise, our subordinates will all be eaten up. Below the huge throne, a few Emperor Beasts knelt, complaining bitterly. Recently, a Dragon Man general appeared in the high-level area, hunting down Emperor Beasts everywhere. In just half a month, the Emperor Beasts suffered heavy casualties. And these Emperor Beasts were under the jurisdiction of the venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor Beast. Who is so daring to kill this old man's subordinates? The venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor squinted, his eyes flashing with a dangerous aura. You trash, can't you go kill that Dragon Man? How could they dare to say that? That Dragon Man general was too powerful. Going up would be suicide. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Since you don't dare to make a move, what's the use of keeping you? Shio shio shio. The venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a poisonous arrow that landed on the Emperor Beasts. In an instant, the Emperor Beasts turned into a pool of blood. They did not even have a chance to struggle.